What is going on in YouTube world?
Hey, Steve. I'm Dave. This is the Insert Revolution podcast, episode number 20. We're made to the Natron Means episode.
Year in review.
We'll hit on some of our big pickups of the year, and hopefully some of you guys will join us. I've shot out the link to a few people. You show up. If you don't, that's fine too. No worries.
Oh, absolutely. Evening, Paul. Thanks for joining as always.
Well, who is sponsored by tonight? Anyone?
We're still tapping the Rockies at least for a couple this evening.
I'm sure those mountains are cold. And Christmas gift.
The Chick-fil-A sauce, which again, if you're anywhere over the age of probably 30, maybe 35, that bottle looks like something else, and that's what I thought it was. I was like, kale pectate? Really? I need that for what? But no issues.
Well, it helps with those. It cleans you out.
For the Chick-fil-A. So.
But yeah, we both, we've alluded to in the past. We've seen it and mentioned it on other podcasts and other chats and whatnot. Again, as shitty as 2020 was in pretty much every regard, picking up even from the low end to the cornerstone cards, and then I don't want to say acquiring friendships, but those are the two main things that came out of this year that, again, I still sit in amazement where you look back at February, you're starting to hear of it, like COVID starting, it's like a tsunami wave. You're looking out there like, that don't look good. And then everything, hobby in all aspects changed, which was it. Again, odd because you're so used to the status quo. You're so used to, okay, here's mail day, contest response, a little lull, another mail day. Now it's like everybody is doing live streams. Everybody's intermingling, which is good. That's what we've needed for a number of years to sort of break the you'll never break the cliques, but just to sprinkle people all across the board, start building up, I'd say, the community as a whole instead of just
fragmented sections of it. And that's what we were used to back in the day.
You had a strong community, but there were fragmented areas where you knew folks when they got together. It was rabble rousing, and again, I partook in it because I love to rabble rouse. I love to needle people and get under the skin, but at the time, there's a lot of it.
Poking the bear, so to speak.
Yeah.
But that's basically all they did, and that was the problem. I mean, when that's all you're doing is trying to start shit, it's like, man, at some point in time, you got to add to the community. You can't be just throwing a grenade in the beehive and running and watching whatever transpires. So
I'm glad it seems like this has been more of that, even with
all the bullshit going on. What's up, Vinny? What's going on, man?
Hey, Vinny. No, I agree. I know we've alluded to it, and to a certain degree, it's got a blog feel to it to a certain degree. The only difference is, from a co-host perspective or anything along those lines, you don't have the little picture, that was so you could barely see kind of really what was going on in the co-host perspective, and coming across StreamYard and everything else, and being able to do it via a link, which means you get to ultimately dictate who you want in and who you don't, per se. the nice thing about at least us and the individuals that consistently hang and watch and, comment and discuss and add to the conversation, we don't have to deal with some of the rigmarole that we did back in the Blog PV days, to where you had, 15 or 20 mods just to kind of pay attention and watch what was going on to avoid just some of the crap. And I don't want to call them scum, but, there were always those individuals that purposely would come out of the woodwork and just try and start shit for whatever reason under, anonymous names or things along those lines. At least with this format and, the individuals that, consistently are here like clockwork, it's just a hang. And, I know we always get poked fun at, and as far as we may have a topic and whether or not we touch on it or not, at the end of the day, nobody cares. Yeah. And, because this really is, this is a discussion and a hangout amongst friends, to where anything and everything can be brought up. There's nothing off limits, so to speak. We do still try and keep it somewhat PC, because I do know we have, a few of our fellow followers, I should say, who may or may not have their kiddos watching. So I've thoroughly enjoyed this, and, I still go back and reread Vinny's Instagram post from time to time, that this wasn't a coincidence, you thinking about doing this, and of all people reaching out to me. You had a multitude of individuals you probably could have asked. But, correct me if I'm wrong, but, I kind of felt as though I was kind of like your first and only choice really from the beginning to be able to have these conversations. And that's because, we do have a vast knowledge from a hobby perspective and can talk a lot of, different areas of the hobby, so to speak. But at the same time, the cards, like we always say, it's really secondary. That's what brought us together. That was the common bond. But, it's really building the deep friendship that, really lasts the test of time. And, I only have a small handful of people I continue to talk to. What's going on, Nitro? On a regular basis. And, it's one of those in which it's not intentional, but, sometimes life gets in the way. And, at least for those individuals that I still, chat with, it's not about cards. It's about, hey, how are things going? How's the family? You're still working, especially in times like this. And, I talk to Vinny almost daily these days, and it's throughout the day. I can always tell when you're off from work, because that's usually when you and I go back and forth frequently. I know you can't very well do that when you're at work, because you're at your physical place of employment. Me, I'm sitting at my kitchen table or laying in the bed in the bedroom watching TV, because it's, kind of a slow period, so to speak, as far as some of the stuff that I have to do. But, even like you say, even with all the crap, the negativity and the depressive aspect of 2020, this podcast has given me something to look forward to, hanging out with you, hanging out with those that are always here, meeting new people and engaging in those conversations, and having that foundation to build the friendships. I would have never thought that, any of that would have transpired. But, at the same time, that's me also getting outside of my shell to a certain degree, agreeing to this craziness that we call the Insert Revolution podcast. And the rest is history. And the fact that we hit 20 in our first, go around, and it's been consistent. And, I know the guys look forward to this. Even after a crappy day, and I know when you're tired and had a crappy day at work day, you still look forward to this. So it's a nice thing to look forward to, and I wouldn't have changed it for anything. And I'm looking forward to what 2021 brings. For the podcast, where we take it. If we get some more individuals that come hang out, we're gonna have to be paying money. Speaking of which, I did started thinking about this though. Since I know we're using the free version, and I should say you're using the free version since it's on your channel. And I know we've talked about the prices or whatever, but just throwing this out there, maybe something we want to do next year in the event that we want to have a larger group, we can split it. I don't mind splitting it.
Yeah.
Because if you do it annual, it should be the one-time charge, and I can just PayPal you the money or whatever, and we'll be squared up for the year. If we want to go that route. I mean, I don't foresee us going, over 6 people, but hey, you never know. And it's one of those in which if we have a lot of people who want to come in and join and, converse and, talk whatever, I want to make sure that we have the ability to kind of get more people in if we can.
Well, it's always a nice option to have that, even if you don't use it.
It's in your back pocket if you have to go to it. So,
well, and it's small when you split it though, too. And that's the thing. When you look at it from an annual perspective, you split it, between the two of us. It's, minuscule from a monthly perspective.
Yeah.
And, that's definitely something that I've been thinking about. And, I've enjoyed the smaller gathering. But at the same time, who knows? And, like you said, to kind of have it available in the event that, we need it for whatever reason, it's nice to know that we have it as an option.
Yeah, there's a couple things we'll discuss at some point that it rattles around in my head at work because, again, I don't want to think about work all the time at work. There's times if you'll text me like in the morning, like, oh, shit, I see this. Or Michael, he sent me that message, I think the other day. I don't know if that was at work or not. It might have been at work and I got to it after. And Joey's done that too with a couple cards recently. He sent them like 8:30 in the morning or whatever. But I'm like, oh, look, because again, it's somebody sending that. That needs my immediate attention because I don't know if you guys or whoever's texting me has picked something up or it's something I look at it in a quick amount of time and make a decision because it could be some grail card or something that just is awesome and is super cheap. So as much as I want to sit and text all day, I just can't. I
can because I'm working from home. I have that option, but not everybody has that option. So I get it. It was no different when what was that? Was that yesterday or was that this morning? You sent me the text message about the other thing you wanted me to think about for this episode. And it was early. I hadn't even gotten up yet because, school's out. So I have a tendency to sleep in a little bit more. I don't have to get up as early. And I was like, what the hell is Dave texting me freaking first thing in the morning? I was like, oh, okay. Yep. Makes sense.
Yeah, and there's been times when it's been like super late and I'll be up or I'll get up and I've got that thought right on my mind and I'm like, let me just type it in and just when I wake up, when I'm at work, when it's about 7 o'clock, I'm like, okay, this is probably about the time I can do it comfortably without being like, oh, it's 5, I'll text him now, and no, it's 7, I'll text you now, and you should be sort of jostling about. And
I don't hear it. Even if you sent it at 5 o'clock, Dave, I wouldn't hear it. I'm a heavy sleeper, and yes, I use my phone as my alarm clock, but it's not going to wake me up unless I'm already starting to wake up for whatever reason. Then I would happen to notice it, but for the most part, ain't happening. The only way that I'm going to wake up is if you were to call me, and you better be like dying or something. No offense.
There'll be some like TD a lot that's like insanely cheap. That one you sent me probably 2 months ago, that was a bunch of 101s and stuff in there, and was his number times what 100 for the price or best offer. And I'm like, yeah, if that came down to like 500, I'd be like, you better jump on this now. That's probably the best you're gonna see. And
yeah, because that one, I think the average for the number of cards, not taking into consideration the ones that I already had or had picked up throughout 2020, was roughly $100 a card, and there was no way to justify some of those cards at that price.
No, but I mean, if that came down to what would that be, from 100 to what, 630? So like what, 20, 50, 25? No, it'd be less than that. Like 15 to 20. Then you're like, okay, that's
different conversation. Yeah, different conversation.
I don't even type up the banner for that question. I'd forgotten about it myself until you said it, because again, just work, running around and work, and your mind just goes blank.
Yeah, I know the feeling. It's the end of year for us, so of course, sales is pushing for everything. Wow, Vinny. I know I've said it before, we should be paying you guys, right? Isn't that what it is? I was going to say, Dave's trying to type something. Let's see how well this goes. Oh, ouch, Paul. Paul's feeling gypped, Dave. Obviously, he can't multitask. Earth to Dave. Come on, Dave. I know you can multitask.
Well, when I type that in, that screen minimizes to like the old blog TV size, because everything. So I'm just like, I see us, but it's.
Yeah, but you could have responded, because I know you can hear me. My voice doesn't change and go like way down.
I know that.
Anybody care to comment?
Yeah, it's literally
the Cro-Magnon man or the caveman trying to like hit the rock against the rock and get a spark. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's basically all it looks like. Yeah, so I had that in the brain for last week. I'm like, type it in or you're gonna forget it. I forgot right away. So
because my store continues to
play Christmas music, and the horrendous excuse is because the families that owns it basically is Catholic, and whatever Catholic, I don't know. It's like after into January, the 12 days of Christmas or whatever it is. So that's the reasoning and rationale for that. But if it was like churchy type songs, I'm okay with that. It's like the Alvin and the Chipmunk shit and the Dominic the Christmas Donkey and all this trash that people should be shot over because it's absolutely the worst garbage ever. The Hippopotamus for Christmas that's one that I hear that all the time, and people need 2x4s over the head because it's garbage.
So are you going traditional Christmas songs or Christmas songs in general?
Look at me in general. I there's traditional ones that I enjoy
more so than any of the new bullshit that is just a money grab. That's like the investors coming in. People are pandering to them.
So if I had to guess, or if I had to provide some of mine are not traditional. Gonna have to go with the Grinch because I am the mean one, and I can be a Grinch during this time. And I've alluded to reasons as to why. Grandmother got ran over by a reindeer is also by far one of my favorites. Can't go wrong with Adam Sandler's Hanukkah song. I like the original. The second one's okay, but the original. And a more recent one, and I don't know if I've ever mentioned this. One of my favorite comedians is Jeff Dunham. I love him. My wife loves him. My kid loves him. Is Jingle Bombs, which is one that Ahmed did in one of the Christmas specials. So I'm really not a traditional Christmas song person. It drives me nuts, to be brutally honest. So I stick to the non-traditional ones, I guess. I can listen to them, but, you know, it's small doses.
Yeah, most of mine are. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind if the Santa or Grandma got run over by a reindeer comes on. There's stuff from like the Muppet Family Christmas that isn't like traditional, or it's traditional, but it's not like. And again, this is like the only time I love churchy stuff. Is those, and again, we've said it before, nostalgia, and it brings you back to good times or whatever, memories. But like the Hallelujah song, that one, I don't know how many years ago, Jordan Smith was on The Voice, a bigger dude, glasses. He sang that, and Trista had a poll or a pool for work. And I said, pick him. He's winning it. After hearing that song, I'm like, there's no fucking way he will lose at all, ever. And he won, thankfully. And like the Heart of the Rainbow thing, I love that. I mean, but when I say sung, I don't want it sung by like who am I thinking of? The comedian from the late 80s. Andrew Dice Clay. I don't want his like Christmas album with that. I don't need bada bing, bada boom, hey. Like Santa's coming down your chimney, night lady. Ooh. It's like, yeah, nobody wants to hear the special remixes. I think
the end is near.
Yeah.
But she's not here. She's not commenting. Yeah. But then again, if you have it on in the living room and she's watching, hi, better half. And just FYI for the record, it's bad luck to take your tree down before New Year's.
Oh,
my wife has already started taking down all the other Christmas stuff, but the tree is supposed to stay up till New Year's. It's no different. It's not supposed to go up until Thanksgiving. My wife put it up early this year because she had the time. She forgot her password. There's a thing called forgot password, and you can reset it. Just saying.
Come on, Joe. You pick the same password for everything.
No, I have multiples. I have to have stuff
I can't. Right?
On a file.
I lose. I'm like, oh, what's this one? And then I've got to go through about 4 or 5 that I've used over like 20 years and hope that it's one of those.
Well, because for work, I mean, mine changes every 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, because of added extra security in, you know, the online space these days, it's not uncommon for you to have to change it every 6 months or whatever, though, too. So there's a few of them that I have like in a spreadsheet because a lot of them are the same to a certain degree, but there's different iterations to them though too, and sometimes I don't always remember them.
I think what else?
Christmas wise, I mean, there's like Silent Night. The ones I dislike greatly are like Rudolph, Frosty the Snowman.
Don't knock the still animation of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. You can hate the song all you want, but do not knock on the show.
I didn't say anything about the show.
Because I'll be going to Minnesota, and you and me are going to like come to blows. I still watch Frosty and Rudolph every year when it comes on.
Even like as a kid, you'd watch that because I think CBS would have them. ABC would have the Charlie Brown one. NBC would have the It's a Wonderful Life.
Which pisses me off. Charlie Brown was only freaking being you could only get it via string on Apple or Disney. One of them. Mm-hmm. They pulled it off, so you couldn't watch it on TV unless you had one of the streaming services. It pissed me off because that was another one that I always watched.
And that was,
I watched them, and then the Grinch. I was like, Charlie Brown was always the favorite until the Muppets one came on. That Muppet Family Christmas, where I photoshopped my face or got my face somehow in there. That is such a great. If nobody's ever seen it, or if you haven't, it's worth 47 minutes of your time. If you watch this, it's worth a fraction of that. And it's on YouTube too. You just look up Muppet Family Christmas and look, 47, 48 minutes. Look.
I think I've watched it
4 or 5 times in the last month. And I've got the DVD, the original. I've got the original VHS. I still watch it because it's great. But song-wise, I love Josh Groban's voice. So when he sings anything Christmassy, especially like the religious jive, I'm in on that because Trista likes Michael Bublé, but I don't as much because he's more over the top. And if it's just like a straight-laced, good voice, great voice version, I'm in on that. When it's like, it's not as bad as like a Dean Martin, the ba-ba-ba-da-doo, ba-da-ba-doo. You're not going that over the top. It takes away from, I just want to hear a nice song. I don't want to hear your interpretation and then added. I don't need to hear DJ Khaled screaming remix, all that crap. I'm just sing the fucking song the way it was written, not because you had a couple too many martinis and you don't know, you're not reading the music right.
There's a few songs out there that don't need to be over the top or remixed, or it's no different than the national anthem.
Mm-hmm.
Or the Star Spangled Banner. The national anthem is one in which I still have an issue with people putting their own spin on some of them. There are some in which, I'll give them credit, is not horrendous.
Mm-hmm.
But, to a certain degree, that's a song that's meant to be sang a certain way. It's no different than, some of your Christmas songs. I'm not a fan of Groban by any stretch of the imagination. That's not my cup of tea. But I could listen to him. I agree. He's got one of those voices that you really don't mind listening to, whether or not you like that kind of music or not.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes people have a tendency to go way over the top on some of that stuff, and it takes away from it.
What's his name? I know that Burl Ives.
Have a Holly Jolly Christmas.
That's probably my favorite religious one because it's, again, a very nice voice, some baritone in there. It's It's just soothing. It's not screechy and oh, look at me, look at me. I'm gonna just like butcher it Roseanne Barr style. It's like no, you're just singing the lyrics.
I would have been meant to be sung.
Yeah, that was an abomination when she did that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
She would have done that like
In this day and age, you would have had bottles thrown at her and I'm sure cell phones, and she was.
Why would they even ask in the first place? Of all people, why would anybody even bother to ask? That's what I don't understand. And I'm willing to bet whoever set that up was fired and blacklisted from any sports organization ever.
yeah.
Again, that would be like an Andrew Dice Clay, like sing the Lord's Prayer or something out there. Let's go to the NASCAR. We got the invocation by the Reverend Andrew Dice Clay. Jesus, what you gonna do? Don't let any of these people die, eh? It's like
No,
Yeah. Some people don't obviously think, so to speak.
it's kind of worse over the years. I mean, everything's more magnified now with the intelligence levels.
Much agreed. Oh, who do we have? Oh, we've got Carlos and Ty.
What's up?
What's going on, guys?
Not too much. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing good. Doing good. Did you recover okay from the 5-hour and 58-minute podcast on Sunday?
No, I think that was a YouTube glitch, actually, Steve. We only got offline about 10 minutes ago. So I already had the equipment already plugged in. We just kept going. I changed shirts, and we're good to go.
Bullshit. What?
Bobby and I actually kept talking for another hour and a half after that. We could have gone to 7.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not uncommon, though. I mean, you always say after you guys end up doing the shows or whatever, you kind of stay on a little bit afterwards, though, too.
Well, Bobby's got a lot of things to say, and some of the stuff he knows he can't say when it's being recorded. So I'm like, all right. It's like, what do you want to talk about, Bobby? And that's where you get the fun stuff. We'll never make the air, but no, he has opinions.
Don't we all?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It tells you something when the amount of opinions that do actually make air. It's like, no, the opinions that don't make air. That's really interesting.
Fair statement. Fair statement.
Yeah.
So Ty actually has a product to break. Was that 2011? Ty?
2014 Topps Finest. And Dave, you know what can be pulled out of here? A Jason Jordan Amaro. Yep.
But if you pull that, I don't think you'll be too happy.
Yeah, the 101 was already pulled, so.
As I say, there's.
I guess I'll get into it.
Yeah, when I saw.
Who's the cover athlete on it? I couldn't really make it out. Who's the cover athlete on the box?
Oh, Blake Bortles.
So then next year we'll be getting the other Jacksonville Jaguars quarterback. Now that the Jets managed to do the only way you can win and still lose.
Yeah.
Right.
I love it. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, good luck, Ty.
Last week, my dad tells me all that has to happen is if the Jets win and the Bengals win, I win. He wins $7,800, and I'm like, the Jets and the Bengals, and the Jets played the Browns and the Bengals played the Texans, and lo and behold, he won them. So that was pretty crazy. But
a nice post-Christmas gift.
Good luck.
CJ Spiller.
So, Carlos, I do have to ask, though, did you bring cards to show?
I've got a couple here. They came in the mail today.
For year in review?
I've got these ones didn't actually make it onto the video, but it's still 2020, so these will count.
Okay, good.
I can meet that criteria. That's no problem.
Perfect.
Logan.
Sorry, Ty, go ahead.
Refractor. Oh, Logan Thomas refractor, right?
He's doing well now.
You know them all, Dave. I mean, Paul Richardson.
Yeah. As you can imagine, Steve, I couldn't trust the postal service, so I had to put a cutoff on the video. I go, if I'm going to do this here, pick a video, I can't trust that I'm going to get any mail this week necessarily. I had to make a cutoff.
Jordan Matthews die cut for the Eagles.
Nice. It's a good looking cards.
I just felt like getting some Topps product football. So, and actually, I got a couple boxes coming, but I didn't want to. You know, the boxes nowadays, what are they? $350 something stupid. So I was like, hey, get something cheap and Topps.
But I made that suggestion to somebody. They say, "Oh, I love ripping wax." Great, go back a couple of years.
Yeah,
just go get something from a couple of years ago. You can have some fun stuff, have some fun. It'll be cheaper. Enjoy yourself. You don't need to buy this year's stuff. It's too expensive.
Well, here's a Tom Brady. It's not a refractor, but anyhow. Odell Beckham. This is nice. Number to 75. Kind of goldish. I don't know.
Yeah, rookie year.
You know, it is. Yeah, rookie card. And that's LSU, right? LSU Tigers, baby. I'm wearing the black and gold to the Super Bowl. Back in 2010, they won the Super Bowl. This shirt's 10 years old. I can't believe. Man, I'm getting old. But yeah, how crazy is this? I wonder if this ever happened. Oh, snap! Yeah. Now we're talking.
Oh my God, Blake Bortles Atomic Refractor. He did it.
Derek Carr, rookie card, autograph, number to 25.
That's nice.
It works.
Yeah, man.
That's nice.
That's a
Derek Carr.
Anything else you could pull out of that class? There's a lot of crap. So to pull a car and that's top notch.
I was going to say that's one of your better ones that you can still pull. That's worth a damn.
Man. Trey Mason.
Yeah, when I saw the 5-hour 58 mark, I couldn't believe that. I'm like, it was like 2.5. I think I ducked out.
Yep.
Because of meats, it's like, oh God.
Oh no! If it had been just me and a meat at like 2.5 or 2, I would have just cut it off. There was no way he was getting. He hung around for about 3 hours and then gave up. And I was like, yeah. But then as soon as Bobby came on, I was like, well, Bobby likes to talk. And then Mike came on, which is surprising to me. This is the first time he'd come on the channel. I was like, okay, well, Mike is here and he wants to talk. I'm like, okay. As soon as we got close to Carmen's, I was like, all right, go through it, guys. Okay.
Autograph patch. Trey Mason. Rookie card.
2014, they still did mini boxes, though, didn't they? So you got 2 mini boxes?
Yeah, 2 mini boxes. I got the first one, and it says 1 autograph patch card or 1 jumbo auto relic card per mini box. But I already pulled 2 autos in 1 mini box.
I want to say all those like on-card ones are bonus ones.
Because there's a bunch of like, because I don't think Amaro's got them, but there's some other top rookies that were in there. So getting a car,
yeah,
and a 25. If nothing else, you can sell it to Vegas Dave because he's all about
yeah, tell him $1,500.
Yeah.
Well, $1,500. Yeah, like I put a picture of this, and somebody goes, "Oh, I wanted a PC," and I said, "Okay, $1,500. I'm a charlatan now, right?" Josh Allen, 1.
Well, yeah, his
card.
stuff. If they can, I don't even know what Super Bowl draft this year, but they can make it.
I don't think it's even necessary. I think if they win around, like being this good and winning around, the people in Buffalo will rally around some of his car. There'll be thousands of Josh Allen PC. Like, we must have all the Josh Allens. That's all it would take, man. That's all it would take.
That kid's good, man.
He's shown a lot of good things. I like him. I'm sitting
Eddie
on one Prism
Lacy
rookie. It's the only good card I pulled from that box.
Nothing wrong with that, though,
Yeah.
Carlos.
For now, it works,
I wanted
so
to
it's-
get one, and it just kept going up and up and up and up. And I was like, if I don't get it today, I'll never get it. Like, it's just going to go where I can't touch it.
It is now, yeah. You can see it.
I don't know if you PC'd this guy, Dave Austin, Savary Jenkins, got the hash.
Safarius Jenkins.
I had it one time.
Is he a player that has a pulse? Then Dave PCs him. Also, if he had a pulse at one time, it still counts.
Jimmy Graham's still playing, Saints uniform. But, yeah, I'll never forget this as long as I live. So I like the Yankees and I like the Saints. Back in November 2009, the Yankees win the World Series. 3 months later, the Saints win the Super Bowl. It's like, I was like, man, am I in a dream or something? Devon Adams, die cut.
That's rookie year too. So
Vontae, nice.
Yeah,
Rookie year, yeah.
that kid's a stud.
Let's see. I'm almost like 3-pack, 4-packs. I got a handful of cards to show, and that's.
yeah, it was,
Alfred Morris. Nah, it's not a rookie card, but I thought he was going to play longer than he did. But
he's still playing.
He lived 2 miles up the road from me.
Jeremy Hill.
Oh, the better half has shown up. Everybody look out. Benny's better half has shown up.
I was down by 44 in fantasy football because we have up on transactions, so we only have 20 transactions. Of course, my team started off 1-5. I had won 7 of 8, I think. 8 of 9. Whatever it was. Josh Allen, I couldn't pick up any receivers because they were out and I'm capped out. Down by 44 last night. I lost by 2 points. He got me 42 points. And I'm just like,
It's almost worse though, because he did about as well as he could have done, and it was almost enough, but not quite.
But for me, it wasn't for the championship because we just did straight through the week 16.
Okay.
So I was like, whatever. I mean, if it was for the championship, I'd be a little more crestfallen. But I'm like, I was down by a ton, and that was because I had to play either McLaurin or Keenan Allen, and they were both out. And then Brandon Ayuk went out right away. So it's like, well, okay, now what do I do? There's nobody. I'm like, Josh Allen had to have a good second best game of his life, and he did. So I'm like, well, I was glad as a
Matthews autograph rookie card, and then the same pack.
That kid had potential too.
Blake Bortles rookie card, and in the same pack, Allen Robinson Jags rookie card.
Yeah, who at that time would have thought Robinson 6 years later be like 10 times more valuable than Bortles at least, because he's had a hell of a year too.
Oh man, Clowney, X-Fractor rookie card.
Nice.
So, and Devontae Adams. Rookie
Okay, so the regular version
So,
is nice.
and then I don't know. I picked up some Gridiron Gear 3-color patch. This is actually Don Ross made in the USA. It's his Chargers, the Drew Brees. I got a player. It says, let's see, player worn, personally worn by Calvin Johnson in an official NFL game to 25.
Absolute patches.
Yeah, love those.
Such a great set.
My first baseball card, 1987 Topps, and it says 1986 All-Star Game. Went to my first card show in Fort Pierce, Florida. So I would be 8 years old. And that thing was huge. And I just remember, like, if you were buying a vintage card for $100, you were just like at the end of the road. Like, only crazy people spend $100 on vintage. I mean, I don't know. But Adrian Peterson in the Saints, did he have a cup of coffee? More like a sip of coffee. Autograph, all on sticker. Number
for his
10.
For his auto is a miracle.
Oh, all on sticker. Yeah, I think you got one all on sticker, don't you, Dave?
Yeah, I got like a mirror gold, I think, from 11 or 10.
Future Hall of Famer.
That's one of those
he
rare
started in
situations
one
where
game.
a game worn jersey might have been worn about as much as a photo shoot.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how long did that last? It's like, actually, the photo shoot, he wore it longer. You might want to take the photo shoot one.
He started one game.
Yeah, I know.
And then my big bopper, Derek Jeter.
Okay.
So,
who else is that?
Yeah, I can't make out the other one.
Kyle Green. He had one good year, I think, or one okay year. So
I think the old Padres like first overall pick.
He's in a San Diego, Padres. I looked it up and it was like he had one okay, but so
nothing wrong with the Jeter auto though either.
No.
Yeah.
What's going on, Reed?
That's all on sticker too. So.
Yeah, his auto, he was pretty nice. I mean,
I was going to say Jeter did pretty well.
Yeah, a lot of those guys, like a Rodman, if you look at some of his sticker stuff, it's just literally like earthquakes happening at the same time he's signing.
Well, TD's got a lot of off sticker ones, unfortunately. But, it's one of those in which, from a player collector perspective, you pick them up.
Yeah.
Anything else, Ty, or is that?
Yeah, that's it. I don't know. Let's see. I'm looking at my notes. Right, got my notes. No, I guess it's two stories I told before, but some people may have heard it, some people haven't. Back in 2004, 2005, because I just got out of the Navy. I don't know. This might be on my second YouTube video, but I was broker than broke. I mean, just got out of the Navy, looking for a job, whatnot, and like I was like, okay, I have enough money for my bills, okay, for water bill, rent, electricity, groceries. I don't know where that's going to come from, but it was bad off. I don't know what I was thinking, but I bought the SP Legendary Cut sealed box, and off of eBay, some random person on eBay, and I pulled the Eddie Collins. Only 6 of them were made cut autograph. I didn't know what I had. Sold it on eBay. Didn't have a camera, and it sold for $1,400. That's on the White Sox. No, Black Sox. White. Yeah, it's Black Sox.
It's the White Sox.
Black Sox is a
It's
very
the White
different
Sox.
context. That's a very different year.
Yeah.
It was.
And
It was. But that's the reason why it sold for what it did, is because the fact of that whole situation between Shoeless Joe Jackson and that entire team, and not having a whole lot of autographs.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people, you know, whether it be, I can't say Hall of Fame because they would never make it, but that's a big thing from the baseball era that, you know, that doesn't happen. So it was kind of like that dark era of the sport, so to speak. And the fact that they actually made cards of those individuals, that was a risk that they took, but yet there's also a cult following just because of the people on that team.
Yeah. It's one of the fun parts though about baseball in that era, though, when you go to the history of it, is that it's you know, it's thought of that way, Steve. It's the dark era of the sport. They go, yeah, for a bunch of players were betting on games for like the first 45 years of the sport. And
they just got caught.
It's like, you idiots got caught. The rest of us were doing it the smart way.
No, and I agree, and that's the thing. It's, you know, Shoeless Joe Jackson, you know, it's one of those in which that guy was a man among boys from a skill set perspective. It just, and if I'm not mistaken though, he never got caught. He just was associated with the whole aspect. Was he not?
He was a borderline thing where like there was likely overtures made to him. So like they know that there were offers made. And it's possible he took the money not fully understanding what he was basically agreeing to. So because he wasn't a highly educated guy. He was basically just a player. So for him, he's like, okay, what's this money for? Something to that effect. And as soon as you do that, as soon as you've touched it, you got you were within vicinity of the money. Mm-hmm. It's a bad optic. It's a bad look. So then it's really hard to separate it. Like, no, I didn't do it, because statistically, a lot of the players that were taken down with it, you go and look at what they actually did in the series. They played pretty good for a team that was trying to lose. So Shoeless Joe Jackson had, I think he hit like 330 or 340 in the series, something like that. It's like, if you're trying to lose, imagine if you're trying to win. How much better you were planning on playing.
Yep.
Yeah, and the guy they brought in, Kenesaw Mountain Landis, he was intent on making an absolute. He was gonna teach everybody a lesson, because they gave him basically godlike power in that instance. The commissioner of baseball today does not have that kind of power. For that moment in time, Kenesaw Mountain Landis could overrule owners for a little while. Today's commissioner is an employee of the owners. Mm-hmm. He is at their behest.
Well, yeah, because they pretty much pay his paycheck.
They literally they choose who the commissioner is, so they get the hire, they get the fire, and their money comes from the owners. So it's like, no, you are our employee. You are a representative. So if people don't like you, that's great. You take all the heat, and we, the owners, are the actual power behind the crown. Your job is to sit there and look like you actually make decisions. Yep. But he gets paid good money for it, so you can't knock it. Like, you take the job, but you take the flack with the job.
Mm-hmm. You're not going to be able to probably see this, but no, there's no way. But Shaq signed this, and he was he came down to Belle Chase High School, and it had to have been like his rookie year or something. So he went to LSU, and then like hour and a half south of that is Belle Chase, where I went to high school. He went there, and this thing, it was insane. Like, it was like 200 or 300 kids just with a bunch of randomness. I mean, pictures, or I don't even know where we got this. But there was no order to it. It was just 300 kids, Shaq's in the middle, no one's around him, no bodyguards, and he's just signing autographs. And it was I don't know. It was insane. And like people just got their autographs and then they left. And then eventually he got through them all. But it was like, that's back when Shaq didn't have bodyguards and there was no line or nothing. It was just a big mob of kids and he's in the middle.
My, how things have changed these days.
Yeah, big free for all. Then that you try that now, and you'll have like the men in black be stepping between and doing the pressure points on your neck, and you'll be like, "Can you?" And that'll be it. And you'll wake up and just be like looking around, and the guy from Fractured Fairy Tales and Rocky and Bullwinkle will be sweeping up next to you or whatever. And it's just like little different now.
The thing is, even if he wanted to try to pull a stunt like that off, and let's say security decided to be somewhat nice, he'd get almost as many selfie requests as autograph requests.
Mm-hmm.
So he'd be spending half his time taking selfies because people want it for the gram, as opposed to people wanting autograph. Oh, do you want me to sign anything? No. Can you take a selfie?
Yeah, that's
the selfie's almost like worth more to them than the actual autograph. It's like, well, I don't collect cards, I don't have this, but let's take a selfie. I'll add it to my picture profile. Plus, he's on TV now, so at least he stayed relevant even past his basketball playing days because they can watch him on TNT, and he's there and he's doing his thing. So,
well, and he's a part owner in Papa John's and a few other things. He's done well for himself, after sports. Unlike others that blow through tens of millions of dollars because it's like they automatically think that their career is going to last forever, and they don't bother to do anything with it.
Yeah.
He tried rapping.
There was an attempt made, yes.
But I'm sure he made a crap ton of money doing that though, yes. Just because of name recognition. Yeah. Didn't matter if it was worth a damn. Movies.
Stacking Foo Chickens or something like that. So the little MC off to his side or whatever, and it's just like, oh, yeah, it was not worth listening to. But again, you see Shaq doing here, like I've said for Josh Johnson, like whatever he's on, I'd buy. You had how many Shaq fans? I'm sure if Shaq was hawking tampons or whatever, they would have bought them because Shaq is on there. I'm gonna buy it. But Shaq's picture's on there.
So what you're saying is we need a straight to DVD Steel sequel with Shaq co-starring Josh Johnson, and then you would have to buy it.
I wouldn't have to. I would buy it.
You'd be like, I would have done this without him. Oh my God.
You'll see one person standing in line outside like a Best Buy. Sir, what are you standing out here for? There's no like PS7 or Xbox 820 or 840. What do you the second Steel DVD? Josh Johnson, Jack, just let me in, please.
If you get Steven Seagal in there, I'll pre-order for you, Dave. You get Steven Seagal. I'll order one for me. I'll order one for Steve. I'll order one for you. We need that in our lives.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
It doesn't have to make any sense. It's just that we need it in our lives at that point.
You'd hope Dorf would be in there somehow.
Sure. Why not? Whatever.
Of course, I get him to sign it with a black marker on a black jersey.
You can sort of see, a squiggle between his arm and the jersey. You can see a squiggle.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah,
I can see
it. You can make out some of it. You can make out there's definitely something written on there.
My dad's like, here, take this. I think he's going to be good. He might be good.
Well, that and back then, I don't remember there being like the gold, the silver, a bronze, the sparkly Sharpies, and then you had you might have had maybe a red, maybe the green, but I mean, it is now where chartreuse and burnt orange. And,
well, they had paint pens though too, so I mean,
yeah, the paint pen probably would have been the choice there, for that kind of thing. But a lot of people weren't thinking about it in those days because, so around the time this team was doing this thing and they were winning championships in the early '90s. Pat Borders, pick another obscure baseball player. Pat Borders was the MVP of the '92 World Series. So around Canada, around these parts, he was a big deal for being MVP of the World Series. And he did a signing, and my dad went to go get a baseball signed. I still have it. But back then, they weren't thinking. So he signed it in Sharpie. And the problem is Sharpie on a cheap, made in China baseball with the cheapest leather you can find over the past 27 years. The thing is, at this point, if you really squint, you can sort of see that Pat Borders signed it at one point. If you really squint hard, because it fades right into the leather and basically vanishes. Doesn't matter what you do to it. If you sign it with a ballpoint pen, though, it would still be good to this day.
Hey, Dave, I think Matt's waiting to get in. Because I know we can have up to, what, 6? There he is.
What's going on?
What's going on, Matt?
Oh, Carlos is here. I need to get out of here. Never mind.
You already had your chance. Get out.
No, I just wasn't sure how big of a dick you were going to be today, so
I go for maximum. It's like, don't you have a 47 part? Don't you have like part 47 of your series? Aren't you recording that now while you're recording this? Shouldn't you be looking at multiple windows?
No, I got too busy listening to you talk the entire time to finish my series. So sorry, I got distracted.
That's at least worthy time used.
Okay,
it's only 6 hours. Come on.
You're right. It wasn't even half a day, man.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Wait until I do the extended version, the director's cut.
Oh,
you will see something.
Now that I was gonna buy the new Steel sequel, but now that you're mentioning that, I should just get that instead.
If we can get that 2-pack, man, we'll make some bank.
Oh, there
you go.
$5.99 special at Walmart, right?
Bro, absolutely.
No, it's the bargain bin, $2.99. Get it right.
Oh snap! That's funny.
As long as I get my share of the $2.99, I don't care. That'll be the most money this YouTube channel's made ever.
There you go, dude. As long as I can get a signed copy, man.
There you go.
It'll cost you $599.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, Carlos's autograph. You know, it's rare, beyond rare.
Well, I priced it according to Amit's fees because he's going for at least $10.99. So I figure if I charge about half, it'll look like a bargain by comparison.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He's gone all out for it. Like he's got in his head now. He's YouTube famous. He's like $1,000 per signature. I'm like, well, if I charge $500, it'll seem like a bargain compared to that guy. That'll be all right.
Did you guys have a nice holiday?
Yeah. Different, but nice.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to ask Matt, since you decided to join this craziness, and since this is the year-end in review, going to ask you the same question that I asked Carlos. Any cards to show?
Did he already show off? I saw the.
He has not.
No,
he has not. No. Ty showed off his stuff. He opened his 2014 finest box. That card was nice. Derek Carr auto numbered to 25. Nice.
For the time period, it's a pretty good. It's a pretty good pull for that box.
Yeah, nice. Very nice.
Yep.
It's crazy to think all those cards are still sitting in boxes still, isn't it? Man. I mean, I got a few, but I mean, I don't want to trump anybody. I was enjoying the.
You're not trumping anybody. It's one of those in which I know Dave reached out to a few people, and I want to ensure that if people come to the table with some of their stuff from a year-end review perspective that they want to share, they get that opportunity.
Yeah, that's stuff to do, man. That's what a year for everybody, man. Shoot.
Yep.
I mean,
and Matt.
Oh, go ahead.
But before you go any further, when you were on, whenever it was, my days are running together these days. As I had alluded to, I did come to the table with my top few for the year, but I am still planning on doing the video. Okay. So I promised to you that I would do that because I know you had mentioned that your dad would want to see it. So I will still make sure I get that done, and people are already popping off fireworks.
Jeez. Well, I was going to say, Carlos, that's got to be tough for you, man, because like the last patches you've shown would be good enough for most people's collections in a year. You know what I mean? Like,
I literally was. I said I was going to do a top 25 because I was like, all right, I want to limit this thing. And then I started watching through the videos, and I'm like, okay, well, I could grab a card from this. After about the 12th video where I could have grabbed 3 or 4 cards from each, I'm like, damn it. I'm not doing a top 100. I don't care. Not happening. I don't have that kind of time. And I make 6-hour live streams. I don't have that kind of time.
That's right.
Hell no. Hell no.
Are you going to break it up like Dave? I was thinking you do the same thing because you've got ridiculous amounts of cool stuff. I think like breaking it into chunks. Like I did Tebow, and then I'm gonna do like non-Tebow. Like
I did one video. I did a top 25. I picked my top 25 favorites, and then I picked 10 that were non-Medano for other stuff I picked up, and I'm like, that's it. We're doing one video.
Really?
28 minutes. Very succinct and to the point comparatively.
That's true.
That's the best I can do. That I wanted to keep it under 30 minutes. I'm like, we're done.
Those are the best to have on though, like on the TV in the background while you're doing other things, and like look up and see the card and like, oh, you know, that's hear you talk about it.
Yeah,
that's
and
cool.
I used the phone. I kept it because the camera on these phones are really good because I used the iPhone because it records 4K. So I'm like, okay, so I can actually take a pretty good shot of this and put it under a good light, and if it's got some shine, I can move it around and actually show that off.
Yeah.
Good. There you go. You get a high res. If you got 4K, enjoy.
It's cool too because they pick up the texture of the patches. You know, like when you're showing some jerseys, if you like rotate it a bit, you can see some of the threads and stuff in here. It's crazy how far the cameras have come in like 4 years now since we all started recording stuff. I mean,
Dave and I were talking about that though. I said that it's like if somebody's thinking about doing YouTube, it's like, well, now if you have a phone, a newish phone, you're good to go.
Yeah.
You don't need a fancy camera. I like cameras, so I'll get a camera just because I enjoy it. Again, that's why Matt, the $299 from the DVD double feature is going to be critical. That's the only way I'm going to pay off this camera in less than 46 years.
That's a good point.
So I need my $299, damn it.
So it's going to a good cause.
Absolutely. I'll break even by like 2045, 2046.
I mean, it's not about the hair. It's about the tortoise, right? Like get there slow and steady. So.
If you're in this genre, you don't have a choice.
Yeah,
it's about the dead tortoise at this stage. It's not moving.
Okay. Being drug along.
Yeah, exactly.
Good point. Jeez.
No, at some point, the Brodeur will be a top 25. I want a Abreu could be just a top 10. I'd still be very strong with that.
Yeah.
Johnson. I don't know, him and maybe Derek Lee would fit in as like a top 10. Because again, I picked up Johnson stuff, but it hasn't been. I've got 3 I've got with me, and I want to say I've gotten a few others, but there again, I've picked up. It never fails to happen. Picked up so much stuff, you lose track of everything you pick up.
That's why I joked about the whole going back to the tapes. It's like there was stuff. It's like I got that this year. That was this year, and I was like, and that was this year, and I was like, crap. I basically gave up around March. And I'm like, all right, screw this.
I went through my purchase history. That's how I was able to figure out.
I was just like, no.
I did the same too. I went to the phone and went back to January of this year, and I was like, wow, I got that then. I had the same reaction that Carlos had. I'm like, wait, I did not get that this year because this year seemed really long. You know, I think we've all been through that. You go back and you look and you're like, wait, did I really buy that in March or February? It's crazy. Yeah.
Well, it seems like 3 different years. You've got pre-COVID, which was just 2.5-ish months. Then you had COVID, like up here it was sort of, I don't know what's going to happen. We didn't have to wear the masks really until the end of July. And then you had like that COVID going on for basically the better half, like the last third of the year.
Right.
So I'm going back. I'm like, okay, I was on Facebook. I got off Facebook at the beginning of April. So I've got to go back from January to like the beginning of April and see what I picked up in the groups there. Because again, that's always a hodgepodge of nothingness. That just whatever struck my fancy. Then hockey, it's easy because pretty much every hockey card's been since March. And then Josh Johnson's just, and I never remember because they come up so sporadically. But Abreu I know because the one dude out in Pennsylvania has just been unloading his collection the whole year, and I've been able to, if I want to spend more, I could have gotten more, but the stuff I've got, that's the stuff I was willing to spend a lot on, and I was happy to get all that stuff. So, yeah, there at some point, it's probably going to be at least 4 videos, because then I can lump all the other hockey guys, non-Brodeur, into like a top 25 and still have strength from, even if I just say, hey, it's the top 25, no order at all, no ranking system. These are the 25 cards I really like of Sakic, Waugh, Forsberg, and everyone else. Here's my top 25 Brodeurs, which I probably could do a top 50, but with how much I've picked up of him. But yeah, it's
don't do it. It's a rabbit hole from which there is no return. Just don't do it.
Yeah.
Well, again, you just the stuff I've got that I set aside. I showed Steve it. Just and that's a minimal amount of the acquisitions of the year.
I'm just happy to see him organized. Sorry, Steve. I'm just happy to see Dave have something in an organized box.
I pulled 18 cards, and I could have pulled more. You know, it was one of those. This was a quality over quantity year, just because, you know, as I mentioned on your podcast on Sunday, though, Carlos, one of the interesting things of 2020 is 90 stuff coming out of the woodworks, and, you know, stuff that we hadn't seen in years. And, you know, although from a hockey perspective, there's more of a market for a lot of the 90 stuff as it pertains to higher prices than on the football market. But even then, you know, cards that you've seen in years prior, you know, 5-6 years and further back, are selling for, you know, 10 times what they did back in those days, just because for whatever reason. It's that hindsight. You didn't pick them up then. You're paying somewhat current market prices because of where the hobby is.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So I stuck to 18. Like I said, I could have pulled more. And, you know, as I started pulling stuff out, I'm like, yeah, I probably should have pulled that one out. Yeah, I probably should have pulled that one out. But, you know, at the same time, you get to the point, unlike Dave, you know, with his 75 cards or whatever that he's got, give or take. We could do a whole podcast, especially with, you know, the individuals that are here, and we could spend 6 hours showing cards of everything that was picked up in 2020.
But that was basically the point I made earlier, because I was running that number, and it turned out it was the one card that came in for that collection was number 1700 unique. And then I went back and looked, okay, where did I start in the year? That's the only part where, like, doing the videos is good, because in there I would put the number so that I could go back and be like, okay, so what the heck was I doing in January? I went in January, it was like 1100. And now it is 1700. And that is this year. Just
and that
collection.
But that doesn't include the ComC order, though, either.
It does not. There's another 150 that are sitting over in ComC now that I haven't ordered, that I haven't come in, that will happen in January. So magically it'll jump to 1850 or so.
So in essence, if you would have gotten that, though, I mean, 750 cards for one collection with
in 1 year.
Some very nice stuff from the 90s.
Quality and quantity and rarity and whatever else you want.
Yeah, you nailed them all this year, and that's an understatement.
Yeah, it was really interesting talking to him when I was on there last time, just about that perspective of having a collection that big. And, you know, I teased Carlos for not being excited as much of these cards that most of us.
It's no longer possible.
But that's exactly what you're saying. So it's like the number chasing 2,000 and then 2,500 and 3,000. That must be exciting, though, in a sense, to know that you're kind of approaching a goal or a milestone. Right, rather than like, look at this card right here.
The journey is more fun than the individual cards, because the individual cards, at a certain point, it's like, okay, well, once you have a one of one, the first time you get a one of one, like, it stands out, it's in your brain, oh man, this is, and the first time you get a certain category, whatever, and there was one bridge left to cross, and technically I already crossed it at the very end of this year, and in January it'll come in, and then, like, at that point you got one of everything. And once you've got one of everything, then it's just like, well, now you got two of everything, or five.
Right.
So it's not the same. It's never the same as the first one that comes in. It's like, oh my God, this is it, and then it continues from there. Then it's the journey. Then it's like you're just climbing that mountain and going like, okay, what's the next spot where I'm going to set up camp for a little while and check out? Okay, this is kind of cool, and then you move on to the next thing.
Yeah, that's the one thing I actually regret not doing in my journey, so to speak, is, you know, actually tracking counts per year, so to speak. I mean, I think it was because of the one collection, and I still don't think I'm going to get Germany in, unfortunately. It'd be nice if it still gets here before, the first of the year.
Mhm.
But I want to say 230, 220, 230 in that range this year alone, which, is still a pretty substantial number, considering most of it's been early stuff. It's not newer stuff. Because if that were the case, the number would have been a lot higher because of all the 2018, 2019, 2020 stuff that he's been in. So I'm going to change my philosophy or my dynamic a little bit more going into 2021 because of, Carlos. I'm not going to do it the same way you have because, keeping it track in the video, I mean, that's a cool touch. I mean, I really like that. But at least from a mental perspective, finding a way to track it on my spreadsheet to where I know this is how many I've actually added this year.
I took a different, so the video was one component of it that I kept that was really good for record keep, because I could go back to videos and figure out when I got whatever. But then the other thing is I stole an idea that I saw on a video from Nate, because he's got all those bonds cards. And he actually started keeping in a notebook like things. So I stole that part of the idea around mid-year. So around June, I started tracking that separately from it. Just how many cards, how many autographs, and how many memorabilia cards. So I went from June the 4th, and I just started filling in every single time I had a mail day. So I started at 1313 in June the 4th and ended up at 1700 by this point in the year. So that's about 400 cards just since June.
Very nice.
So it also tells me it's fun though to be able to go back and through the list and you can go, okay, you can see where the heck you started and kind of track where you've been, and you got a whole notebook. But you can do it on the spreadsheet. I just liked having a little old school, being able to jot it down.
I think it's fun to do these top whatever videos though, because even for you, Carlos, it's got to be nice to go back and take 30 seconds or so, or 5 minutes per card in your case, to enjoy. But you know what I mean, to sit back and be like, oh yeah, give me some time to appreciate the card itself, because like for you don't get a chance to do that as much. I don't know if Dave, I don't know when the last time you've looked at all your brochures. I mean, holy smokes. So it was fun to go back and do that with Tebow, just because it's like, man, I haven't looked at this card in a while. So it's fun to do those videos. I mean, Ty, I'm sure you'll agree too, right? It's nice to go back and rehash some of the stuff from, especially early in the year, that just gets thrown in a box for a while.
Yeah, I try to look through stuff. If for nothing else, if something pops up, I'm like, shit, do I have this or not? I need to. For most of the stuff that I've got, I know there might be something that's like, oh, I don't know, on like an artist proof in particular, something like that, where I'm like, okay, I know I've got the black ice of 95, 96 score, but do I have that 96, 97? I need to go in quick and check it out. And if I do purchase another one, for me, if I'm on the fence, I'm like, okay, I'll put a minimalist bid in there. I'll throw like $16 on one, or 20. Just be like, okay, if I win it, it's not the end of the world. I'm not going to put like a $70 bid on something and then, oh shit, I've got it. That's freaking nuts. So, like with the Y I told you about, that's the thing. I lost that one too. I put like a $65 bid and went for 66, and I don't know. I'm sure the guy went higher, but again, those are just. So now I've lost two, but that's fine. I mean, the price is coming down, I hope.
This is like the Steve Urkel thing. You're wearing them down. You're wearing them all down.
That's funny.
Eventually, they'll only be me. They'll just be me. $5. That's all you're getting.
But I've been able to pick up, and I've said it a multitude of times, it sucks having so many collections or like things tugging. Like, oh, I need money over here. I need money over there. But then if you lose something, you're like, shit, that's a big loss. Well, there's that, and there's those two over there. You look in the corner, there's 8 over there or something. It doesn't matter. It's the big ones sting if it's something you really, really, really have your heart set on. But if it's something that's like, there's 1,000 of them, there's 500, there's like 100 of them, whatever. You're like, okay, it sucks, but let's try to pick it up because, again, there's other stuff that'll be listed. It's not like that was the last Martin Birder ever to be listed. Good luck with whatever you go on to now. So,
Right. Well, it was like that. I was talking to Dave about this, Carlos. I think you know too, and you guys know the set, the '98 Zenith Z Gold, the base that came out.
Yep.
I mean, I've never been so okay with losing a card that I wanted so badly because, I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, A-Rod, I've seen this card a couple times. I already know what the market is for this card. $100, $120 should get the deal done. To see that Tebow go for over $200, I'm like, I guess I don't need it that bad, you know. And of course, here's Dave, Mr. Enabler. Bid that much, bid that much. I'm like, you're out of your effing mind. It just to bid that much for a card that's just going to go in the box that's out of 100. If it was out of 10, well then yeah, then or if it's the Holy Grail card, then yeah. But
well, I think what you're going to find, it's going to be interesting because we'll have to see. It's something I've been tracking for a long time. I don't know how many of those are actually out there.
Right.
I know it's out of 100. I know that's the print run, but you had to take them out of the 5x7. So there could be one sitting there with a base card of a regular guy that somebody's like, nope, my set is uncut. I'm not opening it. And it literally just sits there for eternity because it's never going to get pulled out.
Yep.
Because that, at this point, I'll be honest, I'll probably get almost all the Grail Medanos and I'll be sitting there looking for the Z Gold. That stupid thing will be like the last one. And I'll probably have to pay $1,000 for it. I will end up paying more for that than the Shield. There's a really good chance this is going to happen.
Should have listened. You should have told me that, Dave. You should have said what he just said, and I probably would have been like, okay, I'll sell this so I can buy it.
I was shocked. I was there when the set was pulled, and I was shocked how rare it's become.
Wow.
When I say bid strong, don't.
I mean, I bid 226.
I get my info intel from Steve, so the Cardboard Hockey Oracle says bid strong.
That's a legit source.
Yeah, you don't.
I mean, I bid super high on it, but I just was like, I can't go, and I think it went for like 230, 240. I mean, I was like, I can't do it, you know, because there was other stuff that was coming up, and that's always tough. You're trying to like decide.
Oh yeah, that's the worst. The pick and choose.
Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse.
Like
It is.
The red inks. That's another one I always tell people. You see it in football, if you're baseball. You have your red ink guy, get it. Because I've got, I think, three or four of the Johnson rip cards. I haven't ripped them. I don't know what could be in there, but I don't want to rip them either. But I've gotten 1 year, I don't know if it's 12 or 11, where he had I think 2 different years of red inks. I've got, I think, 6 of the red inks, 5 or 6 of them. Because every time one popped, I'm like, there's not going to be, I don't know if there's another chance to get one. I just want to get them all because they're cool. You know, people like me don't want to. I've seen sets out there of the full rip card set, fully unripped. So people are trying to put that together, and they're just keeping it. So, you know, you don't know how many plates are out there or whatever, how many of the wood ones, the one-of-ones, the red inks, whatever. The high number SPs are, I wouldn't say irrelevant, but I mean, there's enough of them floating around. You can pick them up. But at the same time, just like the Z Gold, the red ink, if you see one, even if it's like Carlos Beltran or Joey Cora or somebody of that nature,
If only. If only, yeah.
get them while you can, even if you're paying more, because just because it says 10 doesn't mean you're going to see all 10 pop up.
Yeah, it was one of those cases too. I mean, Carlos, you have your foot on the door on the baseball market, and I know Dave does too. But like when you see the Griffey sell for less than a Jocelyn Tebow, I start wondering like, okay, maybe less of the hockey stuff was ripped out of there, or for some reason this is more popular. I just couldn't wrap my head around the price tag of that card because it was just so like beyond where baseball was at the time, which doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't, but then you have to remember it's really, you said the magic words at the end. If in the baseball one they pulled the card and then cut the card and they pulled most of the Z Golds out, it's not necessarily all of a sudden, it's supply and demand. The rules haven't changed. The supply was out there. So you could be like, oh, but it's a Griffey. But yeah, but I saw 3 of them last year or 3 of them in the last couple of months. So there's a couple out there. That Jocelyn Tebow is like, well, it's just Jocelyn Tebow comparatively to other players. But it's like, yeah, but the last one was 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, but they're out of 100. Yeah, but the last one was 2.5 years ago. So then so you got the goalie collectors who are nuts. You got a Montreal Canadiens collectors potentially who are nuts. And then you got anybody else who wants to collect Jocelyn Thibault, and they're all sitting there. So when's the last time one of these came up? They try to find comps, and they can't because you have to go so far back to find something.
Yeah.
That's where you run into a problem.
I'm with you. You know, it's funny you mentioned that because I have one football card here, Steve. You won't believe it. You're talking about not selling for 10 years, and there's a football card of Phillip Rivers that I saw in college, and this is in 2010, 2011. I was like, I got to get one of those someday. I think the last one that sold on eBay was 7 years ago. But I've always loved the cards, and one finally popped up about a month ago, and it was only $30. So I was quite excited about that. But are you familiar with the SPX shadow boxes, the case hits that they do? I'm so happy to get this after waiting 10 years to get it. Just such a cool card. Didn't they do these in hockey too, Carlos? Right?
The shadow boxes? Yeah. Later on they did. They definitely have had sets called shadow boxes.
Anyway,
They've definitely done that for sure.
That's in the top pickups of the year, right? Sentimentally, I just love that card. Really cool.
Yeah, they're like 300.2 or some god-awful thickness.
This year they were a lot smaller. This is in a 180 and it fits fine. So, yeah.
Cool card, though.
Yeah, dude.
Cool design, cool concept.
Right. Talk about a connection from playing a video game.
I pulled a Gale Sayers shadow box.
Oh, nice. I want to see that. Is it the same year, Ty, or is it different? Uh-oh. Is he there? This is from 2010, by the way.
You're muted, Ty.
Take your phone off mute.
Oh. I don't know. Gosh, I moved. It might have been 2010. Some Upper Deck. That was crazy. That was actually pretty cool. That was in Monroe, Louisiana, and when I lived there, they had a group break at the local card shop, and I mean, you had every different kind of, walk of life. It was really cool because you got to get to know people locally, and I don't know. It was real cool. But anyhow, I pulled the case hit. Yeah, Gale Sayers. I traded it or sold it or something. I don't know. I got a madness to me. I probably sold it for a Drew Brees autograph, and then some product came out that I wanted to break, and I didn't have enough money, so I probably sold the Brees auto. I don't even want to get in.
Yeah, that's right.
It sucks when you enjoy breaking wax, when you have to make those sacrifices, so to speak. Crazy enough, though, for those who were around last week, I still haven't opened these. I still have them sitting here at my table. And wax used to never last, but I'm still, hoping to be able to open one with my kiddo. As I promised to Vinny, I said I would try. No promises. And on the flip side, I want to make sure I get a chance to open them live on camera, though, too. So I don't want to just open them and, hey, here's my recap. No, I want to actually take the time and actually open it on video. So
you also want it to last because it's not like you're getting a bunch more retail boxes right this minute. It's
no.
Yeah, it's going to take a while before that'll happen again.
Well, if it wasn't for Vinny, I wouldn't have these.
Exactly. It's a scarce commodity, so you got to milk the maximum effect out of it.
Just walk in there with your bat wrapped in barbed wire, and people will back up and give you space to grab a box or two.
I'm not holding my breath there.
Jeez.
But it's been hard. I'm not going to lie. It's been hard. But, at the same time, it's one of those in which hoping I can do at least one with the kiddo, and the rest of them I'll be able to do live on camera.
That'd be awesome. Well, hey, there you go. Nice. Love it. Love it, Dave.
I almost bought one at the shop. I actually went to my local card shop this past Saturday. Mind you, it's, a 50-minute drive. But, I love the owner there. He's always been good to me. Come to find out, he's actually retired. His son's actually running the shop. But Dave, you may or may not remember D-Mavs, KHD, back in the YouTube days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
he's still helping out at the shop. So he was there helping go through stuff. So I was sitting there shooting the breeze with him, and I hadn't talked to him in 9 years because I stopped going to the shop because stuff just started getting a little bit more expensive, and I kind of went on hiatus. But I was tempted on buying a 10 because they had them right there in the front as you walked in the shop. Just to spite all you people who give me crap about hockey. But I didn't.
How can we give you crap about hockey when you're the Oracle? It's tough to do that. I mean,
That's the same argument.
All you guys should feel bad because the minute people start reaching out and saying, so people are going to start believing it. That's going to be the problem.
This is no concern of mine, Steve. This does not concern me or bother me in the slightest. Not even a little bit. No, not so much.
You just need to let Carlos know when that happens so he can do his evil cat.
Yeah. If you want to forward it over, I can play my old customer service thing and show the type of compassion I was known for in the customer service role. What I lack in compassion, I make up for in lack of compassion.
I got it, Paul. Thank you. Thank you for sending that over. I'm going to check that out, though, by the way.
Dave and the rest of you, there were 3 cards that I loved in college, and they all came up this year, which I think sums up 2020. Like cards that a lot of us have been searching for a while, just like the 90s stuff popped up out of nowhere. And I remember, again, being in college, not being able to afford any of these cards and saying, okay, one day I'm gonna own them. But another one was from the Cup, and Carlos is like, be careful going down this path of picking up the Cup cards.
You do have to be careful with that one because there's some nice cards in the Cup, and a lot of them are expensive.
This is a really exciting one. I love Marc-Andre
Fleury.
Fleury.
Very nice.
Yeah. And I remember seeing it in college, and I must have lost 3 or 4 of them, because it was been $50, but this is pretty close to when they won the Cup, if not the year after. I think in 2010 they had won the Cup the year before, so this card was crazy. And I used my eBay bucks on that earlier this year.
I think with
nice card design.
Yeah, with the autographs, I think you'll do okay. It's when you get into the patch autographs.
This kind of stuff right here. Yeah. I grabbed that before the season got going, thankfully. So I was very lucky. The last one was, now Panini started doing hockey cards for a bit, and I know I wasn't a huge fan then. I'm really not now, but they did a set called Limited, and they had these on-card autographs called Select Signatures, and I always loved this card because it's of Magnon Rhéaume.
Yep. And
it was during a charity game that she wore this uniform and this mask, and it's on-card. And the last time I saw this available, you can see it on ComC right now, $450 or something if you want to pay it. I was like, I'm never going to pay that. I don't care. I don't want it that much. And one came up on eBay, and I won it from Canada. So it was nice to get literally 3 cards that I wanted in college this year. And I've had them on my watch list for a while, never saw them. And so it was a good year.
I thought we were all in.
Like to hear it. Like to hear it, though. But I am going to pose the question. We talk about it frequently on here, and you've been a more frequent guest as of late. And I know it seems I haven't watched them all. I'm still a little bit behind on the interview series. I actually just finally watched the one with Ryan, Bat Knob Cursive. So, I mean, that ought to tell you how far behind I am.
That's funny.
But, without me getting caught up, has the trend been in almost all the interviews, though, that you've experienced, really the connection's been, like, a lot of the focus that from the positive aspect of 2020?
I feel most people have been really positive about it, yeah. I mean, I bring up at the end of every interview with the rapid fire something negative or something that was disappointing, and it's often that many of the people don't say, it was this card I didn't win. It was like an experience that is beyond winning or losing a card. And that was really good to hear in a sense because the community aspect was so important to everybody I brought on. And, I didn't bring guys like Carlos or Nate on because they've got such a big audience. And Carlos talks about all his thoughts on his channel. So that's why I didn't bring you on. But would you agree, though, Carlos? Think about all the streaming you've done and had all the guests on. The community, I feel like, has been the best part because we're all sitting at home and we've been able to connect in ways that we weren't doing prior. So that was the common thread with everybody was the community aspect of collecting this year. So
Yeah, I think that dominated the second half. So in the first section, in the Amit section when he was there, but for the first chunk, one of the things that caught our eye for 2020 was really the explosion in the amount of content, including live streams, including all these things. Now, some of the content good, some of the content not so good, but that also meant you had an explosion in a lot of good content. You had a lot of live streams and things that were very good. A lot of things that came out of it that some people were like, well, I got time, so I may as well give this a go and give it a shot. Even stuff that people may or may not have cared about. One of the guys I talked to was Chris, CRT Sports Cars, who did the Project 2020 thing. Some people don't care about Project 2020, but that's fine. He was furloughed. He had time. That's what resulted in him doing it. And after a while, he became like one of the foremost guys. He was interviewing the artists from Project 2020. He was doing a ton of stuff related to that. He was very much into that set. He likes it. And he's happy to talk about it at all times. He was on podcasts talking about it. He was on my show talking about it. He was all over the place. That would not have happened had it not been. So from a hobby perspective, so I narrow my focus. In general terms, 2020 hasn't been good in a lot of ways for a lot of people. From the hobby perspective, it's hard to argue unless you're somebody who collects like expensive rookie cards that became super expensive or something like that. Like it's a very narrow band of people who like suffered. Or if you really love cracking retail. If you really love cracking retail, this year probably sucked for you. Yeah. But if you're a collector, or maybe a longtime collector who hasn't seen stuff that came out of the woodwork out of nowhere, for your wallet, it's terrible. But for your collection, it's been a boon. There's never been. Those numbers are like, and I mentioned it, I think, last week when I was talking to Steve and Dave about it. It's like, it's not like my collection was bad in 2019. I had some nice stuff back then and before that I had been building for the previous 24 years. But this year, like I've added such a stack of ridiculous quality, quantity, I increased my total by 50%. And that's an already pretty decent sized collection in one calendar year. Stupid. Like that's absurd.
Dave, are you in that same boat too? I mean, first of all, the community aspect. I mean, look at what you've been doing lately on this channel. I mean, that's something that wasn't happening prior, but I would say that's probably been the best part of other than you convincing me to collect hockey. That was a pretty big influence for sure.
Well, yeah, it's not only the content that everybody's putting out, or you see more people just sort of floating around in rooms or wherever. All of us at the beginning of the year, at the end of the year, you would have said, hey, you 5 guys are going to be on a streaming platform that's on YouTube, and you're going to be talking about cards. You're like picking 5 names out of a hat. It's like, no, I doubt that. I watched Matt. No clue who Carlos was until the burning of the cards in effigy. Ty, we've talked forever.
For the record, I didn't burn the cards in effigy. I was talking about the person who burned them in effigy, but yes.
A brilliant individual that probably regrets that even more so now. But, yeah, it's right at the beginning we had talked of this episode about, like, it's like blog TV used to be. But now we've got more people that can join in. You don't have the PM systems where you can like just chat amongst each other. But again, it's not like the old school TV picture in picture where I'd be huge, Steve would be in the corner. You've got 5 faces up there that are all equal, or 3 faces, or 2 faces, or 6 faces, or whatever it be.
Right. Ty, it was nice
Later,
meeting
Ty.
you, by the way.
Take it easy, Ty.
Yeah, nice meeting y'all. This has been great.
Thank you.
Got
Awesome.
Take care, Ty.
Have a good one, man.
I just
Get them kiddos to bed.
Yeah, my last note. One card I wish I don't know if I traded or sold it, but man, one card I wish I would have never. I pulled it from either 2005 or 6 Ultimate Collection Baseball. It was a dual autograph and patch, right? You got Frank Thomas, Big Hurt, with his A's patch, 2-color, Ken Griffey Jr. autograph, triple color or double color, triple. I don't know, but the Frank Thomas sticker autograph was not Big Hurt. It was the previous, the 19 whatever, 50s Frank Thomas.
Yeah, the original Frank
autograph.
Thomas. Yeah, I have him in the 56 top set.
Yeah, somebody.
Wow.
somebody just said, "Oh, Frank Thomas autograph, slap it on there." No, this is not Big Hurt. It's a picture of Big Hurt, probably game used jersey of Big Hurt patch, and then it had King Griffey Jr. autograph, but that's what would that be? An error card? I don't know.
It's sort of. It is actually, yeah. Because I don't know if he still is, but as of a couple of years ago, he was still alive, and he actually was a card collector.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, the original Frank Thomas, he was a card collector. Not that I would know.
Yeah, that was.
I know for reasons. There you go. Just for you.
They're always for reasons.
But I actually have a reason why I know. But that'll be another story for another day.
Cool.
All right, Ty. Take it easy, man.
All right, peace.
Have a good one. Take it easy.
Take care, Ty.
It's always for reasons, Carlos.
Always
we know.
reasons. Always.
Just like I'm always just saying, right?
Correct.
And again for Dave.
And again. That's been the good part. I like where it seems like you have more of the community banding together, or at least, hey, somebody's over there streaming. Let's at least stop in, say something, take a peek, see what they're doing. If we like it, or if we can just put on the TV in the background, whatever.
Right.
It's been a lot of that, and I mean, that's again the good part where you can start new friendships. You don't have to talk to the same people, which it isn't bad either. But I mean, you still have you have a weeping willow tree instead of some like Joshua tree out in the middle of the desert. You have more avenues to go down, more connections, card wise and just chat wise. Like, oh, you like shitty old horror movies? Man, I want to talk to you a little more too. So let's BS about that. Or if it's a book or something, or if you're into religion, I'm into religion. We'll talk about that and the periphery or outside of the streaming aspect of this. But just building the friendship. Okay, we like cards. We know that. Obviously we like cards. That's nothing new. We're not telling any tales out of school. And then you find, well, if you don't mesh with this person that well, we'll just stick with cards there. We can talk about other things and stuff and trinkets and knickknacks. Then guess what? Then you start building those friendships and relationships, and that's I've always been about that. I know Steve said it too, but I'll always say that's a main thing for me in the hobby. I want to find people that A, will tolerate me and my foul mouth. B,
wait a minute. I thought I was the foul mouth. At least in the meat's mind, I'm the foul mouth guy.
I don't know how
He's
much.
true. He's right.
I don't know how much he pays attention to that.
Dave, you were camouflaged. Steve had you. You had cover.
I suppose. But you can deal with the foul mouth. You can deal with like the 40-minute videos, or me farting on videos, or me dancing on videos, or in the shower.
That's my favorite.
Burping, lots of burping.
I just can't believe he watched like a 5-hour live stream on replay and didn't like speed it up at all. he watched it in 5 hours of real time. I was like, dude, you can speed it up. And he's like, I didn't think about that. It's like, that's the problem with me. You're not thinking. What are you doing?
You're overthinking the Ziggy Palfy upper
Way
deck.
overthinking that. Way overthinking.
Oh gosh,
But
that was funny to listen to.
You're not thinking about, hey, 2 times and fast forward and get done with it in a reasonable amount of time.
Two times speed on YouTube is the only reason I can get through as much content as I can. As long as I can understand the person who's talking, then I will put it on 2x, and like it makes my life infinitely easier to get through a ton of content, because otherwise you're going to miss 3/4 of it. It just takes too long. It's not possible.
I mean, that or you mute it and put on some music, you know?
So that's what you're telling us that you do, Matt. You don't actually watch the full episodes.
Matt,
okay.
if that's the case, could you put all my live streams on like a playlist? Play classical, play rock. I don't care what you play. The watch time counts the same. I don't care.
Yeah, it is funny to look at those, those analytics and see like in the top 25 video people left halfway through. I'm like, why would you leave halfway through? The better stuff's at the end. Like, what are you doing?
Well, mathematically, if they leave halfway through, it means they still committed to it after 3 hours. I was like, true. I had your attention for the length of a full feature movie. I can't complain.
Valid point.
Yeah, no, that's always exciting. I mean, when you make the shorter videos and people stay for most of those, you start figuring out like time wise, what people's attention spans are. But the top card videos tend to do the best. Yeah, Bob. If you do that for a whole video, I mean, you deserve some kind of medal, man, because that would...
Well, Garrett, Card Cutter, has the same thing because he's like, Carlos, you talk so fast. It's like, well, I've been on your live stream. It's like, no, it's not that I talk fast, it's that you talk slow. Well, I have to be somewhere in the middle. I do talk a little fast, but not that fast that it should require that much slowdown.
Yeah.
It was funny because the only hockey content I was watching was Dave when I first started collecting, and so you were next because Brent recommended I watch your channel. Yep. And I will be the first to admit, it took me 3 or 4 videos to get used to the speed of your narration while showing the cards, because it was very much a lot to listen to, but in a very short amount of time. I mean, because you were just saying so much. But then I got used to
look at those runtimes again. Are you sure it was a short amount of time?
What you said, because Dave is very just like, okay, this was nice to get. Check this out. And you were like telling me where the patch was from, telling me when the card was made. I mean, you have all this information, yet the video is still 10 minutes. It was certainly an adjustment. Yeah. So after watching your guys's, I mean, it's always just good for a creator to figure out, okay, when I'm showing cards, I like that Carlos has a background. I like that Dave has just a plethora of different things. So I tried that approach. I tried having backgrounds. It's just fun to see how different people are doing it, what they're saying. Without the burps, I can't burp anyway. Don't know how to, but I would if I could just for one video.
Drink a Coke really fast.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Hey, I'm trying to help you out, Matt. Come on.
I know, but that's Dave's signature video. Like, I'd be on like a YouTube playlist, and all of a sudden I'd hear, "But," like, oh, yep. Dave's on TV.
And, so this leads me down to 2 quick thoughts. The first one is I'm thinking now that I kind of want to make another YouTube channel that's because I'm Carlos Redux, where it's not actually me. I just get the transcript and I get Dave to do it and see how much longer it takes to do each video. So the 10-minute video becomes like a 35, 40-minute video.
Just have a guest narrator, you know what I mean? Say like
that's what I'm thinking. I think this would be very interesting. This would be very interesting.
Write up the script to a certain degree and see what tangents they go on.
I don't care. It's like, Dave, if you want to just go down the rabbit hole, it's like, what happens? Like, it's a 16-hour video. I like it. How much was the 8 minutes. Excellent. Excellent. This is going beautifully. This is exactly what I wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fun. That's something I was kind of thinking of doing on the hockey channel, which I'm slowly getting going, but is having a guest narrator for a second part of the video. That's going to be something different to do because I've never collaborated with somebody on like a mail day or a video on YouTube before beyond a podcast. Like, that'll be fun. I think it would be cool to see more people do that too, you know what I mean? Like, kind of weave each other into their
That's channels. A thought. Yeah, I mean that's interesting you bring that up. I've never really thought of that from a collaboration perspective of, dueling mail days or, something along those lines with the, the streaming platforms that we have. I mean, that could actually make for some interesting times. I know Bob and Mark Stoff have done like their dueling mail day. Bob was opening the one addressed to Stoff and vice versa or whatever. But it'll be interesting to see if the podcasts continue as we start getting on the backside of, the pandemic and things along those lines, or if somehow, shape, form, or fashion, they're just going to dissipate. Me personally, I enjoy this. I've said it multiple times. I look forward to this every Tuesday. When it's not just staring at Dave's ugly face, because exactly. But it's the camaraderie that's being built. It's the friendships that continue to flourish out of these situations. And, you know, I said it before, I text with Vinny every day pretty much. And, you know, to be honest, if I had Carlos's number, I'm sure he and I could freaking, you know, share jabs from time to time.
Oh, jabs, yes. The jabs, yes. 100%. Yes.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Oh, that 100%. I do that. That I can do. Yeah.
I can't get to it.
But, you know, it's different to say the least, but I think this is something that at least for us collectors, this was needed because, you know, back in the day, you know, YouTube allowed you to do private messages and everything else to allow you opportunities to connect with people. They don't do it anymore. So you can put a comment, but it's like, okay, how many people are going to think I'm like some weirdo typing a comment, hey, man, you know, I'd like to chat about X or chat about this, and people are going to sit there and go, huh?
I think that was a drop the ball situation because I really do think there was some value in being able to connect with somebody directly. Yeah, that's absolutely. Where Instagram has kind of helped because it's bridged the gap a little bit. Because it's very easy for me to then quickly go on Instagram, because I'm on it anyway, to put pictures and stuff. But then I'll see in the corner, because that's how Dave sent me the link for this. It makes it my life easy to just be able to open it up. And then if he sees a card or he picks up something, hey, congrats, good job on that pickup or whatever. It gives you an avenue to be able to do that instant messaging that you don't have on the other format.
Oh, especially from a collector standpoint, man. I mean, it's been so nice in how quick you can say, hey, Carlos, I found this Madonna guy, this random dude from who knows where with the Madonna 101. Boom, send you the link. Now you're talking to him just like that. I mean, think about how much more of that has happened this year, you know, and that's, if YouTube had that option, you could do that a lot more, you know, but then you'd still be dealing with poor, like Chris Justice. He'd be opening a box for a guy who's getting the cards mailed to him. Hey, Chris, is that card for sale? So, like, thank God that you don't have to deal with that because you'd get a lot of that in your videos, too. Guys that aren't paying attention say, hey, I collect Madonna. Can I buy any of those from you? Be like, are you not listening to what I'm saying? They're not for sale. Like,
some people don't. Yeah, I was going to say a lot of people don't pay attention to some of those comments. But, you know, back in the early days, you know, I was fairly good friends with Chris at the Hobby Box.
Good dude.
And, you know, very down to earth.
Yeah.
Well, his business has exploded. So it's a lot harder to try and build some of those friendships and things along those lines because it's nonstop.
Yeah, it is nonstop.
But, you know, you can go back and watch some of my older videos and Chris would comment on my videos. Mm-hmm. I was shouted out in some of his videos. You know, that's how I ended up getting 2 of my Terrell Davis 101s because he was opening product for somebody and they pulled a 101 and he's like, oh, you know, if you're interested, you know, reach out to Steve, the Bronco 79. He collects Terrell Davis. If you're interested in moving it, you don't have to.
Your name on one of his videos, not even put 2 and 2 together.
But, you know, and that was years ago. And, you know, it's not that he's any different of a person, so to speak. It's just his business has expanded so much that I know he doesn't remember me. I've gone on some of his live broadcasts from time to time and said, hey, Chris, how's it going? You know, and he doesn't remember me. But that was 10 years ago. And it's not that I'm slighted by that. Things change. You build new friendships, you know. So right. It's one of those things. I still have a lot of respect for that guy. A lot of respect for that guy.
First guy I ever watched break boxes. He was the original guy to get me thinking about cards after I got out in high school. And that was in college. I was like, hey, this is kind of cool. And I bought some stuff that was fun to open, and he had a lot to do with that. And he was nice and personable back then because he just didn't have thousands of people watching his videos. So.
Yeah, and that's the difference. And, you know, I hate to say that, you know, popularity changes people, and this is not a jab, but, you know, popularity can change people to a certain degree, whether it be good or bad or indifferent. It happens. I mean, it happens. Let's be realistic.
Oh, Steve, you want to send Joey that link on Insta?
Yeah.
He's got some questions, Carlos and Dave and Steve. I hope you guys are ready.
It's all about the questions. One thing I was going to say also to your point is, so the link you sent me to connect with the person with the one-of-one was one example of that for sure this year.
Yeah.
And the shield also came about as a result of that.
Really?
Someone reached out. Now, they had never commented on a video. I hadn't seen them around. I knew of them. I had them on Instagram. They had seen my stuff and liked some of the pictures and stuff. But then I got a message out of the blue. I go, hey, Carlos, there's this, there's a Medano shield on. Check this out. Here's the link.
Right.
And I was like, so when I get it in, I'll when I put the picture up and everything, I'll shout them out. But they're a very good collector of a lot of high-end patches. So they've got their eye on that kind of thing because I've seen their stuff and they've got a tremendous collection. But they came out of the woodwork, just out of the blue, and go, hey man, you know what? This Medano's up there. This probably be something you want to look into. And it was on the U.S. site. It didn't even come up in my searches.
Well, and think about that too. Like you putting content out there, all of us putting content out there. If you see a sweet Brodeur, you let Dave know. If you see a sweet Terrell Davis, obviously you let Steve know. Tebow, me, Madonna, you. Like with us putting that content out there, we've all had plenty of people reach out because of that. So that's been really cool.
Yep.
What's going on?
What's going on, Joey?
If I could take the floor for a second, I gotta see what I did with it.
$500, Joey.
$500. I was digging through my Mojo closet of stuff. I come across 2005 Topps set, right? Football.
Is it the Green Bay one?
Yeah.
I have that one.
Which got me thinking, well, geez, what does the set sell for? And I think it's like a couple $100, maybe 150. But the Rogers itself right now, inside there, if it's potentially a good gradable card, is PSA 10s are like $750. BGS 9.5s, which I already have one. I have a BGS 9.5s, which I'm planning to maybe cross over at the National. But should I take this set, pull out the Rogers, and just see what it is? I mean, it could be garbage. It could be off center like bad. And then I'm really out because I don't have a set sealed.
My personal opinion, I would keep it sealed. That's just me because mine is sealed.
Yeah, it's been sitting. It's dusty from action. And I've had it forever. Yeah.
But at the same time, it's. And here's the reason why I say keep it sealed, because. Not the same thing. I have a 96, 97 Topps basketball set. I opened it.
Oh.
And I regret it.
See, I don't think there's like the only really card is in there is the Rogers. And it's not protected any which way other than the light in there. It could be dinged up just being in the box.
What, the Frank Gore rookie doesn't work for you? I'm pretty sure Frank Gore's on that side.
Frank Gore's in there. Cadillac Williams.
That's for sure.
There's 05 actually has a decent rookie class.
Yeah. I'm inclined to agree with Steve though. Like just in principle, it doesn't matter what your thought process is. Your options are better if you keep it sealed.
If I didn't already have one, it would make you open this box like right now.
And the thing is, you don't have that problem. You've got one. So for you, there's almost no scenario. Like I said, unless you happen to open it, it happens to be a gem mint one. Well, then great, congratulations. Almost every other scenario plays against you.
Right.
It's like having an unopened box of something that, at this point, some of the sealed stuff is worth more only because you could, if you wanted to move it, you could let somebody else have that dilemma. You could let them, you've already gotten the money from it, and then you let them sit there and stare at it for hours trying to decide if they want to open it. Then it's their issue.
I asked the same question to a couple different people before, just this evening, and I've gotten varying answers. So I just don't
But you're always going to have varying answers because some people like to gamble.
Yeah.
I can see that. I'm not much of a gambler myself.
Yeah.
I didn't think this was worth anything. I've just been sitting in my closet for as long as 2005, so 15 years.
At this point, it's found money for you, basically, if you wanted it to be.
Yep. Sorry, Carlos.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah. All I was going to say was as long as that thing is sealed, it is basically found money. The moment you open it, the mystery is gone, and this can only go one of two ways.
Still has a $9.99 sticker on it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's already got one that he can cross over potentially.
Yeah,
to
so
get a
it's
Well,
PSA
like
10.
what I
So,
have is
yeah.
odd 95s, and I've never crossed over anything, but that has at least that has a legitimate chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's something I'm just going to do at the national. I'm going to I don't want to send that through the mail and have to write up. I'll just do it at the national, and I'll get it back that week.
Yeah, unless the Packers, and the thing is, I'm a Packer fan as well, but it's one of those things. Unless you really think this team has a chance to go on a run to the Super Bowl, coming out of the season, the way that they're playing, if they win a playoff round or two, that thing may not have another opportunity short of when Rodgers is up for the Hall of Fame to have value like that again, because he's playing at a high level. The stats look good. Whether the team has enough to be able to actually go a couple of rounds, we'll see. But like it's looking about as good as he can for a box like that until such time that something else happens.
Well, I see that the Packers got a lot of play for, and so do the Bears on. So it's going to be another division matchup where you don't know what the hell is going to happen. But they thoroughly dismantled a Tennessee team. Like, I mean, sure, Derrick Henry got his yards, but nothing major. They weren't ready. I mean, I think the Packers are a well-coached team, and it's coming around. But it's, I think, playing with Tampa Bay, when losing our ass to Tampa Bay, but we played. We showed most of our wins this year haven't been. It's been against like the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like right now, this is the year. And Steve, I don't know if you think the same thing. I've been watching the games. I'm not. I am not the football oracle like you're the hockey oracle. But I'll watch my games, and when I'm watching the games, to me, there's a lot of good teams with great records that are very fraudulent. Like I look at them and like maybe the best way to put it is it feels like it's a rock paper scissors year. You can play against certain teams that play a certain style, and this will work out for you. You'll look good. Whether the record is good or not, it'll look good. But you play against another team, even if they on paper suck, if they're the wrong matchup for you, you look terrible.
Well, see, going into the Tennessee game this week, the Packers couldn't stop the run to save their lives, especially up the middle, and they had to face Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
And they changed their whole defense around, and he didn't run wild on them like he's done other teams.
It's week to week. It's one of those things. Like, but I'll see little. There are things where if the circumstances are right, and you're talking a playoff game. If you get in a playoff game with a playoff team, they know what they need. If Devontae Adams can't get his, and Valdez-Scantling and those secondary guys do not make their catches, if it's not happening, you can stall that offense for a couple of quarters, and then all of a sudden you're in trouble.
Yeah, getting off to score on Tennessee like right away puts them behind the 8 ball.
But that's my point. If they don't do that, then they can get in trouble very quickly.
Yeah,
they just stall, and then nothing happens, and then I've watched it for a lot of weeks where they'll play really well for like a half, and then stall for the second half, or they'll do it in reverse. But they'll have these stretches where it's like, do you guys even know how to play offensive football? Actually,
well, I think they putting a full game together was the first time they did it was against Tennessee.
Yeah.
Period.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Who's this guy?
Look at these guys.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Brad knows. He'll know. He'll tell me if my Packers are any good.
Well, I'll tell you what you do have is a corner in Alexander. I can tell you that's what you do have.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
He's going to be an all-pro.
What I found out this year is already from the Pro Bowl player, but Elton Jenkins at the offensive line, he's an animal. They found something there. The whole offensive line is playing over what I expected them to play because they lost Lane Taylor right away, and we had to go to Lewis Patrick.
The Packers front office gets the most crap in the league, and I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Like, give me the number one center
Corey
and the
Linsley.
top 3 left tackle. I will take that over a number 1 wide receiver every day of the week.
Well, they had a problem. J.C. Treader and Corey Linsley were both centers for the Packers. We let J.C. Treader go to the Browns, who got paid big money. He's still there playing. And we kept this guy for whatever reason. And he's a 5th-round pick. Treader was like a 6th-round pick. They find offensive linemen like it's their job.
Exactly. I'm like, give me 2 or 3 great offensive linemen over some rookie wide receiver that's supposed to be good. You have Aaron Rodgers. You're going to take an average player and make him good, and a good player like Adams and make him great. You know,
it's making Adams look like he's the best receiver in the league.
Right. And no offense to him, he's not.
I don't.
But it makes it look like it.
He's pretty.
But, right.
But when there's like one option in Green Bay, it's not an option. It's not like when there was it's harder to get things going if Devontae isn't going.
That's basically that was my only point about that, is that if he's playing well and he's catching balls and you get any secondary receiving support at all, then fine, great. The ball will move. You'll get it down the field. You can score, all that. The second the other team realizes, they're not catching balls. They're not getting open, and it's like, okay, it's just Devontae Adams. Okay, we'll double him.
Watching the Packer game on Sunday night, I had the 2015 Ryan Tannehill feel.
Yeah.
Where, so you can't just dominate in the run game. Who are you now?
And he threw 2 picks, but he should have had 3. Right. One. He just completely dropped one. That's the Tannehill I remember.
Right, because I would put him in the same class as Jared Goff. Things are going well. You're on schedule. You're like, man, these guys are good. You get them off schedule. Yikes. They look like Dwayne Haskins out there. All right.
He hasn't gotten cut. Settle down. Settle down.
But
Dwayne Haskins
He was too cut.
Yeah, he was. That's right. But,
so to answer Wesker Griff's question here, who wins the NFC East? If Alex Smith plays, the Redskins will win the NFC East.
You have no trust in Haskins at all, do you?
No, because this is a classic example of what I always talk about. He's a guy that shows up Sunday, and he'll give his best. All right? But Monday through Saturday, he doesn't put the work in. You can tell he doesn't put the work in. It's the same mistake every week. Because Stafford used to do this.
Yeah.
You know? Matt Stafford used to be like this until Jim Caldwell got there. And then he changed and put the effort in, and you could see a totally different guy. Yeah, he always put up numbers, but he made the same dumb mistakes. He never fixed his mechanics. You know.
They never give him a line, though, either.
Right. But you saw when Jim Caldwell took over, you saw a different quarterback. You know, it's like he took it more seriously. He's like, hey, I actually trust that this guy knows what he's talking about. You know, that was a problem, too. I felt so bad for that guy because I don't blame him for their struggles at all. But it was funny. Like, it took till year 5 or 6 till he took it seriously Monday through Saturday. And you can tell these guys that do and don't, man.
I mean, if Stafford ever was on a team that put something around him for the offense, it'd be a lot better than
I feel bad for him.
He's in Detroit, which is like, it's like, here, where careers go to die. Here you go.
Right, because you can see when he doesn't play, they're unwatchable. You know, they're at least entertaining when he's out there. You know, it's like, oh, that's competitive, but oh man, when he's not even there, you can't even watch it.
No, they're bad. Stafford's that whole team. The doorman of the league, or at least of the Central. They're terrible.
I can honestly say I haven't watched much football at all this year. There's just something different about it.
Yeah.
Not to mention my team sucks.
I was going to say your team sucks.
I was about to say,
I will say those.
I feel like that's a major factor.
That defense, if they can just stay healthy next season, that's a top 6-7 unit.
Chubb is amazing.
But they've been that way, and it's always been we need offensive line help, and they do it in free agency and not do it in the draft. Try and get some young guy and put him into the system and make him work for the system. It's going to be the same thing. And as much as what I want Locke to do well, he's still not the answer. I think he's got a lot of potential, but he needs to get the chip off of his shoulder.
Right. Yeah.
And, actually listen and, learn and get the fucking chip off your shoulder.
Right.
You know, it's no different. Cutler was the same way.
Yeah.
Cutler had a chip on his shoulder. The only difference is Cutler was winning football games for a while too. But the minute he started having issues, granted, part of that was medical. I get it, you know. But, you know, the minute you start having a chip on your shoulder, sometimes it doesn't work in your favor. And he's too young of a kid to have that type of a chip. He hadn't proven anything yet.
Right, yeah, he didn't even win in college.
No. Losing.
And now, is anyone else with me? I've almost taken the Bill Parcells approach with this. I don't know if you guys remember. He used to have the thing, if you didn't start 3 years in college, I wasn't drafted. You know? And I'm telling you, it showed. Now, not every single time. Nothing's every single time. But you look at a lot of these quarterbacks, man, that just started 1 year. Mitch Trubisky. He's getting better as years go by. Ryan Tannehill. People forget he was a wide receiver and started one.
Yeah.
And quarterback's the one position, man, it takes 5 or 6 years, especially if you did not play 3 or 4 years in college.
Well,
That's the same with the basketball too. College basketball. I don't like the one and dones like the freshmen.
Right.
You are not mature. You have not been through the battles.
Right.
You have not had ups and downs. You may have had some ups. If you don't know about losing,
Mm-hmm.
you are going to struggle at the next level because guess what? Nobody's going 82-0. Nobody's going 70-12 unless you're that Bulls team of 97, 98, or 96, 97. You have to learn. You have to be humble. And if you're not humbled, you come in thinking because, hey, I made myself on Madden and I'm a 99. Guess what? It's going to be in the pros.
Yeah, it's that big head syndrome, you know. I mean, it really boils down to it.
The Redskins we were talking about it a second ago. They're scared because their defense is really good. It's going to be really scary in a year, maybe 2.
Mm-hmm.
But if they can squeak into the playoffs this year, they're a team that you don't want to see. I'd rather see that because all of a sudden they can put on a defensive, onslaught for a whole game, and you're like, if they played the Packers for whatever reason, I'd be scared because that kind of defense they don't do well against. Like Tampa Bay's defense is stellar, So I'd rather see Dallas, but I mean they got some up and comers. That Chase Daniels is good. He's going to be even better. I think he's going to be better than Bradley Chubb is. Sorry, Steve, but I think he is. But there's plenty of talent there. They just have to put together an offense, a little bit of an offense.
Well, Chubb is not a number one anyways. He's no Von Miller. But if you have them both on the field,
he's good.
There's a big difference.
Because count on your hand, how many teams have 2 good tackles?
Not many.
10, maybe.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky, that's being generous.
Yep. But yeah, you double team Vaughn. You're focusing on where he is because he always moves. Then it's like, okay, where the hell's Chubb? Oh crap, we lost him. Oh damn, there's a 15-yard sack fumble for 6 points.
Vaughn is he actually plays run defense too.
Yep.
A lot of people just assume that he's, you get 15 sacks and get bowled over in the run game. No, he sets that edge, man. You've seen it this year. The Raiders ran for about like 600 yards in one game.
Von Miller doesn't get a whole lot of tackles, but he does play the defense way the scheme. He doesn't over pursue a run play and just make it wide open. He never does that. Clay Matthews used to do that here all the time. You're like, he wouldn't do that so much. He would have been a better player if he didn't. But, Clay Matthews was still pretty darn good. But
what's your drift to your question about the Wentz Hurts thing, I believe? So first off, Wentz is not really tradable, I don't think. So I think they're going with Wentz next year. I don't think he's tradable. Because everyone's like, well, give him to the Bears. The Bears don't have any money.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, this is what people don't think of when they're like, well, trade him to this team. They don't have any money. They can't take, because if you're trading for Carson Wentz, you're on the hook for $40 million.
Yeah, this isn't like a luxury tax in the NBA.
Right, exactly. So it's like, And honestly, I just cannot believe a guy. Because I wish I had the channel up because I had it saved on my computer here. He ran 10 plays, the exact same plays. One, I think, was 27, his MVP caliber year. The same exact plays with average wide receivers. He showed the 10 completions from 2017 and 2020, the 10 incompletions. The exact same plays. And his footwork's all jacked up, which has always been a problem. And he just appeared like he lost it. So it was like a golfer who got the shanks,
He's got.
So I think he's going to be fine next year.
He's got.
He just needs to hit the reset button.
No more diving headfirst into shit.
Oh, right.
He's got to be. Randall Cunningham learned how to play football eventually.
He almost needs to go the Roethlisberger approach, where he learned, okay, I'm going to learn to get rid of the ball quicker, and this whole extending the play for 6 seconds, I think I'm done with that.
That sounds good on paper. But why on earth would he do any of those things to improve when he's got the money locked in? They can't get rid of him, and they've tried to literally replace him. And the only time they won the Super Bowl was when they put his backup in. No, like there's a whole segment that's like, actually, we'd be better off if you dropped dead. That'd be kind of cool. Put somebody else in there.
His confidence level is shot.
That's what I'm trying to get at, though. Like, if psychologically, every single time he thinks he's got something going on, when he went down, he was an MVP candidate that year. Mm-hmm. He was on pace. It looked like he could be. Nick Foles came in, got the job done, got into the promised land. And then the next year he got hurt again. Nick Foles was good in the playoffs. Nick Foles is never good at any other time, apparently, except when he's backing up Carson Wentz. Something happens, and then he comes in to be the hero. It works for him.
It's the legend of Nick Foles. I mean,
but in those specific moments, like it has to be, I'm backing up Carson Wentz. He goes down for injury, then I take over. Then it's fine.
It's a great story.
And another thing with like Doug Peterson, these Andy Reid disciples, they know offense. All right, they know it. All right, but their play calling stinks. They're all pass happy. Andy Reid does the same thing. Pat Mahomes has just been bailing them out the last 2 years. He saw the same thing on Sunday at the Falcons. If you guys watch that game, at least 12 calls, you just go, what the hell are you doing? Now, Pat Mahomes often, hides it. And this has been his problem why he always lost, because he knows offense, man. He made Donovan McNabb and Brian Westbrook and no one else look like a top 10 offense for years, But, oh, gosh, when it comes to play calling, all his disciples are the same. Matt Nagy. You just go, huh? The whole game, you're just sitting here going, what? Like in certain situations. And all his disciples do the same thing.
That's why the Packers went to LaFleur, because we couldn't do any of that anymore. With that run around backyard football is not going to save Rodgers any more years. It's going to get him killed, I said. So this get the ball out and have all this motion, that's the new wave. If you're not doing that now, you are going to lose. Yep. But it is. It's a copycat league, and if you're not doing that now, good luck to you. That's why see what they, you got some players there, but even if Dak Prescott was still playing right now, Dallas would still be shitty.
Well, that's because their defense sucks.
Careful, because McCarthy doesn't care about any kind of defense. He's never has.
There was a defense?
He said,
they got one of those? When did that happen?
Because at least when Rod Marinelli was there, the guys were going to play hard, even though if they weren't good, you at least knew the effort was going to be there. Like with the Raiders the other night, they're not good. But no one could look at it and go, you didn't put in an effort. You're just not good.
Right.
But, yeah, with the Cowboys, you just go, and even let's talk about the Patriots last night. Okay, that second half, they actually quit. When's the last time you've seen a Patriots team ever quit? They quit.
Their defense has been like the Miami Dolphins of the Super Bowl, the no-name defense. Good. But I don't know what they happened to them this year. Maybe because their offense is doing nothing. It's not helping.
Oh, yeah.
It's not helping them at all. But, I mean, maybe it was just smoke and mirrors for their defense for all these. Tom Brady was so good. I don't know. It could be.
But yeah, we did steal the mold where we're building back to front, which everyone for years said, well, you build the front line first, right?
Yeah.
Well, in this pass happy league where the quarterbacks are getting rid of the ball in 2 seconds anyway, well, you're not sacking them hardly anyways. So go find 3 corners and 3 safeties that can play anywhere in the field, and you got a shot every week to defend these guys.
Yeah, you got some. They're back in there with X, man. I mean,
yeah. So, like, if we ever do find a natural pass rusher, because Ogba's a good player, but he's not a natural pass rusher. You know, he's not a freak athlete or anything.
What's the guy they got from Wisconsin that's on Miami there?
Oh, and Ginkle, he's a playmaker, man.
That's all he does.
Yep, he is.
Same way. He just made plays. He just showed up at the big moments. You're like, oh, there he is.
Right. But he's one of those guys, he's as good in 18 plays as he is if he played 50. He'll have the same stats.
Aaron Campman, like, for the Packers, he was just always the same consistent kind of guy. You never, he wasn't going to step above somebody, but he was consistent, kind of player. Showed up with his lunch pail every day. Let's go to work. That's what you get from Wisconsin linebackers, though. I mean, we missed out on T.J. Watt that one year, but I would love to have him back.
I would say you have to keep Hurts for sure, Ed.
It's good to have a safety valve with that team.
Yeah, you have no reason at that cheap of a price for guaranteed 2 more years for sure.
Wentz is going to get hurt again.
Like, what would you get for Hurts? Let's see, theoretically, what could you get, even player-wise? We won't even talk about a draft pick. Someone might give you a late first rounder if somebody down there wanted it, right? Max. But let's think of a player that has a big contract that, somebody's like, oh, okay, we'll move on from you. You're great, but you have a big contract. You would have to take that, which the Eagles couldn't do anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't think either of these quarterbacks are really tradable. You're not getting anything for him.
He's on his rookie contract, which is
right.
Peanuts. Now they get, because it's always the same thing for wherever you're drafted at in the first round or in any rounds really. It's so you're getting him for nothing. What, 4 years? I think on him.
Right, you can have that 4th year option, right?
And it's that bargain basement price. There's no reason to get either quarterback. You can
100%.
The bench. He's going to ride that pine forever because he's affordable. He's not even our second quarterback. He's our third.
And the Eagles' offensive line, when healthy, that's a top 5 unit.
Yeah.
I mean, they put money and draft picks into that line. It's just none of them are there by the end of the season. So that's why I honestly think Wentz is going to be fine next year. I really do. I'll be shocked if he looks lost again and it sucks. I'll be shocked.
I'll take the under.
So you're going
whatever you want. I'll take the under.
Done.
I'll take by mid-season. Someone will frame him for murder, and they'll get rid of him that way. And that may be the fastest way. Not that I would advocate for that. Not that I would condone that, but it's the best idea you have. Philadelphia. It's the best
allegedly.
I just have a hard time believing he forgot how to play football. I just can't believe it. So I'm going to go with that. It's just one of those years. Now he may get hurt again.
I feel like that's automatic. That's a given. So you get to pay him to be hurt and not play.
So that's why he's hurt as well.
He wants to feel like he's not made of glass. He wants to feel like a running back. But guess what? You're the quarterback. You gotta slide. You gotta run out of bounds. For the love of God, you don't need those extra 3 inches. Let your running back get that on the next down. That's why teams play 3 different running backs, sometimes 4, because people are going to get hurt. And it keeps those guys fresh. You are playing you're the only quarterback on the field for the most part for the game.
See,
so
Ed?
You better keep yourself healthy.
You're getting it. Allegedly.
I already said that.
But I have to emphasize, Steve. I need to emphasize this. For legal reasons, it is extremely important that we make clear that the Insert Revolution podcast and the people there on it do not advocate or condone any of that. Any of it.
Did they allegedly throw snowballs at Atlanta too? Those Philadelphia?
No, that's cool. That's fine. That bastard had it coming anyway.
What's his name made a good point about no training camps this year. The soft tissue injuries. Tons
they were rampant.
Especially that first 2 months.
It was.
I mean, how many you go down the list? Hamstring, groin, all this soft tissue thing. We're not talking, you tore your knee out type thing or shoulder.
Oh, but there was a lot of that too.
Yeah, there was a lot. But that I don't think had anything to do with the training camp thing. That's just. But 100%. Because even though these guys work out, it isn't like 25 years ago where they came in 20 pounds overweight. It took a month to get them at playing shape. These guys come in ripped. But there's still a difference between running on the treadmill or on the track and then having to get hit and torque this every
the last point is the one I would make is that it's not the same as taking some hits.
Exactly.
Even some light hitting in practice just to get the contact, just to get the sense of it.
100%.
Because the first couple of weeks of the NFL are usually bad anyway. And that's with preseason games.
Right.
And then you remove that. So like week 4 is basically like the last preseason game this year. And then you're up to week 5 and week 6. And that's the first couple of weeks of the regular season, which usually isn't great. So you're already like 6 or 7 weeks in and the guys still aren't up to full speed or they're just getting there.
100%. And the tackling
the season you had.
The last about 10 years, people forgot how to tackle too.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't it funny, man? Like you see a guy who does tackle pretty well and he just stands out like, man, I really like that guy. He knows how to wrap up. And you're like, is it sad that this is a rare thing now? Because no one wraps up anymore.
Everyone's
shoulder.
Deion Sanders didn't tackle anything. He covered him.
It's so ridiculous.
Watch Deion Sanders try to tackle. It's hilarious.
Oh.
it's like he doesn't know what to do. Push guys out of bounds,
Yeah, stuff like that.
He was trying to play outfield while he was doing it. He was confused which sport he was playing.
Don't be old school, but geez, the whole shoulder. It's basically you tackle with your shoulder now.
Yeah,
everything is shoulder.
Off his feet. Yeah,
right. And it's like these wide receivers have the balance now, like a Stephon Diggs. You can't just put your shoulder into him. He's just, his balance and everything. You're not going to knock him down, as you saw last night. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
It drives me nuts every week. And it's every team. It's not pretty much each team has 2 guys that actually do tackle, and they stand out. You're just like, oh, wow. He actually tackled around the legs, his knees. Look at that.
This NFL that's being played now compared to 20 years ago when I absolutely fell in love with the game at that era, it's totally different. It's all about offense, and the NFL's made it that way. And it put everything you can do negative to the defense. All these calls. Back in the 60s, you could hit a guy downfield 30 yards if you wanted.
Right.
You earned everything you got in that time period. Now it's just like, well, there's 15 more yards or 60 yards on a pass play of just because of interference.
Right.
All right.
It's winning this week against the Pats.
It's everything is garnered towards the offense until the NFL starts making it even again. Mm-hmm. We're not going to have a 17-14 game anymore. I mean, once in a great while, and it makes headline news when it does.
And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see it either, at least in the foreseeable future. It's just because the casual fan loves I don't think casual fans love like the college football Big 12 where it's 62-58. I don't think.
Not me.
Yeah, I don't think even casual football fans love that. But I think they do love the 31-27.
And for me, I'm just not an offense guy. I rather
everything over Eric Rowe. I was like, I can't even be mad at Eric Rowe. He's on him.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like it's a perfect throw and catch. You can't stop it.
Yeah. Well, Derek, he's a man among boys right now. I don't know if there's a tight end. I mean, there's Mark Andrews, but I don't think Mark Andrews is as good as.
Yeah. Mark Andrews he's a good player. He's not special.
Kelsey's a lot better player than Andrews will ever be.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but this Waller, there's something else. George Kittle, man, give him back.
Yeah, now he does everything. He can block with the best of them.
He just looks like he's gliding out there.
Yeah, he's
like, oh man, is he going to survive? He looks like he's slow and methodical, like more of a blocker. I don't know, but he gets in the ball. But they had Nick Boyle get hurt there too in Baltimore. I think it was Nick Boyle. He's out for the season. But they had like 3 tight ends there, and now they're only down to Mark Andrews. everyone else got hurt. You know, we found out how nice it is to get a tight end to actually start playing for us. Cripes, we have to draft like 3 of them, and undrafted is going to be the guy for the Green Bay for whatever reason. Oh, but
I know in camp, I was reading all the beat writer people. You know, they were all on the Robert Tonyan thing. This did not surprise them.
He's a developmental player, and finally it got up here. You know, and the offense is better suited. This kind of offense is better suited for him than it was with the old Mike McCarthy offense, which was.
Well, I think almost every offense is better suited than the Mike McCarthy offense.
I hated that offense so much. I mean, and
it's not that he's an idiot, or it's just very there. You know,
with your chicken with your head cut off offense,
very mid-90s.
The hold the ball for 8 seconds does not work in this league anymore. Right. For me to pray to God that Rodgers would throw the ball away and not take a hit or a sack, that's not the kind of football I want to watch.
Yeah, right.
I love to get the ball out, utilizing all this motion which confusing the shit out of defenses. It's working for us, and it's out. The ball is out in 2 seconds now. Like, where was that 5 years ago?
So I think there was a Jets fan in the chat talking about the Jets, and Ed was talking about the Jets. So what do you guys think? Should the Jets take a quarterback at number 2, or should you take the Oregon tackle?
I like Darnold. Give that guy some offensive line, you know, and they got something going there. Because I thought Mims was a great draft pick for them.
Yes.
But Darnold, there's nothing wrong with Darnold at all.
Is this presuming they still have Adam Gase somehow because he finds a way to weasel his way back in there? Because if so, then I would just wait until the next pick comes and just skip the first round. I don't care what pick they have. Just don't pick anybody. You can't screw it up if you don't pick anybody.
Trade out of it.
No, don't even trade out of it. I mean, the most Jetsy thing you can do is just sit there.
No, that's
until the clock passes and then everybody drafts and you're still standing there.
Didn't Minnesota like take up all their time one
That's
year?
what I mean. You can actually do that. If you actually wait past the clock, the next team can actually make a pick. The jetsiest thing to do is literally just sit there until everybody picks and you're still standing there with your pick and you're not making it.
I mean, that's a possibility. You can't, I don't know if you're still I think you'd be less hated than you were picking someone.
That is literally my point. That is a legitimate suggestion. Pick no one and don't trade the pick. Get nothing for it. Do nothing. In fact, don't make a pick in the entire draft. Just do nothing.
See, I've gone through a lot of where people say the Packers have drafted so bad. Well, you haven't seen a lot of their picks that they have. You know, we're getting Pro Bowl caliber players at line in the 5th and 6th round consistently. You know, some of the offensive players didn't work out and the defensive backs didn't work out. But
but that's typical, right? If you're 50-50 if you go look back at your last 10 draft classes and you said I was about 50-50, then that's good.
That's great.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you were 50-50 because of round 4 through 7 or 1 through 3. Now, obviously, usually if you hit on the first rounder, you probably have an annual Pro Bowler.
Right.
But still, if you can look back over a 10-year span and said, I was about 50-50.
They're good.
Yeah.
Everyone gave Green Bay a lot of crap for Rashawn Gary. Now they're eating crow because the guy's damn good.
Well, even the A.J. Dillon thing, people forget there's no way Aaron Jones, I don't think, comes back there.
He's got Drew Rosenhaus as his just signed him. So he's not.
I would be very surprised if he is back there.
Rosenhaus, I'm getting $63 million. We're not going to be able to pay it.
Oh, good. People are talking about the Dolphins wanting him, and I'm just like, no thanks.
It's
not that he's not a good player or it wouldn't be nice to have, but to me, that's a luxury item. And we still got a lot more building to do before we take luxury items.
Our 4th or 5th round pick himself. There's more of those kind of running backs in the draft every single year.
Yep. Well, like we found Myles Gaskin. He was the last running back taken. And I'm like, he is by far our best running back. It isn't even close.
What happened to Breida? What the hell did it happen? Is he just COVID and it was just...
The thing is, I think some of that is our fault. He's not being used He's just not being used properly. He doesn't fit what we're doing. And because he is a literally, hey, there's a hole. Let's run through it like bat out of hell, right? Well, our offensive line's not good enough. He's going to have to make a guy miss, have the vision to see what to go after that. And that's what Gaskin does well, even though he's not super fast or super big.
Look at what Ahmed did, just being some kind of undrafted.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I think in Breida's defense, I don't think he fits. So I don't think he'll be back next year either.
I hope
But
so.
I don't think it's because he stinks. It's just – but he's also an 8 to 10 carry guy. That's it.
I could see him, like, going to, like, I don't know, Pittsburgh and being their third round back there. If he had a role that he could play consistently every game, maybe. I don't know. He just
Pittsburgh's another team, man.
and you're just like, I don't know.
They got so pass happy where they forgot when they go to run the football, they forgot how to do it. That is the same similar offensive line they've had in years previous that could push people around, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they got so soft that they forgot how to do it. Because running's an attitude. It is. It's not just how good you are. It's an attitude, and they just don't have it. And it's going to cost them, obviously, in the playoffs if they can't find it, which I doubt they're all of a sudden going to be able to find.
Well, it's just been your team has been killed by injuries to the running back position and COVID and everything. You're just like, who's the guy this week? I don't know.
But, yeah, I just don't get, like, Steelers know, like, oh, yeah, we can slap you in the mouth, man. Now they are finesse on offense.
Yeah. They don't care about running for all of us. And as soon as James Conner has done nothing this year.
Oh, shit, nothing.
Nothing. They don't care. They're going to say, we're going to pass every down until you stop us. And it's working. But is that going to work when it's snowing and 5 degrees? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I can see them being an early out, but I don't know it. But when I start predicting things, I don't even want to hear myself because I know.
I'm not much in the prediction game either, man, because I think Carlos, when I was coming on, was saying it's all about matchups, man.
This year, though, as much as any other year I can think of, what I'm watching is that I usually like to make a couple of bets on a couple of these games, and I've gotten to the point where it's like, nope, there isn't a damn. It's like, oh, it's the Jets. You know what? They could win. It'd be stupid, but they could. Why? Because reasons. Like I'm watching it and I'm like, you know what? I can't take anything for granted. There's always a couple of teams where it's like, you know what? Bet against them. You'd have somebody you bet against every week, and you have somebody you bet for every week, and then you figure out the rest. Build a parlay around it. There you go.
Like I had a friend of mine bet the Jets against the Rams on the money line.
Yeah.
Wow.
But that's the thing. Like
but here's what the thought process was: the Jets do not really get pushed around up front, so they control Cam Akers and company.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen what Jared Goff does when you know he's going to pass.
Yeah.
And as long as the offense is functional on the other side, says I could see him winning a 16-13 game. Now it was a little more than that because of other. Yeah. But and he took him and he put a lot of money on that.
Just a turnover or two away from making it a game every week. I mean, it's.
But even if you take a look at a team that's supposed to be like a dominant team, that can be a dominant team. You take like a Kansas City Chiefs. They've had competitive matchups against inferior competition.
Right.
Where Patrick Mahomes has pulled them out of it.
Denver.
But it's like, if one thing had gone wrong, Denver could have won. There's no, it's perfectly well could. And then what do you say? Is Kansas City bad? No, they're not bad. They just kind of like hang around. They don't really, you look at a Kansas City and you're like, occasionally I'd like to see you just put a beat down on a legitimately bad team. Like if the team's not on your level, just beat them down. Beat them by 40. You don't have to do that every game, but just once in a while.
I am really interested to see them in the playoffs because I want to see, is it just we're a little bored and we've got another gear, or is this who they are?
Well, they were bored in the first half of the Super Bowl last year. I guess they were bored because they were down to San Francisco for the first half and then turned it on.
But look at their issues. They don't really run the football that well.
Yep.
No.
Okay. Well, that's always a problem.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What if you do not get Tyreek Hill over the top?
Yeah. I'm saying
Okay,
weird
now you're
stuff
forced to
can-
go
weird
15
stuff
plays.
can
That's where
happen.
field goals come in.
Weird stuff can happen with
Right.
a team who is that talented. You watch, it's like, no, this team this is really good. They won the Super Bowl last year. In theory, they should be gearing up to be like on a mini dynastic run here. In theory,
Yeah.
but you're looking at them and going like, because stuff happens. So like Joey can attest to this. The Packers win a Super Bowl they probably shouldn't have won. They just put it together in the playoffs. It worked out. The next year they go 15-1. They look like a juggernaut, and I'm watching it, and I'm one of the few people around me that are like, I actually like this team less.
Uh-huh.
The 15-1 looks fraudulent to me. And I like
Yep,
the
that
previous year's team better because I saw things that I like in the playoffs that worked, and they put the pieces together at the right time. They found a little bit of a running game at appropriate time. The defense locked up at just the right time. And then I'm watching them put up all this offense. They're winning these games. But the other teams are putting up plenty of offense too. And if something happens, one bad thing happens in a playoff game against, say, the Giants,
Turnovers?
yeah, and then suddenly it's like, oh, you were 15-1, and at the first opportunity that you had, you got bounced.
Yep.
That doesn't look. And the thing that's one of the worst 15-1 teams you can ever see. Offensively, they look great.
The Packers should have had no business winning the last Super Bowl.
It was
No
45. Yeah.
We had 10 guys on IR. We had nobody. The one team that was going to win the Super Bowl is when we lost to Seattle in the NFC Championship game. That team was
That was great coaching by Mike McCarthy. Like tremendous coaching, like, amazing coaching.
So it all evens out. I mean, that team was made to win the Super Bowl, and it just
15 was the last one that they legitimately had a real shot if they had been able to play through that game. That was their position where they could have.
And they had it. And they had every opportunity, but they just choked it away. Could we have, if we would have beat the Giants with Favre in the NFC Championship game? I don't know. We would play a Patriots team with Randy Moss. I don't know.
Well, that's funny that both the Packer quarterbacks of the last like 30 years narrowly avoided a matchup with Tom Brady, which would have been interesting. Favre Brady would have been a ratings bonanza. That would have been a lot of people would have tuned into that game. Or Rodgers Brady in 2015, that would have been a big one. Like a lot of people would have been very interested to see that matchup in Super Bowl stage. Both those guys, they just narrowly missed both times.
So who is on the? What do you guys think about the Bucs?
Tampa Bay?
Yeah. Do you think this is actually a good team, or is it almost like a fantasy team put together? And
this,
what do you guys think?
this is the Yankees trying to pay for a championship team that is not going to happen.
I like their defense, though. I do. Get Brady stand in the pocket. Over. Mike Evans, good. They have some good offensive players. Don't get me wrong, but you're sticking Antonio Brown on the field, and you're like, when Godwin is actually a better way player than
absolutely. Yep.
Brown there, just to make drama in the locker room. Well, that will happen soon. It's not going to take long. The guy is just is drama. I don't like Gronk. I think he's just there to show. The Cameron Brate, I think, is a better tight end, and they won't play him. So, whatever.
I will say Gronk did surprise me. When he first started, it was what I thought. Like, this guy just isn't happening. But he did get in football shape, and he has surprised me. I'll be honest. I didn't think that would work.
It's almost
but that actually has worked.
It to forcing plays to Gronk when they should.
Oh, for sure. They do the same thing with Antonio Brown. They force it to him, too. As you said, Chris Godwin is twice the player now as Antonio Brown is. Yeah. But they force it to him.
Arse.
Ed, I never said I bet against Brady. I never said that.
Yeah, it's not even really about Tom Brady. I was more, I don't even think it's really about Tom Brady. It's just more like,
but I
think a bunch of individuals.
I think they pulled the Yankees, because look at the years in which the Yankees paid for a championship caliber team, paid all the luxury taxes, and you look at up and down the lineup and you're like, man, these are, holy shit. There should be no reason why they don't win the pennant for the entire decade. I mean, you look at the superstars. You look at their bench. But, at the flip side, all it takes is one of your starters or your bullpen to blow it, or, heaven forbid, Mariano Rivera blow a save. It does happen, not often, but it's the same scenario. It's like they paid for a championship team, and Brady's a fantastic quarterback, but Brady was also a product of the Patriots system. And, I'm not a fan of Belichick. I still call him Bill Belichick. It's proven they've cheated. Not saying that it's happened all the time, but they have been caught a few times. I won't disagree with that. I'll call it out, Carlos, because I know where you're going with that.
It's but like Cam Newton isn't as good at this cheating. It's like we can't. It's like we get caught and we still win. Cam, this is the way this is supposed to work. You're not following the program.
I mean, like I said, I'm not taking away from Brady's caliber as a great quarterback, but he was a product of that system, and you can see it.
Yeah,
he is nowhere near the quarterback that he was in Green Bay. Green Bay, jeez, sorry, Joey. In New England,
I remember the Brady era in Green Bay, and then we cut him because he sucked. He was trash. I want Mark Brunell back. Forget this guy.
And also, too, when people say like Brady's part of a system, it's not just offensive system. Because like I similar to what the Dolphins, because they really are kind of following the Patriots mantra a little bit, where it's special teams working together, defense works together with the offense. Like everyone keeps wondering why we keep starting Tua. It's not even for the future. It's because he doesn't turn the ball over. That's why we're still starting Tua.
You just hit on a key point that I want to make, playing off of what Steve said, though.
Yeah,
Brady is a system guy, a system quarterback. But and I'm a Tom Brady knocker as much as anybody else. I will say fake news on Tom Brady being the GOAT. But here's the thing. The thing that Tom Brady did with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that helped them a lot. Last year, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were barely a 500 team. But their inferior quarterback, who was junk, got 5,000 passing yards and 30 touchdowns with an inferior version of that offense that didn't have Gronk and didn't add additional pieces. But the interesting thing is he turned the ball over all the time. A billion interceptions. So what does Tom Brady do? It's like, well, I'm not going to give you 5,000 yards. I can give you 30 touchdowns with this talent I have around me. But what I won't do for you is I won't throw 30 interceptions. How about that? Good enough. That'll work.
And it gives you an adult in the room, too.
That's literally his job is to be like, I'm not going to throw 30 interceptions. Okay, we're better already. Good. We're done. That'll work. Good enough. Good enough. But like he was never going to throw for 5,000 yards, but that offensive talent is huge anyway. So it's like his job is like, well, there'll be an open receiver, hit him. And don't throw a bunch of interceptions. I can do that. Okay, great. We're good to go, guys.
Jameis Winston didn't even get a chance to play as New Orleans quarterback.
That's what I'm trying to get at. It's like he's but he threw for 5,000 yards with virtually that team last year.
We'll play Taysom Hill instead. We don't want to play you, Jameis. Sorry.
But what does that tell you though about the offensive talent they have though, that they were able to get? What if the turnovers hadn't happened? What would those numbers look like? Like if he did throw 30 interceptions, he threw 20 instead of 30.
Yeah.
They probably would have made the playoffs last year with Jameis Winston. So that team was already kind of decent to begin with.
Yeah, the defense is the same as it was the year before.
Yeah.
And kiss my ass, Ed. Just throwing that out there. Now I'm getting a chance to respond.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, guys that don't turn the ball over. This is not the same league as we were in with when Favre was here. We knew he was the gunslinger. We knew he was going to throw picks. But he was. There was more good to the bad back then. All quarterbacks back.
Most of the time, but towards the end, he got in this bad habit of throwing a lot of them in championship games.
Yeah.
I can live with the interceptions and say week 6 of the regular season. My problem is when you get to the NFC Championship, say in overtime and do it.
Yes, and not throw it to the wide open Ryan Grant in the flat for the first down.
Yeah, and he also did it for Minnesota too. It's not like Green Bay was the only one. It's like, how about we go to the NFC Championship? I'm going to throw an interception now. But no, don't do that.
He tried to force it into Donald Driver, who wasn't even open. Ryan Grant just praying for the ball 5 yards down the field, and there's no one around him.
Yeah.
I was like, Favre had terrible decision making. He actually was really bad coming out of college. He didn't know what a nickel defense was until he got to the NFL. He didn't. I mean, and that's a fact. He already had said so.
You can give him credit for entertainment. You can give him credit for entertainment. If nothing else, you watch a Favre game, it's like, okay, this could be incredibly fun or incredibly disastrous. People are lighting themselves on fire in the stands.
There is a playoff game. I think it was a playoff game against the Rams where they just destroyed us because Favre was just making interception after interception. And you're like, what the hell just happened? That's the kind of roller. See, Favre was the roller coaster. Rodgers is more steady.
Sure.
But they were both great. Don't get me wrong. If you loved to be on the edge of your seat, then you were a Favre guy.
But this is what always made this era interesting. You have 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks back to back. What are the odds that you can get that for that long? 2 guys that play a long time. You've got 2 Super Bowls to show for it, 3 appearances out of 30 years of quarterback play with 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks. One of them couldn't get out of their own way and threw inconvenient interceptions at the wrong time. The other one was more steady, but had Mike McCarthy.
It's showing what the quarterback can do with out of Mike McCarthy's offense.
The problem is Aaron Rodgers is 35. This would have been good to do like 5 years ago.
But we're like, oh, okay, let's change. Because in Green Bay, I don't know if a lot of your team, I don't know if anyone else has the same problem with their teams or whatever. When you're the coach of Green Bay or the quarterback of Green Bay, people bow down to you. There is no, we're getting rid of this guy. There's been like people say it, but it just never happens. People have the consistency. We want to keep the same people. It works so far. We had Ted Thompson, who loved to draft guys and loved not to give them up when they didn't pan out. That was the downfall for our team for a long time. If they didn't pan out, he kept them anyway because I drafted them. Now, if you don't make the team, you don't make the team. Go. We'll find somebody. Like Quentin Rollins was a Ted Thompson guy, and he ended up. Where the hell did he end up? I think he went to the Arizona for a year and in San Francisco's practice squad. He was a 2nd-round pick. We just finally said no more after, that Thompson was gone. See you later. That's what it needed to be done here. The turnover in talent, you can't hang on to guys for no reason. You just can't. I don't know if any other team has that kind of problem, but we had that problem here.
I just think it was a squandered opportunity, like I said, with the amount of talent you had at quarterback. Like, Steve knows what happens when you've got a Hall of Fame quarterback and then you struggle to find somebody after to try to get, like, at this point, he would take a competent quarterback for a good chunk of it. Peyton Manning fell out of the sky. It was good time, right place. It worked for them. Plus, that defense was good. And the team that won the Super Bowl, Peyton Manning was a shell. He had that 50 touchdown year where actually Peyton Manning was still really good. And then that Super Bowl team is like, they were doing it with smoke and mirrors and duct tape and a great defense.
He was Trent Dilfer.
He did just enough.
Because Peyton Manning
did
had
just
this.
enough.
This was working about as well as it could. It was working beautifully. He maximized whatever he could out of it. But that's what happens, though, as soon as you get that drop off at quarterback and you don't have anybody that can help you.
He was told to go in there. Don't turn the ball over. Trent Dilfer did the same thing. Your defense will win the game. You got to score a couple of field goals and you'll be fine. That's about it. That defense was phenomenal. Same with the Broncos that year. Give me that defense out every year, all year. Oh, my gosh. You're going to win a lot of games.
Well, and that always goes back, though. Defense wins championships. You look at the year, Denver had number 1 offense going against Seattle with the number 1 defense. Denver looked like a fucking high school team. I mean, they couldn't do anything right. Seattle was sniffing it out all over the place. So it's no different when they won Super Bowl 50. like you said, Carlos, Peyton came in and did just enough. He was there to basically be the clock guy, keep the offense on the field long enough to score enough points and let the defense do their job. And in the end, defense won the championship. End of conversation.
In that situation, it wasn't an insult that he was a game manager. He was the ultimate game manager in that moment, and he did the job beautifully, and he got a second ring for his trouble.
A game manager sounds like a compliment to me.
But in that moment, he was the ultimate game manager, and he had already had the credentials. It wasn't a Trent Dilfer situation because he proved he could get it done for years. He was just broken down. He wasn't the same Peyton Manning in his prime, so everybody's like, no, man. You know what? You did the job, and guess what? Here's your second ring. Enjoy it.
I mean, you could have, if someone had offense all year long, it would have probably done. It probably would have the same result in my eyes. I don't know. You would just have to have someone capable back there. It's all it would have been. That defense was just so dominant. And same with the Baltimore defense with Trent Dilfer. You just go out there and have someone that could make an out pass a couple of times.
I love the Ravens defense. You know why? Big Sam Adams and Tony Saragusa. I mean, that was like 800 pounds in there.
You were
no wonder you gave up 10 yards a game rushing.
Never. They were phenomenal. I mean, I'm not going to run on this team. I'm going to try passing on it. Well, good luck.
You got Hall of Famers in the back and all pros in the back.
Ball hockey back there. By the way, I wanted to say before I get out of here, I was watching the Bucks game, and they just they had a record of 3-pointers in a game. I think it ended up being 29 3-pointers in one game, which is if anyone watched the Bucks play against the Knicks the other night, which the Knicks demolished the Bucks for whatever reason. But this team then comes out and beats the crap out of the Heat. I mean, beats them down. So I don't know about this team either, but there's my basketball knowledge. I don't know much other than the Bucks, but I know the Heat.
I wish they would get rid of the 3-point line. That would really help watching basketball. I wish they would just do that for about 3 years. Just get rid of it again, so people actually learn how to play basketball again, and then maybe bring it back. Because I'm telling you, the last 2 or 3 years, now it doesn't help that my Bulls suck, but I watch it and I'm just like, I find myself turning it off after a quarter. And it's just hard to watch now. It's just, hey, I'm open over here for 3. And then each team has
if
one
you're
guy
talking about
that
the
can
Chicago Bulls,
shoot.
this isn't going to help. You might have to eliminate the 2-pointer and switch to 1 point.
Right.
Push in the 3-point line.
Yeah, it's like, can we just do first point wins? Maybe that'll work better.
Yeah, I watched them the other night. I'm like, all these guys do the same things. I was like, why do we have 5 of the same player? I'm like, I don't get it. But
I'm watching basketball now. It's not the basketball I grew up on by far. It's like a totally different game. It's like a different. Yeah. People beat the crap out of each other in the 80s and 90s.
Oh yeah, I miss guys just hating each other and on the court, not necessarily hating each other off the court. Some did.
But,
right. Yeah, like I like a little animosity. Yeah. But yeah, now it's like, where are you going to grab a steak after the game, man? Just right.
Well, and then Dallas the other night or whatever was up by 40 or 50 points after the first half, set a record.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, I saw a headline of that. Yeah.
The good thing about the Bucks is that this Giannis player, it's not the James Harden. It's not. This guy is actually a nice guy. I don't know. You might like James Harden, but I don't. Or he's not Russell Westbrook. He's not any of these guys. He's personally a nice guy. We got him for the next 5 years here. So we're relevant again. And he's just, we don't like having I like watching a team that's full of, they don't have any hate for anybody. It's just nice player. Like if you tell me, that's why I have so much problem with guys like Antonio Brown, because he's an asshole. I don't want to watch players like that. In fact, I hope they do something on the field that gets them off the field again. That's what I don't care. But if you're actually a nice person, and you can tell on some of these players, some of them are just obviously type A personalities, and all they think about is themselves. I don't like that in a player. That's why you think I love the offensive linemen, because they don't want to be in the spotlight at all. They don't care. So yeah. So as far as I'm watching this Bucks. I don't see there's guys like Chris Middleton and there's guys like Giannis and there's guys like Brooke Lopez, which I'm gonna miss Robin Lopez this year because when they were together when the Twins were together, they were funny. They were very lighthearted. It's not all just all basketball. It was just there was a fun team. It's nice that they win once in a while now because we're not used to winning at all here. We used to be the doormat, but
so are the Mavericks.
yeah. They're fun to watch because, well, I mean, it's not the 80s and 90s, but people are making shots. The amount of skill in actual shooting from that far deep. Oh my God, these guys, Damian Lillard can launch from half court and make it, just like, I don't know nothing other than the Bucks really, but I'm like, man, this difference in shooting from 20 years ago till now is just like mega difference.
But that's the reason the 3-point line thing became a thing. Is
right?
That they could spread, they could open the space, so you don't have to go in the paint. And mathematically, it makes more sense to take 3-pointers, especially if you can hit them at almost 40%. It becomes a math problem. You actually make more points that way. Yeah, you'll miss them, but when you're making them and you get hot, you blow the other team out by 30. Oh, you make your little dunks.
See a game of course.
Yeah, you make your little dunks. You get 2 points. I'll get 3. And then we'll see how long you want to keep doing this before you realize you're actually behind.
Yeah, like they brought in Brooke Lopez a couple of years ago, and he just sits in the corner.
I know he was a 7-footer who never goes in the paint.
I'm going to shoot threes all day. And I'm like, it's a weird thing to watch because you're like, this 7-footer is not underneath the basket at all. He rarely posts up. I'm just like, this is not your Bill Laimbeer Pistons teams. I don't know.
We've clearly established that you just want low scoring everything.
I
told you, switch to the 1 point, and then you can have your low scoring games.
I'm nostalgic for when I was a kid when sports were just like eye opening to me. Where and now it's just those teams that I watched back then. They're not even present in today's games in any of them. The only thing that's probably stayed the same is maybe it's not even that much, but hockey stays the same. I mean,
to a
I was
certain
going
degree,
to say that's like I think that's why over the last 4 years I've gotten so into hockey. It's just because it's everything we say the NBA isn't.
Exactly.
Like what we complain that the NBA isn't anymore. Selfless. Because even stars, they only play 27 minutes out of 60.
Yeah, they rotate around 4.
So so it really is.
They don't really have a choice. If you try to skate at full speed for more than about 30 or 45 seconds, they collapse onto the ice.
Seth Jones played like 80 minutes in a game. All right, Carlos?
No. Not exactly, no.
Well, it was pretty close.
Yeah. The thing is, defensemen can do it because they will pace themselves, stay in their zone. They'll play a certain style that will allow them to stay out there because they have to. But most of the skaters are like, no, I want your maximum effort. They say go 100%. Give me 100%.
But I think that leads to them not having the look at me,
right?
Because you can only play so much, so you are literally only a piece of the puzzle. Now you might be a bigger piece than obviously the third, fourth line guy, but you're just a piece of the puzzle.
It's also that the sport has got a smaller piece of the sports pie. The top guys, the very tippy top guys make 10 million. It's the top guys. Yeah. Everybody else is much further down that pecking order because that money doesn't exist. It's not a lack of passion. The places where it's passionate, the fans are super passionate. They fill the arenas when they can.
Yeah.
Right. They'll fill the arenas and they'll be loud, and the live hockey experience is great, but you're not making a lot of money in Winnipeg. You're not making a lot of money in Calgary, Alberta. In a lot of these huge markets, that's what it is.
And they do the worst job of promoting their sport here in the United States.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how often do you watch a football game and see a commercial for hockey?
Yeah.
Ever?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
The money is smaller. The players do not. Some players will still have ego, but there's like, okay, you're the biggest player in this sport, and Giannis makes 5 times as much as you do.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
But does anyone know when the hockey season starts? A casual person? That should be on TV every single day. January 13th season starts. So much, you will start seeing commercials for the NFL draft in 3 weeks.
Oh, shut up.
You're going to know the date of the NFL draft. You're going to memorize the commercial. You aren't going to miss it. You aren't going to be like, oh, the draft's tonight? But you're going to maybe go on your Fox Sports Ohio channel and see your hockey team. Oh, hockey started?
Yeah. But
they do the worst job.
Out about hockey. I don't know. I learned hockey in the last, 5 or 6 years, and I'm still learning like some of the I miss a lot of the penalties that go on in hockey because it happens fast. But what I learned in hockey, there is nothing else like playoff hockey. That it gets so exciting.
Yeah.
Even to the casual fan. I mean, I'm the probably more casual part of it. I like the Red Wings. But as far as fan, I'll turn into playoff hockey when it's teams I've never watched before, or whoever's in the playoffs. I'll tune into that every single time because it's so exciting. I don't know why it is so exciting in my eyes, but it's just the way I feel. I'm just like, this team can. The seeding makes no difference to me. You know, I mean, there will be teams better than each other, but their teams are so close, and there's so many players that like someone's fourth line can step up and score goals, and you're like, it's over. You know?
There are no teams. Upsets happen in the playoff rounds all the time.
Yes.
A number 8 can knock off a number 1 all day long. The best team in the regular season can get bounced in the first round. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
Because the other team, now there was a joke that that they had on a show one time where they talk about the thing about hockey is that there is strategy. There is, position coaches, and they'll work on all this stuff. But sometimes when it comes to playoff hockey, the coach will literally just yell, "Try harder!" And that's the entire strategy. It's like, skate harder, hit harder. And that's literally their entire game plan. It's like, okay, now you're just going to hit him harder. I'm going to need you to skate faster. It's like, I'm trying as hard as I can. More. And that's it. That's what you're watching. You're watching the guys just crank up the intensity just a little more than even regular season because they're like, nope, this is it.
Well, like this year with the Lightning, they won literally because of the third line.
Yeah.
Braden Point was awesome.
Yep.
But it was the Coleman, Goodrow line that when they played the Jackets, that was a complete difference in the game.
Yeah.
Where the year previous, we just beat the hell out of them. All right. They started committing dumb penalties because they got frustrated. This year, that group set the tone. They would actually start the game with that group and matched our intensity. And I knew right then, I was like, oh, this is a different team. They're winning it all. And sure enough. And I would argue they weren't even necessarily as talented as even the year previous when they got swept by them. Mm-hmm. But they were just different. It was more playoff style hockey they were playing.
That happens a lot, though. Now imagine if you said in basketball, hey, we're going to put the second unit in to start the game.
Right.
Who would do that? It's like, Giannis can start the game on the bench. Why would you do that? In basketball, the talent, the cream of the crop talent is so high where it's like the best teams will usually win. Or they'll be there at the end. They very rarely will you get those number 8 seeds. Oh, yeah, the number 8 seeds in the NBA Finals. Why? What happened? Did LeBron die?
Yeah, either depth or a hot goalie.
Yeah,
hot goalie. Yeah. That's what I like in the playoffs when a goalie is like, coming out of nowhere and has a shutout. You're like, wow, it's your second goalie.
That's why Dallas made it to the finals.
The starter was injured.
Right, Dallas isn't even that good. Right.
Yep.
No,
you're right.
But going back to the point though, it's like they tried hard, they skated hard. Like that's literally all that. They did it with duct tape. Steve knows that I'm a Dallas fan. Like I collect Medano. I've been following that team for years. That's a Dallas Star Stanley Cup banner behind me. But like I watch this team and I'm like, they have no business getting out of the first round. And then I watch them get out of the first round. They have no business getting out of the second round. They have no business getting. How are they here?
Yeah, it helped they were in the West too.
Yeah, but the thing is like that sometimes weird stuff happens.
Yeah.
In hockey, it's allowed and it's possible. It is totally possible.
Plus, it's a series. It's like baseball. It's in a series too. So
yes,
baseball is at least watchable.
NFL, you're like, you could have a stinker and be out of the playoffs. You're like, because obviously we've done that before. So I mean, some of the better teams don't move. A lot of times, the better teams in football, if you have a stinker in the playoffs, it's over. You're like, well, okay, that team just blew an opportunity. At least it's a series that you can come back in a series and stuff like that. That's why I like baseball playoffs too, because that's not over in one day. You get
a couple of kicks at the can. You can screw up a little bit and still come back and win the series.
That Boston's World Series coming back from 3-0, I don't even like Boston at all. But that was the most exciting World Series I've ever watched. It was drama every night. After the first win, you're like, okay, I'm going to tune into this to Game 5. You're like, oh.
Yeah, I did too. You're right.
Oh, my God.
In retrospect, though, that was bad for all of us. Those Boston fans are insufferable. Literally, like, I was like, no, you know what? It should have been like 180 years for you guys. Like, we should have just kept
why
it
did
going.
we work for this again? Yeah.
It's like, can we retroactively take that back? I was happy for them in 2004. Now I'm like, all right, enough of you idiots.
Yeah.
You're worse than Yankee fans because you don't have the history to back this up.
I want my Tigers to actually win. We're not going to be winning anytime soon, but you know, I've seen a couple World Series, but I've always been on the losing end. And the last time the Tigers won the World Series, I was 5. I didn't get a chance to really enjoy it.
Right.
Come on, it was 1984. What else were you doing? You should have been enjoying it.
I was 5.
Yeah.
I've never seen a World Series, so
Every time my Tigers go to the World Series, they choke it away.
Well, it's like Dolphins fans who are always like, yeah, we're the only undefeated team. And I'm like, dude, you're my age. You never even watched that shit. I was like, you can't go around being like, now, if it was your grandpa saying it, okay, you at least lived through it. I don't go around going, oh, yeah, those 72 and 73 Dolphins back-to-back champs, man.
But I tell you what, I've done a lot of research. I mean, I do a lot of watching of teams like that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I do too.
Their no-name defense, oh, my God. They were so good. I mean, yes, they were called the no-name defense for a reason. But, man, there were some players on that team. You're just like, wow.
Yeah.
You know, was Joe Langer on in that championship team?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer, obviously, too. But
right.
There's a lot of guys on that team who are just like, yeah, they just kind of played as one.
Yeah, the offensive line is pretty much in the Hall of Fame, the interior.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
I mean, they were one of the defenses I've seen that played as one. Like, there was no, like, weak point in it. Everyone was not, like, stellar, but they were all solid, and they did their job. And that was like, if Mike, you get some of these defenses to play like that again, we maybe have an NFL. But, yeah, I mean, I do, like, watching old stuff like that. You get, like, I watch everything I can on players that I didn't get to see. I never got to see Walter Payton play, but I can watch him on video anytime I want.
Right.
You know, I'm not going to be a kind of and how can you be an NFL fan without not going back and watching some of this stuff? You can hear it from somebody else, but unless you know, there's stuff like people don't know about Don Hudson for the Packers. I mean, because he's played in the 20s.
Yeah.
But he was a dominant wide receiver when receptions and catches were not a part of the game, really. You know, people say he's better than Jerry Rice, and everyone will give me, what are you talking about? Well, you know, you put Don Hudson in today's NFL, that guy's going to get 200 catches. He was just that far above everybody else that he played against. He was just that good. You know, he didn't have.
Or when people are like, we never seen anyone do like what Derrick Henry does. I'm like, ever watched Jim Brown video?
Have you watched Jamal Lewis? Is Derrick
or even Jamal? Yes.
And I've seen it before. We you know.
Yeah, it just makes me laugh. Yeah.
Alabama, they're the same running back. He plays get himself out of the NFL.
Yep.
Christian Athletic.
He was a man. How could you not go back and watch the Steve Atwater hit on Christian Troy? I love that sound. I mean, how could you not go back and watch that? I mean, I was little when it happened, but that's the stuff I go back and watch every time because it's legendary stuff like that. Like I watched just the other night. Last night I watched the Browns versus the Lions, the game that nobody watched. It was 2009, Matt Stafford's rookie year.
Yeah.
Hurt his shoulder. I watched that. Where Mahad Massaquoi scored a couple of touchdowns for the Browns. Brady Quinn was starting it. You know, I'm just like, dude, I'm going to watch this. Because at the time, that game was like blacked out in the areas. Only people that seen it was like not in the area. Because there was no one was going to watch 2 1-8 teams go at it. But it ended up being like a big seesaw game. And Brandon Pettigrew was a rookie with Stafford. And just like, yeah, that was a great game. yeah, it was two sucky teams, but geez.
People make fun of me because I go back and the games I couldn't really keep track of on Sunday, because I have the Sunday ticket thing, and you can watch the game in 45 minutes. Where it's just play after play after play after play. Like I just got done watching Washington, Carolina, and somebody's like, "Why did you waste 45 minutes watching Washington, Carolina?" I was like, "Hey, Washington might be in the playoffs."
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, that's also why I know a bunch of random shit about teams I should have no business knowing anything about. Because I just sit there and watch those for 45 minutes at a time. You can watch 2 or 3 a night. So by Wednesday, Thursday, I watched everything I learned to watch.
I have been doing that less lately with this kind of NFL.
Yeah.
I'm sticking with my Packers, and then whatever comes across my screen, I might pick up on. And I know some stuff about football. There's no doubt about it. But
right.
But I was more diligent like 3 or 4 years ago of watching everything I could possibly watch.
Yeah.
It's just I kind of strayed away from that now because it's like a minor protest because
that's good though, Joey. It's not good for you. I don't recommend it.
I mean, when you're passionate about something, you always want to be a part of it, but you also.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing. Hockey hadn't started yet. There's nothing on TV, so I'm like, nothing to watch. Let's watch one of the games I didn't get to see any of. I think that's what it is too.
I didn't even watch New Orleans versus Minnesota. I just
no. Well, that would have drove you up the wall. Talk about no defense.
I looked at the score, it was like 52 to something. I'm like, what?
It's like, because like all the linebackers were out for the Vikings, right? You're going to struggle, you're going to lose, whatever. But it's like you can't come up with a defense that doesn't allow 7 rushing touchdowns. Like you can't scheme something together for at least a half to slow them down somewhat, even if you're playing with lesser tier talent. Like, to me, it was like you just threw in the towel somewhere because, like, I don't get it.
Like, steal a playbook? Oh, I forgot that was the Patriots.
But yeah, that stuff drives me nuts. I'm like, you couldn't come up with something for a half to semi-slow them down. Like, I'm just, that stuff always bothers me.
Well, guys, I got to get to bed. I got to go deliver some mail tomorrow.
All right, you're a hero, Joey.
I don't know if I'm a hero.
You are. Don't let anyone tell you any different.
Well, I get you sports cards I don't know. I have a couple people on my route that collect sports cards. So I make sure they get their stuff intact.
The rest of it is like shredded and whatever. It's like there's like 5 envelopes that are like in pristine condition, carefully dropped. The rest of them are in the snow.
No, I'm like,
go get your own stuff. It's in the pile. It's in the pile. Go get it.
I'm like, is it something worth you moving or what? I've actually, especially my old route, I had probably 2 or 3 more people that would collect cards, and they would just like show me everything they had, and I ended up buying things for them like that. I'm not on that route anymore, so I don't get as much, but yeah, they know who I am. I take care of them people real well. Make sure it gets daintily put into their mailbox. Nice and easy.
As long as it says that it's delivered when it's been delivered and not, it's delivered, but it was never put in the mailbox.
When my customers get something like that, especially my card customer, I mean, they have special places for me to put stuff. I'm a small town here. I'll do whatever I want my customers want. If they want to put it in a garage wrapped in 3 rubber bands and cellophane, I'll do that. I don't care.
Right.
I mean, I get paid by the hour regardless. I mean, I have a guy that collects records, lots of 45s and 33 1/3s, and he wants me put in a special area every single time, and I go right into his house every day. So he's not there. But he wants them inside his house. So, all right. So,
makes sense, though. I mean, you don't want them subjected to the elements. I can understand that.
Well, he's worried about people taking him from his front porch and stuff like that.
I can understand that too.
I get it. I mean, I'll do whatever my customers will allow me to do. that would be the kicking of the package is considered what we call a Sawaski, because I'm Polish myself. This guy just retired a couple of years ago, but this guy was known, if there's something dropped off his cart, he would kick it down the ramp to his truck. He's the old Polish kind of way. He didn't like all this package stuff. This is like the new age thing, or I'm like drowning in packages every day.
Oh, I'm sure.
People buy dog food, and I get it in Amazon boxes, in Amazon pantry, shit like that. I got to carry all this heavy shit when I used to maybe have 11 packages a day. Now I'm getting 70.
Yeesh.
And I have to keep the same route as when I had 11 packages. So, and they don't want us to have overtime? Well, screw them. But no, you guys talk about cards. I'm going to get going.
Have a good one, Joey.
See you later. Thanks, guys, for having me on.
Later, Joey.
I love that guy. I like when he gets going, so passionate. I love that guy.
Yeah, Carlos gets that way sometimes too.
Oh, yeah. I found Carlos a couple months ago. I enjoyed it.
Do you regret it yet? Do you regret it yet?
Pretty much every day.
I tried my best. I really hoped I would have driven you away much sooner. Not for lack of effort here. I'm trying.
F. You get an F, Carlos.
Well, it is what it is. What are you going to do? I'll tell you what, you get a full refund.
Of zero?
Yeah. No, like I said, full. You know what? I'm feeling generous. You get a double refund. Congratulations. You get it twice.
Pouring another beer there, Carlos?
I am.
Good deal.
Oh, so did you have a topic tonight, Dave? Or?
It was actually doing a little bit of some favorite pickups.
Yep, year in review.
Yeah.
Favorite pickups for the year?
I can grab one or two so that I can at least get a couple of those in there. If you guys want to show a few, it's up to you. I can grab a couple.
I was looking, man. I didn't pick up much of anything. And I started looking back, and I'm just like, I picked up like 2 Merino autos. That's about it. The prices of everything, man.
Well, you've done well from the brand perspective, though.
Yeah, but that was still early on for pre-COVID.
True.
Is now, I don't know if you noticed, but I don't post any break stuff because I'm not getting in it. Because it's like a team that's supposed to be, let's say, $59 is now $109. There's no money.
Gotcha.
I'm like, why would I just literally piss it away? So that's the only thing I break at all now is pretty much hockey, but it stays close to retail. Suggested retail value.
Yeah, just because there's no specific, like, hockey's gone up, but not everything, and not across the board. There's certain players, certain teams that'll get a little bit of a premium, but it hasn't gone to that level. I would feel bad for the basketball guys, like the real basketball fans. Like, no shot. Like, even the cheapest product, like, no, you're going to get murdered. So this is one of the recent ones that got in there. This was the, this is the game used
plate, the name
plate. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's cool color.
Yeah, I like the fact that it is, in fact, they did get a full piece, and to your point from previous, we were talking about it. So, like, you can consider it more of a 1 of 6, but the individual letters are 1 of 1. Although I will say they did number them individually. So, like, this one's NP82, and the O is 83, 84, 85. So each one's got its own number for each letter.
That's cool.
Means it's separate on the checklist, which is great. Like, okay, good. You didn't just treat it as a parallel and then have each letter be a thing. So I appreciate that.
I think there's a new football. It's not immaculate. Maybe it is immaculate. They actually have a Terrell Davis nameplate, and they are numbered. They actually numbered them to 5.
You could, yeah. It would be legit, yeah.
But it's not game used.
Okay, so that one is game used, which I do appreciate a lot.
No, and that's the thing. That's the big differentiator. But I find it interesting that, sometimes, like in that case, they're all numbered 101.
Yeah.
Then you have other times in which they actually number them based on the number of letters in the nameplate. Which where's the consistency here, folks?
But that's a different thing entirely. So Dave will appreciate this when he knows these guys.
Oh, yep, superpower.
Yeah. So that one. I used to pick up the odd Keith DeChuck card. I'm not really going to do a collection of them, but if I see something cool like that, like Medano isn't in that checklist, so I'm like, you know what, great. I'll pick up something that he doesn't have a checklist card of that I still like the card. So
I remember you showing that. When was that?
It would have been
the podcast. It was the week. It was a week ago Sunday.
I think that's right. Yeah.
That you were showing some of the pickups that hadn't come in quite yet.
Yeah. So those ones were ones where I was like, maybe it'll come in before the end of the year, maybe not. That's where the cutoff thing came in. So that one of one technically is a 2021 card, unofficially. Because
gotcha.
Like, I had no way of knowing if it was going to come in on time, so I was like, I had to make a decision and cut it off so I could actually make the damn video.
Nope. Makes perfect sense. Any other ones, Carlos? Since you said you had a few.
I do. So this one was a fun one as well, and so that's another Chuck, but that's the 6 Cents Wizards.
I remember you showing that one too.
Yeah, it goes along with my favorite Medano of the year, which is the 6 Cents Wizards. So now I have 2 from that set, both out of 100.
So the question is, Carlos, any possible?
Nope.
Okay.
0%.
Just thought I'd ask.
The Gretzky's a hard no.
Okay.
Gretzky's basically like, nope. I've seen what the Gretzky's can go for. I was able to get the Keith DeChuck for a really good price. The Medano was very reasonable, so I was like, great. I have a couple of cards from it. It's an awesome set. I would love to do it. But out of 100 back in 98 is very different than out of 100 today.
No.
Yeah.
You're preaching to the choir there.
Yeah, so it's like, could it be done? Yeah, but you're going to have to pull out the old pocketbook. I'm going to need some of the kidneys from Dave's neighborhood. Already. Happen.
Allegedly.
That's right. Yeah, I was like, I looked at the Gretzky and I was like, nah, man. No, straight no. Yep, Blades of Steel. Jack Adams, nice.
I remember you posted that one on Instagram, didn't you, Dave?
King Clancy. Who was it? Was it King Clancy or Jack Adams? It was a Vault one I posted online.
I don't remember seeing that one.
Yeah, I will say, Dave, on the back of the card, it says who was the owner at the time. Was that not Brian Gray? It would have been Brian Price, right? So the thing with Brian Price is that Brian Price was the owner at that time, and a lot of those memorabilia pieces came from his personal collection. He was a big-time memorabilia guy who would buy a lot of real, because he would actually do a display at the card shows, and he would have it like in the game land or be a player land, and he would show off full jerseys and things of like Hall of Famers all over the place. That's from his personal collection.
Oh, that's cool.
So he was willing to put some of that into his product because he was like, I want my customers to be able to get the chance to get a piece of this, but it was straight from his personal collection. So when Brian Gray bought the company, he sold him a good chunk of the memorabilia from his personal collection, including in the game stock. So that's what Leaf is using today.
Interesting. So since Dave's doing whatever he's doing, I'll show a few. Like I said, I picked out some, a few of the plates that I picked up. So this top one, whichever way I'm going, this one actually came from the collection purchase. The other two are ones that I actually picked up. And a lot of these actually came out of that collection I got. But Top Stars, Luminaries.
Nice.
One's numbered to 75, one's numbered to 50. Dave, don't hate me for showing this because I know that it may send you into a frenzy because of what happened. Well, this is the mirror.
Yep.
So really cool. Really cool. My mirror blue that completed my rainbow that had eluded me for years for 97.
Nice.
Contenders red parallel, numbered to 25 from 98. So
97.
Now is that from is that the base or is that an insert?
No, this is the base.
This is okay.
Yeah, so it's the parallel.
Okay.
Oh, it is 97. Sorry, Dave. Thank you for correcting me. But super rare nonetheless.
I take it from the previous card also you're a leave the peel on kind of guy?
Yes.
That's fair.
Oh yeah, I'm a peel off guy.
I've kind of gotten to the point, to be honest with you, where some of the cards where it's not so cost prohibitive, I'm probably going to get a second and have one with the peel on and one with the peel off, because I do prefer them without the peel. But if you only got one, you have to make a decision.
Yeah, my 96. So mirror red and mirror blue.
Those are nice.
Yeah,
I
those
still
are
like
slick.
the 96s.
Still missing the gold. Collector's Choice 95 gold. That was also part of that collection.
Oh, nice.
Recent. I showed this in my recent pickups video, but the playoff gold die cut number to 25. I'll save. Should I save that one? No, I'll show this one. I showed this one in my last video though too. 97 playoff zone frenzy gold parallel numbered to 5. So that's like uber rare.
Nice.
Never thought I'd ever see that pop up on eBay. My 2 black finites.
I do like the tech, especially for the newer stuff. It is nice. You get the shine. If you like the shine, it's good. It definitely has it.
So both from 2018, and then of course I still haven't shown this in a pickup video, but my essential credentials 2000.
That's strong. That's strong.
Number to 50. I'll show this one. This one. Whoops! As I throw it at my laptop. That
so
was
you'll
out
be
of.
needing a new one. If everybody knows, you can get the checklist together.
Oh, I really like that.
Centurions, that's good.
Yep.
Non-protected refractor, nice.
So that was part of that collection too. Number to 75, and then I still have this as my top.
That's a good one.
My
Platinum.
precious metals. Yep.
Nice.
So, like I said, it's one of those in which things coming out of the woodworks.
Yeah.
And then this actually came in today.
Nice. So it's overtime. Okay, edge.
Wow.
Odyssey.
The 100?
Oh, okay.
30.
25. Oh, 30. Okay.
That'll do.
Now, is all those 230, or is it like a jersey number?
No, it's not a jersey number thing.
Okay.
It's just the parallels or the numbered parallels that they did.
Gotcha.
As you know, sometimes they do it based on that, but
Right.
collectors
I wasn't sure with those.
Collector's Edge, they did their shit weird, so you never knew ultimately really what it was.
So we'll do the out of 30. Dave knows these. Got to do the mirror platinums.
Beautiful card.
So those ones are out of 30. That'll work.
Beautiful.
This is one of the ones, and the mirror gold also for the regular Pinnacle certified. It was also another one that came out of the woodwork this year. It didn't crack my top 25, which tells you something about how the year went. This one
Carlos,
did because this one deserves it.
That's a decent little card.
It's a decent little card. It's adequate.
Yeah,
I dare say
decent.
adequate.
Yeah, decent. I'll give you decent.
I don't know if you've heard, Brad. It's one of my favorite things is that Matt gets on me because I've gotten so jaded that at this point it's like, yeah, it's a 1-1. It's a decent little card. Decent little card. It's all right. It's adequate. It's fine. It's okay.
Oh, and Dave, you remember I showed this last week to you. So I finally figured out more about this. So the douchebag, I'll call him a douchebag because he didn't send this in a top loader.
Okay.
But multiple listed, one at one price, one at another price, and then one at a buy it now best offer of like $15 or something. So these are all listed as 97s. This is not a 97. And in the description, it's all claimed that, this isn't recognized by Beckett, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So this is actually 1996 Upper Deck foil mini. And it is in Beckett.
Okay.
But it's only like a 28 card set. So not all players made it in the set. And it is, if I put
I can't tell. Okay.
So if I put a card behind it,
okay, I see it.
you can see it is in fact smaller.
I don't like when they do that though. I feel like a half measure is like if you're gonna call it a mini, like adjust it so it physically looks mini.
It's almost like did someone mess up and you're like, you know what? Let's just make it a set.
Mind you, that's the kind of dick move that I would be. It's like, guys, I got an idea. We're gonna make a mini set. So how big do you want it? It's like, make it like 92.5% of the other card size. It'll mess with people. They'll think it's trimmed.
Yeah.
It'll be amazing.
Yeah, it's not like Topps Chrome Mini, for instance, or some of your other, inserts that, Gaudy did or things along those lines, that they were actually smaller cards.
Yeah, if you're gonna do
Now,
it,
is that
make it
something you
size.
knew existed, Steve, before you saw that?
Not existed. I've been eyeing them probably for a year and a half, because it was one of those in which I'm like, in the way that they're always listed is 97 Upper Deck Fulls vending. It was like a vending thing, but FFOLZ, and that's the way they always had them listed. And I'm like, that's interesting. But it was always listed as 97.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, if you go look at Beckett for 97, it is an accurate statement. Beckett does not recognize it because it's not a 97 card.
Right.
So after doing a little bit more kind of looking at the card and doing a little bit more digging and actually like paying attention to my freaking checklist, go figure, you have a checklist, why not use it, right? And I'm like, and I'm going, oh, well, shit, it is recognized, because I would have thought if it's a 97, it should look like the 97 Upper Deck base card. It doesn't. So that's when I started doing a little bit more digging, and as I put my Terrell Davis collection in new boxes. When I went to the shop, I bought new boxes to put them in, and because they were getting old,
Right.
so I wanted to freshen up the boxes a little bit, I guess, and give myself a little bit more room to add stuff. And as I was moving stuff over, I'm like, I came across the 96 Upper Deck card. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Okay. I'm like, interesting. Then you look at the back of the 96 foil card, and it's like 4 of 28 or something like that. I think it's a 28 card set. So then I'm like, okay, so I go pull up my checklist, go to 96, I'm going, there it is. Now, I paid full book for it. I should have been able to get it for 99 cents or a penny plus shipping. However, it was one of those in which, like I said, the one guy has quite a few of them listed in multiple formats and multiple prices. I bought the cheapest one.
Right.
So I'm not complaining. It's another one off the checklist for 96. Can't complain. Other than the fact that the douchebag didn't send it in a top loader.
As bad as the mail has been this year, I only had one of those. Was that Ziggy?
Of course.
Of course, I figured. Yeah. I only had one that did that this year. Yep. The refractor. That's right,
like
the
that
refractor. And the best part is that the guys sent it with no penny sleeve. They did do it on top loader, but no penny sleeve. It was just kind of free floating in there. And it wasn't an expensive card. I just picked up one of the Jamie Benn MVP cards, but it was the out of 5. It was the black script out of 5. I'm sitting there like, you couldn't penny sleeve. You couldn't, and it was in a plain white envelope. And I was like, okay, so you want to take all the chances.
Right.
On a card out of 5, and somehow it was intact and not damaged. I was like, okay, well, by the grace of the data you believe in.
Love that precious metal though, Dave. And that's the platinum, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
101.
Oh, I forgot you got that one.
I don't think I've shown this yet.
Oh, okay. Well, then there you go. See, I don't feel bad.
I saw it.
I was like, I don't ever see that.
I knew about that one too. And he's got one more. And I remember that one.
That one I already up.
Yeah, that's the one you overpaid on. At least so you say.
Steve, $25 is a lot of money. Come on, man.
It was more than that. A lot more.
I know. When you said overpaid, I was like, $25 is a lot of money.
You got that this year, Dave?
What's this?
Yeah.
That was the basketball money.
Ah, okay.
The basketball money helped tremendously.
I didn't realize you got that this year. I thought you would have had that, Dave.
There's running over to go.
Nah, that's not that good.
Yep, the armor plates. Yeah.
Joey, I thought you were going to bed.
It's too jacked up. You can't go to bed. Oh, I really like that one.
That's the superpower too, isn't it? Ice carvings? Is that what that one's called? I'm learning a lot of these from Dave and Carlos these days.
Is that like a regular card feel on that one? Or is it actually like a different
Some of them have embossing. Some of them, certain
I
subsets.
couldn't tell that.
It's almost like rivets on there.
Mhm.
Or the action-packed feel, not as pronounced, but
I will say, design-wise, they did a really good job with those, especially the superpower when you add the foil into it. It's really it adds something.
Z-axis? Die cut?
Same.
Good old
Both
Factor
are-
Matrix. Overly complicated set.
Very.
I was like, guys, why'd you do this? One of you had a fever dream and thought this was an awesome idea.
Shut up, Vinny.
Yeah, I still love that Year of Finest. I don't need Topps to come back to hockey necessarily, but if they're willing to do Finest and they go back to that style, I can accept it.
I do love Finest Refractor. I think that's my favorite.
Of course,
I just
the
like the
rare-
year where they did the silver, the gold, and the bronze, and they broke up the different components into it, and you could get these different interesting cards.
The second superpower of the same card. Dave had to buy two.
Those ones,
Dave, of
yeah,
course.
that emblem over there. Oh, it's 10. This
You
one-
wouldn't mind Topps Chrome though either, though, would you, Carlos?
No, not necessarily. I will say though, I did enjoy when Finest broke up the set into those different colors. Though I did feel like they thought out the design better. I enjoyed that they came up with those little subsets, all those different little ones for different players, because the goalies got their own subset and things like that. I thought that was good because Chrome's great, but it also it's the same design across the board for all the players.
Right.
That little extra piece just adds something.
So, Dave, that the other one that you showed was that like a kind of like a platinum blue type parallel type situation, or is that just a?
It's some sort of parallel.
They had different foils for that year, and they were numbered to different amounts depending on the foil. Pacific has done a lot of good work, but certain years they would get a little lazy with the parallels. Some of them would just be like, yeah, it's a slightly different foil. It's like, well, guys, that's not super exciting. I don't mind it, but it's like, yeah, you could try a little harder.
They did the same thing for football, and that's why, because something numbered to 10, platinum blue has always been their best parallel, at least historically. So that's why I was actually closing the question. That looks like silver.
Yeah, it's just a hollow silver. And I got that for 50, which I think is stupid cheap.
For that card, yeah.
When the guy took the offer, I'm like, you're dumb. Thank you.
Yeah.
Neither, Ed. I'll answer Ed's question. Neither.
For Chicago, yeah.
Oh, by the way,
I'm not
Dave,
stateside, but if anybody
I have
wants to
already
send
made
$2,000
plans
stimulus
to go
my way,
to
I'll take it.
Yeah, for you got to watch it, Ed. We got a Canadian on here.
Yeah. So I think we might get like a $20 Tim Hortons gift card. Maybe that's about what we get for stimulus. That's about all that comes on.
Z Team Gold.
Yep, those are good. Even if I did have
Artist proof.
Yep. Even if I did have a $2,000 stimulus or anything like that, though, I wouldn't spend a big chunk of it on the hobby. I would probably put some of it aside for some other stuff. I'd probably buy a card or something, but like most of it would go to other things. That would be me.
yeah, like
Ours is going into the stash.
that.
Yeah,
I don't think I would buy anything I wouldn't normally buy, anyways.
Yeah, I would treat it like eBay bucks. I would use a couple of dollars as eBay bucks.
It might be one of those. I'll go ahead and just buy it.
Yeah. Exactly.
But yeah, I can't think of anything like I'd be like, oh, I'm definitely going to go after something I wasn't going to go after before. I don't think I'd do that.
Yeah, the statuses, nice.
Well, that's true.
No, Ed, it is not. I would tell you what I would use some of mine for, but I have people in the room. And it's not hobby related either. Actually, I can put it in the chat.
Yeah, I like that one.
The Centurions are good. Those are good. Yep.
You notice the brand new top load?
Those are awesome.
This is some more of the basketball money.
Yep.
When you say the basketball money, what did you sell basketball wise? I don't remember this.
25 cards.
The main card I sold was a PSA 10 Siakam Prism.
Oh, that's right. I remember you. Okay, the Prism one. Okay.
And I there's some other stuff in there that was nice, but it's like a Luka Donruss rookie. They're going for they were for 150. I'm like, what planet is everybody else on? Because this is, I thought it was like a $10 card. I'm like, huh.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that Siakam. Yeah, that's right.
But that's the thing where then
didn't you buy that for like $15 or something like that?
Less.
Yeah, I knew it was something cheap.
Yeah, but that's where that whole climbing prices and everything can actually work in your favor too. It's not one-sided. It can be like maybe you happen to have a card that suddenly went up, and hey, no complaints. That's why I mentioned the Josh Allen card. Is like the thing is when I pulled it in 2018, Josh Allen wasn't the guy.
Mm-hmm.
It got thrown into a 1600 count box, and it's been sitting there since 2018. I found it a little while ago. I was like, oh, okay, well, this is because I didn't pull the Lamar, I didn't pull a Baker, I didn't. The other one I got was Josh Rosen. If anybody wants Josh Rosen, you can have it.
Oh, poor guy.
I pulled a bunch of Josh Rosen at that time. It was like the wrong Josh. We got the wrong Josh. Yep, Back to the Future. That Roberto Longo autograph looks terrible. Did he owe the mob money when he signed that? Like, what the heck happened there?
He might have tried signing his name left-handed.
I guess.
For the first time.
Look at that first name, Steve. You see that thing there? That's supposed to be Roberto. He looks like he owed the mob money and they hit his hand with a hammer. And he goes, now write your name.
So it was that one, this one, and the Ripken that I think I bought within like a week because I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to have that basketball money again. I better get
some stuff I really enjoy.
That's basically a trade, man. You had something you didn't have a lot into. You traded it off for some cash and then got some cards you wanted. That's a good deal to me.
Yeah, that I know you had wanted that Brodeur for a long time though too.
Yeah.
The minute you started doing hockey, that was like I'm pretty sure was the card.
Yeah. Another, I think.
Was that Lindstrom?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that was on a Facebook auction group for like $14 or $15.
I like that year. That was a good year. Because I like that the design of the card is actually designed to hold an autograph.
Yes.
You can actually put it on there, and there's a spot for it. It's actually in the card design. What an idea. You mean we can't just put the sticker randomly in the middle of the player? No. Find a spot for it and put it there.
I think the Gretzky lot, because that's out of
1,000?
Yep.
Yep.
And then the Leaf Limited Gold 2,500.
That's a good one. So it's a nice set.
Now, Gretzky stuff, does his stuff sell more in a certain uniform? Or is it about the same regardless? Like, does he sell more in a Rangers because it's New York?
Oh, you're talking about like Gretzky?
Or is it Edmonton because it's Canada?
Well, no, I would say, here's the thing. Gretzky is kind of universal. But if you're a Rangers super fan, that brief time you had Gretzky is pretty good, for you. Messier would probably be your bigger hero because he won the cup.
Yeah.
But the brief time in Gretzky was a star in New York. And when he was in LA for like LA folks, they're going to think of that most fondly because he had some good years in LA. But
yeah,
the
that's why I
Edmonton
wondered
folk
if
will
it
always
was
be
just
loyal.
you had to pay a premium for a certain jersey or not.
Yeah.
Or
But there's some folks that are like
the
Gretzky hardcores. They're like, dude, if it's Gretzky on it, I don't care what uniform he's wearing. Even the St. Louis for the cup of coffee, like 5 minutes, still
Right.
will sell. Yep, stubble. The best part is they stubble card. It's like, what stubble, Wayne?
Exactly.
Like, if you look hard, you can probably find it.
If they would have made
should have
those,
picked a picture that was more appropriate.
if they would have made them like 5 years ago with Brett Burns, that would have probably been more apropos.
Yeah, yeah. And that still is the most, that franchise year, Dave, is the one, to this day, that's rarer than it should be, you wouldn't think. Like, score, it's like, oh, yeah, whatever. Those are actually harder to find than people would fathom.
Well, it's no different. One of the, what was it? I don't remember what year, but the score dream teams for football. Very plain, simple design, black background with a small little color photo. Those were freaking a beast to pull.
Yeah. There's certain
Also,
cards
Dave,
that you look
do
at them
you
and
think-
you're like, oh, that's a cool card.
Do you think of Curtis Martin as a Jet or a Patriot?
I was spamming that report button.
I like to
Patriot.
think of him more as a Patriot because that's what I try to focus on.
Okay.
I mean, I know the brunt of his bigger numbers, obviously.
I think of Jets, but that's why I was wondering what was your immediate when you think Curtis Martin? Do you think of Patriot? Oh, that was what I was supposed to get at the Marino, right?
Yes.
But it went over $100, and I was like, yeah.
Still cheap. You don't
Yeah.
see them.
Ever.
I sent a picture to Dave. There was a 3-card lot on Mercari, and it was the Title Quest. It was Craftsman numbered to 50 and something else, and I don't remember what it was. But it sold for like $40.
Super.
That hurt. That hurt. Bad. I remember that one. And Brad, the main reason why I consider him a Patriot is because, like Dave, I loved Bledsoe, and I strived so hard to get every 93 card of Bledsoe for his rookie year. And then, of course, when they drafted Curtis Martin, it was like Bledsoe, Coates, Martin. It was just a phenomenal offensive packaging that, and that's what I'll always remember him for. As far as I'm concerned, he never played for the Jets. I know he did.
Yeah, right.
But that's what I remember him from.
And I think I picked this up before the season, this is one I don't 100% remember, but I believe it was before the MLB season because I wanted to get one because I liked him, and it was a Facebook auction, and it was cheap. It was like $40.
That'll do. That'll do.
It was not numbered, but against a 5-star and on card. And
For that price, you have nothing to complain about. I have a couple of different Sotos that I very much enjoy. I haven't got an autograph yet. It's going to cost me a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
The Soto autographs are going for a decent amount. Decent amount.
Now, Carlos, do you have a favorite football team?
Packers.
No, it is Packers. Okay.
Yeah, I went back. I enjoyed watching. It was around the same time that I picked up the Stars. Around the mid-'90s, I was because it was around here. I'm a baseball guy first. Baseball is the one that I was paying attention to mostly. Mid-'90s, I started watching a little football. And what we talked about earlier, Favre was an exciting player to watch. A frightening player to watch, but a very exciting player to watch.
Always entertained.
Yeah. Yep. So and then when Rodgers came on board, it was like, this is pretty sweet. Run keeps going.
Yep.
And then after a while, you hang around long enough. It's like, I guess I'll keep watching this team. I don't know what their next succession plan is because I don't think they're going to be able to do better than the last two, but we'll see.
They hit 3 times in a row.
If they hit 3 times in a row, there will be other teams, general managers that will commit honorable suicide. They're like, we can't even get one?
Right.
How did these morons get 3 in a row?
Because I'm full of family, full of Bears fans, so you can imagine how much it irritates them all the time.
Yeah. All my family's Cowboys fans.
Still live in the early 90s.
Yep. As are most of the fans.
It is funny. Of all the groups, they really do live just in the past.
Well, they don't really have a choice. What else are they going to think about?
Yeah.
They can think about that Bears team in the 80s, and then what? What else would you like to talk about? Those franchises are kind of fun because they're kind of lenticular, and I think they're out of 30, right, Dave?
Mm-hmm. And that's got. It's so tough to see too.
It's on the back, yeah, like right there, and like, you can barely see it. Like you have to be squinting. It is there, but I think that's the reason why some of them sell cheap. Like I think I got the Medina for less than $20 because I think they didn't realize it. I flipped it onto the back just to make sure it wasn't something weird. It's like, no, that's out of 30. The number's right there. You just didn't see it.
So the whole LCS, the guy just bought everything in it. Interesting.
For $30K, that sounds cheap to me.
Yeah, I was going to say,
or it's a very small shop.
I just put a follow-up comment I see there. It says not a big store. For not a big store, I can get that because it'd be interesting. It's one of those things where I joke about it. It's that I've been collecting the Medina collection for a long time. He's not the highest profile player. He's a star. He was a star player in his day, but you couldn't get my Medina collection for $30K.
You couldn't get my TD collection for that cheap.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, and that's one player. And that's
right.
One person's collection of one player.
That's a cool one.
Yeah, the gold, those look nice.
I love Dufex.
There's texture on the back, like you see where his head is. The texture on the back and the writing there looks kind of cool too. It's a nice touch. That's where I think some of these card companies are missing out. You could use the Dufex. Use it sparingly. Use it not in every set, not in every card. A little bit here and there, sprinkle it in. But you could use it and it'd be kind of a little special.
Yep. Yeah, because they almost overdid it.
They did.
Back then.
But that's what happens every time. They come up with a technology or something and they made
Very
it
true.
Every set.
Yep. It's no different than acetate.
Yep. But if you sprinkle those technologies here and there in some of your series over the years, you could spread it out a little bit and be like, oh, this is the cool card this year. We're going to do Dufex. Next year we'll do acetate. Then we'll do a little refractor thing. You could do some stuff, but break it up.
Yeah, acetate still is by far one of my all-time favorite.
Yeah, those are good. You can see right through them there, and it's out of 100 of those ones.
What do they call those, Dave?
Did you notice about the old days and the cards you're showing? Did you notice how it's a different picture on every single one of them? Imagine if I showed you stuff now, 14 through 20, 2014, 2020. How many pictures would be the same? You know, even if a different card, but how many times would it be the same picture? Yeah. So that's what I appreciate.
Them, and they just keep using it, yeah.
That one with the slide, Dave. What do they actually call that in hockey?
Well, to capture the action is the game view parallel. I think there's one.
The action is the regular version, and then the game view is the parallel with the slide.
Okay.
I love those. That's the executive collection. Nice.
Because I was just curious if, I was trying to think of what they call it in football now.
I think, Dave, that's my favorite year of Z-Team.
Yeah, by far.
I think so. I think just the design was like bang on.
He's trying to sound innocent, but he can't.
Oh, the SPX ratings. Yes.
Is that regular SPX or is that SPX rated rookies?
SPX top prospects, I think.
Yeah, because it's the regular.
I've never seen that.
Because they did 2 SPXs that year because it wasn't confusing enough.
Well, the only reason why I knew that there was multiple is because, I started sorting my stuff and happened to have almost a near complete set of that year. That's why I was asking.
You know what's cool though is that I saw that Carvin put something up on Instagram today, and then he mentioned on there like something that came that I hadn't thought of to ask, but it was a good. He actually answered it in the post. It was actually kind of cool. He talked about SPX Finite. I don't know if you remember Finite, and he basically said that set was basically one and done because of the cost to produce it. They just hated having to number every card. It was a pain to do it. Yeah.
Makes sense because everything was serial numbered.
That's right. So it's like just the logistic nightmare of having to print it on all the cards and do all that. But it makes logical sense when he says it, but then you remember, oh yeah, well, you worked at the card company. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'm with you. I get it.
Yeah, I think I have seven or eight different variations from SPX Finite that year.
I will say, though, I love the cards. I thought they looked phenomenal.
Yep. No, they did well with the card design, but I'm right there with you. The whole serial numbering aspect just made it atrocious almost.
Yeah, I think they could have worked if they had stuck to the serial numbering for like the lower number ones, maybe 500 or less, something like that. Like for the thousands of them, like I get it. Why would you do that? It would be an added cost with really no gain.
Yep.
The beam teams that year were good, Dave. You still have the Medano, right?
I got the Madonna. I've got the Valerie Beret. I've got. Yeah.
Is that the one though? The Medano has the line through it that bugs you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When I get my ComC order, I'm going to order it for January. When I get my ComC order, I know you were looking at. I was talking to you about that Sakic Prime Choice Reserve.
Yes.
Let's talk. I'll take the beam team off your hands and we'll put together a package. I'll get it sent your way. Because the line doesn't bother me that much. I just want the beam team because that's one of the few from that time I need.
Okay.
Because the line will drive you to madness, Dave. You don't
what
want that.
What the hell is that? Oh, okay. Now I see it. Okay.
It's sort of like
a boss card.
I was like, what's that big plump of gold?
Yeah. They embossed it. It was actually a really cool idea. Like they embossed it. It was called Hall of Fame bound.
Yeah, I can see it.
Is that from the McDonald's though? Or is that the regular version, Dave?
It's the regular.
Yeah,
which
because they did something like that at McDonald's too. In Canada, they had the McDonald's cards, and they did a Hall of Fame bound like that.
Yeah, and again, I don't think the McDonald's ones are nearly.
No, they went kind of cheap on it. They were lazy about it.
Yeah. Leaf and their texture. Which again, if you get one of these in person, I love them. I love those. The 94 you don't see pop up a ton.
Yep. Now, if you had to guess, Dave, how many cards do you think you picked up this year? Like ballpark, within say 10 or 20,000. If you could stay within 5 figures of a guesstimate, that'd be good.
God, I'd probably say like probably between 4,000 and 5,000, maybe.
That doesn't shock me. I kind of figured. That's why I was wondering. With all the players you collect and all the different variation subsets and stuff.
When I went through the boxes, I'd look through Bledsoe stuff, and I'm like, there's a ton in there because I had a couple huge orders.
The SPX Finance, like I love those cards. The whole thing with the foil and everything. I just thought they were. That's why Carvin's post was great because I totally understood what he was getting at. But I did love the set for the year they did it. I thought it was a great set.
12.
Makes sense. Yep, the masks again, and they use that Dufex again. Like they really got mileage out of that Dufex. Oh, is that one of the Dumbas? Nice. Oh, from the cup too. Look at you.
Well, Dina, your death is gonna go unsolved. Sorry.
You got clear, Dave. Is that 5 or 3?
I think it's 2.
Or 2.
So Dumba, Suter, and Dubnik.
Baseball here. The fractal matrix materials.
Dear Lord. Okay, Star Rubies. Nice.
Can't go wrong with rubies.
Well, that was the comparison I used, Steve, for that 6 Sense Wizards, because they use the same kind of tech with the stars in there, the shine. You need the right lighting to capture it, but it's the same kind of the same tech. It's good stuff, though. I like it.
Almost like the pulsars, though, too. Out of Flare Brilliance.
Yep.
Yeah, that was another one I didn't include in the list. But that's one that had been on my radar for a long time.
Yep.
The inverted refractor and atomics.
All right.
Beautiful cards, man. And so tough.
That'll work, Dave. That'll work. But that's going to be a big part of like my goals thing for this year, is that I really want to hammer down on some of those that 90s part of the checklist. I would get 100 times more satisfaction getting that 90s checklist down to a really small number. I'll still pick up some of the other cards because they're fun for me. I still like them. But it's going to be interesting because once I get to about 2,000 unique, I'll be like, I'm not going to slow down, but I'm probably going to focus on some of the other projects a little bit. But those 90s cards are like my big thing that I really want to put the hammer down on as much as I can.
Well, if the trend continues for me as of late, over the last couple of weeks, there hasn't been a lot of obtainable stuff, I should say.
Yep.
As of late, for at least the Terrell Davis collection. And since I've started doing, my sorting and documenting missing cards for sets and stuff and insert sets, I may take a slight shift and try and, pick up some of those cards for those sets or insert sets, whichever ones I decide to go. Not that I'm bored by any stretch of the imagination. It's just they're slowly starting to dry up a little bit.
Yep.
And I'm like you. I've been so laser focused on the 90s stuff that there's still some newer stuff that I wouldn't mind having from just a base insert or a parallel type perspective. I'm just not ready to move into the ultra modern stuff yet, because to me there's still quite a bit of it out there, and I'd rather use that money somewhere else.
Well, I would have had some fun when Matt was on. I was thinking about mentioning to him. I was having some fun earlier today. There was a 1 of 1 on one of the newer products, and it's a stick blade piece, 1 of 1. And I was looking at it, and it was there with $99 with no bids, and it was ending this afternoon. And I was on a conference call, and I had the thing punched in to put in the bid. Normally, I'd be like turned towards it, paying attention, clicking on it, but it was like it was a 2019 to 2020, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'll turn around. I got caught up in part of the conversation, then turned around, and then it ran out. But it ran out with no bid, so the guy's going to put it up again. So the price is probably going to drop. And I was like, that's why I said to Matt, I was like, you get a super and you're jaded. Like, look, it's because it's a newer card. It's a 1 of 1. That wasn't enough to motivate me to push the button right at that second. I was like, you know what? It went for no bid. So when you put it up next time, I'll probably then try to pick it up then, or maybe I'll talk you down a couple more bucks.
Right.
I don't need it that badly. I've got plenty. Like, it's not like I don't have stuff to keep me occupied.
That's a cool piece, though.
Oh, for sure. But
the issue I'm having is I'm an on-card auto guy, and typically from the expensive products, obviously, and everything of Dan Marino is numbered 10 or less. So that's the problem I'm having now.
Yeah.
Is stuff I used to be able to get. I used to have in my mind 150 for immaculate on-card auto, no patch, right? 150 numbered to 20 or less. That's what it used to be. Now it's could be 225. That's it hard, and I just can't bring myself to do it because I'm like, I don't know that it's going to stay there at 225. I feel like it's going to come down more close to at least the 150 to 170 range.
But it is very much a card-by-card basis thing, though, because to the point that I was just
for sure.
I couldn't be bothered to bid $100 on an auction with no bids on a 1 of 1. But earlier in the week, there was a card from the Cup that was a patch card, a patch auto, but a beautiful patch. It was like this gigantic patch piece with a bunch of colors on it. I was willing to go to 200 plus, and I got outbid on a slot.
Right.
And I was like, Jesus, man, it doubled in price in the last minute. I was like, good
I
Lord,
bid
man.
$300 on a Master Strokes Dan Marino. That was a redemption. So I could have bought a redemption at $200 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But I was like, it's a redemption. I don't play with them anymore.
Yeah.
If it's a cheap card, I'll redeem it. Whatever. Expensive. 300. I got outbid. It went almost $400.
Yeah.
And it's just an on-card auto. It's not a patch auto. You know, it's just the most beautiful cards in the world. But which is why I was willing to go 300. And I thought for sure, oh, I have this. I saved. You know, I was like, oh, this is one of the cards. You know, if it ever pops up. I thought I went aggressive at it. I guess not.
But that's why I say though it's what we talked about last week when we were talking Steve and Dave. It's like it's not everything. Certain cards, certain item. Again, same player, same week. The 1 of 1 didn't go for 100. You couldn't get a bid. I was the only guy really looking at it. That other card, plenty of people were looking at it. It's out of 50. It went for twice what the 1 of 1 could have been sold for.
Yeah.
It's like, what does that tell you? It's like it's card based. It's not everything. It's certain stuff. So I'll show this one here. So this one's the blue. So this one is jersey numbered. So these ones are Medano is 9 on that one. That one was a nice one that I was very happy to pick up this year.
So as in like 9 of 9 or 9 of
3 of 9. They only numbered them to 9.
Okay.
So the blue parallel.
Okay. That's what I was trying to get clarification on.
For each player, but jersey numbered. So Medano gets to 9.
Well, but when you say jersey number, I would think that also that could be 9 of something. So that's why I was asking.
No problem. So yeah, so the second number, what it's out of, will be based on the player's jersey number this time for this one.
Gotcha.
So if you have if it was Gretzky, it'd be out of 99. Be a little easier. And then Dave knows this one. This is still probably one of my favorites of the year. Just the platinum.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. That one's beautiful.
These are so tough. And I went a comfortable decade without seeing one of these guys. Any of them. So it's like, when they show up, my goodness.
No joke.
Yeah,
have your wallet ready.
Well, that's why I made the point. That's why I was making the point. What Brad was saying is totally true. But it's one of those things. Dave knows I am not unaggressive when I bid on some of these cards.
Right, that's what's frustrating.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where it's like, all right, you guys are outbidding me, and at this stage in the game, I'm pretty aggressive player, and it's like, okay.
Obviously not aggressive enough, but you know, it goes back to what you were saying though. It's part of it is it's not even just rarity, so to speak. It's when was the last time you saw something? If you go back more than 3 years, 4 years since you've seen something posted, you can almost bet a kidney you're going to have some
allegedly, sir.
You're going to have some stiff competition, regardless of the player.
Yeah, I think in this one, I think for the reason for this card specifically, because it wasn't out of 50. It definitely comes up here and there. I think, though, the quality of the patch was top tier on this specific example, and I think other bidders saw that and were like willing to go for it because that's what caught my eye immediately. I looked at it, I go, that's a quality patch, and I've been picking up some quality patches as well. So it's like if I just was willing to sell for any of them, I could have gotten it for a third of the price, no problem. I would have won it all day. But that patch was like it was strong, it was good.
Oh, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Dave, I'm surprised you didn't actually have your PMG. In your box.
Yeah, that would have been in there too. But again, there's so
just once again the volume.
Yeah,
that's really bad for it. You sit there and you think it's like, okay, I know I didn't have the WA precious metals in there either. That was another huge one that I got like right away when I started the hockey stuff up in April, ramping it up huge. There's just, I don't know, so much. And then the worst part, because again, I love looking at that stuff. I love knowing that I got that stuff because it's all top tier inserts, stuff that you just don't see floating around. And if you do, it's like, okay, what I got it for, it's up like $10 to $15 plus or whatever it is from what I got it. I'm so honed in now with like 4 or 5 cards that I probably won't see unless I go up to the expo. Hopefully they're there. I'm so just zero pick up other stuff because I want it. Like the dealer's choice artist proof. That Black Diamond quad, the green out of 98.99.
Yep.
But the Madano Black Diamond, I doubt I'll see the Brodeur. I know Jeremy's got, I think, Sakic and Waugh that asked him about prices on that. If I want to amp up the Waugh collection, I can do it. It's going to cost a ton. There's a guy on Facebook that messaged or replied to one of my things in one of the hockey groups, and it was just a cavalcade of Waughs that were. It's the Mirror Platinum.
Yeah. Run
for the Cup.
Yeah.
The Rainbow's Pinnacle and Select certified.
But you're deranged, Dave. The thing is, like, Brodeur is already like a top end goaltender, and then you add Waugh to the mix. It was like, look, man, the reason I can bid so aggressively is because I do focus predominantly on the one player. That the Chucks were a fun departure because a couple of those cards Medano doesn't have. So to me, it's like, oh, that's pretty sweet. But when I'm bidding on the Chuck, I get to bid like a third of what I would pay for an equivalent Medano. And I'm not going to super collect the Chuck, but I'll grab the odd cool card here and there, like the odd cool card here and there. But if I was going to go full-fledged on a Chuck collection, a Leclerc collection, even though these are not top-tier guys, let alone go after, oh, let me just collect Steve Yzerman. I think that'd be kind of fun. Let me do that.
Yeah, better yet, shoot for the moon. Go for Gretzky, man. Come on.
Vinny, it's you and me again. It's you and me for Lemieux. Let's go. Let's beat each other up. Oh, man. I'm not going to do that to myself.
But Dave, on the flip side, though, if you think about it, though, if for any reason you can't make the expo, at least you have people that you know that could be on the lookout, though, for stuff in the event that they stumble across it.
For the Juan Brodeur, the expo, I don't know if that's a bargain you want to make. It's like, hey, Dave, good news, we found it. $5,000. How you feeling about that? because I've seen dealers, mostly out of Quebec, that will put these prices on where you're like, what planet are you on, sir? Is that pesos? Is that yen? I'm willing to go yen.
And I've got numbers in my head.
Not relevant numbers, but you have numbers in your head.
They're there.
Yeah, I got it.
Allegedly.
With Dave is alleged, yes. That is correct.
And it just depends on, like you said with your Madonna StarQuest Gold. Mm-hmm. You can't see it in the light, like 80% of the time, unless you turn it exactly.
Yeah.
There's where that scratch is.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's like if I found a Brodeur, if the price was right, yes.
After you intentionally damage it to bring the price down, please go on. You might have to bring the price in line. I'm just saying, you might need to consider that. Allegedly, you didn't hear it from me.
I understand this. I've got the price for like that. The platinum. There's a mirror gold 96, 97 up this week. So that's gonna be something I take a trip on.
Ooh. Okay.
But for those other two, and then that Black Diamond, and to a lesser extent that Dealer's Choice Artist Proof, and then the quad. And I know I've got others. I've got my notebook.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know if you have it or not, but based on what we talked about, Matt, I'll be if you see the Z Gold and the price is not absurd, snap it up. I think it's rarer than we all think because I've been tracking Z Golds in general. And it doesn't matter the player. Like, they don't come up all the time. And it's a 150 card set, and I can't find more than a handful of examples coming up here and there once in a while. And when they do, the person's like, "Yeah, I'll put it for $1,000." For who? Jesus.
Somebody had two of them, and they weren't. It was like a Jeff Friesen, Oleg Tebedovsky, that type of player.
Yeah.
and they went for like 150. And again, I think we looked in like Belfour or somebody back in September went for like 170, which that seems like a steal.
Well, the Lidstrom went for like $200 or thereabouts with a dented corner. Like you could literally see the corner was dented. Like it was in the photo. You could see it. And it still went for almost $200. It's like, I don't care. I'm not getting another one. So I'll take the dented corner one. That's basically where you're at for that set, because it's like, well, we don't know how many actually got pulled out.
So yeah, that's another one on the list, too near the top, where it's like, okay, it's probably going to cost $300-400 on a low end.
Yeah. What's going to offend me is that there's a real possibility that if and when that Z-Gold comes up, I may have to pay 1.5-2 times more than I paid for the stupid shield. It's a friggin' shield. It's like, part of this is out of 100. This is all I can get in front of me. And it's not like another one's going to come up next week.
Yep. In that situation, serial number is irrelevant.
That's what I'm trying to get at. That was what I'm trying to convey to Matt. I was like, dude, don't let the out of 100 fool you, because if that was true, I would have 2 by now. It's not that I don't bid aggressively, and it's not that I'm not looking. It's just they're not there.
Yep. And there's other ones out there, across all sports, though, that would fall under that category, though, too. It's just those who understand the whole surrounding of said card will. The more people who know, the more people are going to be aggressive going after something, because they know of the rarity.
But that would be a sneaky one, Dave, where somehow you found a dealer and caught him unawares. You know what? We'll throw you a party because it's going to be difficult. Most of them have a pretty good gauge now on what that is, if they bring it at all, because they might not even be thinking about it.
No.
Some of them just don't even realize what it is.
And I still don't know
if the guy from Czechoslovakia has anything else that he's going to list. I mean, he went on like a huge listing spree late spring, early summer. And I think there's one in August, and I think there might have been one more in the fall. So I don't know what he's got left. I should message him at some point and check. So if he's got one somewhere, it'd be nice to try to get it before it reaches that open market and I have to pay exponentially more, because more eyes are obviously on it.
Yeah.
So, and then like the epics, the season moment emeralds, because they're like the 30 and the 50.
Yeah, something like that.
And those two are another. I know there's one up. I think it's the 1 to 50. I think it's at 100. Buy it now, and that's another one that I've had on the radar. I'm like, at some point I'm just going to pull a trigger.
Something that I've struggled with ePix, though, is that because Pinnacle went out of business, it's one of those things, like even the stated general print runs, like, but are they, though?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Is that 97 or is that 98?
97, 98.
That's interesting, though, that hockey actually serial numbered those.
They didn't serial number, though. They're stated print runs. They're not serial numbered.
Oh, okay.
But that's what makes it murky. That's the reason why I struggle with the ePix. Medano, fortunately, was not in that set, because it would have made it kind of complicated for me. Because it's like, okay, I know what you're saying, but I have cards where, again, it's not serial number, but you have a stated print run. My favorite is International Ice. And at some point, what I'll probably do, I'll be in touch with you guys at some point. What I'll do is at some point, I'll send one to you, Steve, and one to you, Dave, because I have 10. I bought a lot of 10 from one dealer. I have mine for my thing. They're supposed to be out of 150. I bought a lot of 10 in one shot. Didn't cost me a heck of a lot. Now, mind you, I don't see them all the time on eBay, but I bought 10 in one shot, and it might have cost me $1.50 a card. So I have a small stack of them sitting in my box. This card is out of 150. That's why I say Pinnacle, I leave at that time, just before they went bankrupt. Unless it's serial numbered, I have a few questions.
Yeah, because I don't think they even, and Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they did stated print runs for football. At least not for the Not for that insert set, I don't believe. I don't have my Beckett in front of me either, and I know you don't either, but I don't recall that.
97 Emerald, whatever the toughest one was. So it was Play.
I think it was Moment. Usually Moment was one of them.
I think the Moment they had a faded print run there too of either 50 or 30.
Something like that, probably.
Because I've looked. When I leaf through there, I'm like, that just jogged the memory. And I'm like, I got to go look it up, see what's on eBay, see if something's cheap. Jeff Blake, who cares? Carl Pickens, whatever it is. See if something's like $5 and just hit it. But I know the 98 ones were serial numbered.
Right. And that's why I was asking the question, because I knew 98 was serial numbered.
I would love if they had done it, because then at least we could account for it and hold them to task. If for some reason an extra 47, number 47 appeared, we would be like, okay, hold on. But because they weren't serial numbered, it left that little murkiness. It's like, okay, but is it though? That's why the select certified mirror golds in hockey, while they do hold value, a buddy of mine sent me one as a present. Now, does that mean there's thousands of them everywhere? No, they're not. You can still make a couple of bucks on them, but you can probably get the Medina for $70 or $80, maybe $100. It should be hundreds. It isn't, because most people are like, I know what the stated print run is, but I've seen them around a little bit. There's a few extra out there. So you have to be a little bit careful with that, because they didn't put the numbering on them. If they had done it, it would have been a different story.
Well, I think that's also why they ensured there was serial numbering on the totally certified.
Yes. Yeah. That's a different story. That one holds value because you can look at it and go, all right, out of 30, what is it? Or out of 69, what is it? Then you know.
Yeah, that TNT Auctions has had, I don't know how many out of that 96, 97 mirror set.
A ton.
Red, blue, and green. I mean, you can. Last week or last Sunday it was Hasek and I think Yager were the two big ones that were going off. And at some point, I hope to win a Hasek, because that's another guy. I know that Seb, he's a big Hasek. It's not to collect.
So you're collecting every goaltender in the top 50, right? So if you get a top 50 goaltenders, you're collecting like just 1 through 49 and then the odd card for number 50, right? Is that how this works?
Try to go for an auto patch or like a shield for everybody up until 50. At that point, I think the money may get a little tight.
A little? There comes the allegedly thing that we always talk about.
Yes, that is the correct application of that, Steve. 100% correct. I agree with you. Yes, that is right. Yes. Yeah, so that's one of those spots where, unfortunately, because of the sheer number of players you have, Dave, it's like you are the architect of your own issues on this one, I'm afraid. Because I was watching Jeremy on Instagram, and I'm having some fun with his Instagram right now. Because I think today he put up a video he did on his stories. He did a video of himself bidding on a Lemieux PSA 10 Topps card. And I'm sitting there like, I kind of get what you're doing here, but at the same time, why are you encouraging people to set new records on prices? I'm the asshole who sets records on Medano prices. Do I look like I'm bragging about it? No, here's what that is. I'm a fucking moron. That's what that is. I'm an idiot who can't find a better use of his money. I'm not bragging about that, you jackass. What's wrong with you? I set plenty of records. I don't need those records. I don't want those records. I wanted to pay half.
I saw the one with what? He wasn't bidding, but that Orr Topps rookie.
Nobody did, but on the Lemieux,
and then the next one, it's like,
the story was basically Lemieux was going for about 4,100, and he basically put in a bid for 6,000.
It's just under 6, I think that.
59.95, whatever. And then he won it for basically 4,200. He did win that auction.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing: it's like, basically the point was, it's like, well, you never know. People are money out there. So yeah, people who are dumb, who will pay $6,000 and 4,200 would get the job done. I applaud you for having $6,000 to throw at it, but I don't want to pay the new record.
No.
That's why I was thrilled on my show. I was able to show that mirror platinum gold.
Mm-hmm.
It sold for $325 recently. The same card out of 30.
Yeah.
I bought mine for about $170. That I'm proud of. Yes, I paid less than half of what the jackass had to pay this time. Yes. I don't want to be the one paying $325 when the other guy got to pay $170. I want to be the first guy, not the second one.
I want to get the deal. I don't want to set the record.
Yes, for God's sake. For the record, on every one I purchased, I am the record holder. You don't see me bragging about it because no other idiot was willing to pay more.
No, I saw that.
Isn't that the objective?
Sometimes I think in his head he means well. Like in his head, it's like, this seems like a good idea. He's like, I'm encouraged. It's like, dude, you're also a dealer. So at the same time, you can't be like, it's like, it's so transparent that you're like, keep bidding high, everybody. No. You can be a consumer who's like, yes, I want the card, but I would like to also make my mortgage payment this month.
Right.
If you don't mind, if it's okay with you.
Yeah, for those people who have that type of discretionary income, and as a dealer, and if he's buying it for his personal collection, I'd have a hard time justifying that expense to my wife if that's coming out of non-dealer funds.
Well, that's why I joked about one of his after-hour shows with Adam Real 27 guy. They did the after-hour show, and I was laughing with Bobby the other day, and I said because I just said, and a couple of other folks I mentioned too, and I said I was watching that show and I was fascinated because from the psychological perspective, they almost admitted that they have a card addiction problem. Like they came within a fraction of a hair of saying like maybe you need a 12-step program. Like they were so close.
Dave.
And I'm like, go there. Go down that rabbit hole. I want to keep talking about this because now I'm interested. Please admit you have a problem.
So Dave should have been on that show?
We just assumed he has a problem. We're starting with that problem. I'm at least offering solutions with alleged kidneys. I'm offering solutions. I'm trying to help this man. The only way that I can. With violence.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, correct.
And then you see like a little medical bag, and I'm like,
we can't save him. The only thing we can do is enable in a productive manner. That's the best we can do, Steve. That's all I got. I'm sorry. Maybe you got a better idea, but this is all I got right now.
I'm out of ideas.
like a YouTube care package with like medical supplies, doctor bag, scalpel.
Allegedly.
Correct. Yes.
Allegedly. Well, no, that's just
to further my education.
Allegedly.
Yeah, but I do think it is actually counterproductive. What scares me is that enough people, and I'm not knocking Jeremy because I've said a million times already, like I like the guy. But I'm like, I don't feel like you should be encouraging people to overspend because you know some people will. They can't help themselves. So I'm like, no, don't. The point he's trying to make is valid, but I'm like, just because people are willing to spend more money than they probably should doesn't mean we should be encouraging them.
I think that it's one of those in which it's based on interpretation. I'm trying to think of the right words to use because your interpretation may be one thing, somebody else's could be a different, and vice versa. Because perception is everything in anything that we do. However, I do agree with you that, although it may not be intended to be meant for that, for those individuals that may not think like we do, you're right. It could put them in a very bad situation. And, as we've always talked on here, the whole objective to maintaining a hobby and enjoying it is not to go card broke. Don't spend to the point to where you can't make your mortgage payment or, anything along those lines. I mean, you have to do it within a budget. And, everybody's budget is different depending on, that discretionary income. It's one of those, it's
everything you mean.
A lot of people can't, Dave. People are consumers. And that Ed asked the question, I think it was Ed, who said about the $2,000 stimulus check that you guys are potentially getting. And the thing is, he said it in a lighthearted way because it's Ed and he's not meaning anything by it. But there are people who will legitimately think in their head, $2,000 free dollars. No.
Yep.
You have credit card debt. You have student loan debt. You have a million things that actually this money could probably be better served to go to.
Yep.
Here's the thing. I enjoy cards, but I've said on my show, if you told me I can't collect cards anymore, I do enjoy some other things. I've got my life and what I do is not limited to this one thing. I just happen to be really enjoying this one thing. I have fun with it.
Right.
But if you said I can't, I can walk away and go do something else. There are other things that I do enjoy as well. If Nat Turner knocks on my door and goes, Carlos, I won't give you 30 grand. I'll give you 5 million for your Medano collection. I go, dude, I will fly it to you.
Right.
I'll
lock it.
I will fly it to you, sir. I will drop it off. Where do you need me to do the drop? Because, and I had this conversation with Bobby. I go, what'll happen? I'll renovate this condo, sell the condo for some money, go move into a nicer place, build myself a mini YouTube studio because I like doing this stuff. I'll go buy a handful of Medano cards I still like. I'll still have a collection, but it'll be 20 or 30 cards. Really nice stuff as opposed to 2,000.
Right.
And then I'll continue. I'll collect my other projects. But I'll have $5 million. So I'm like, priorities.
Well, and on the flip side, something else to kind of add to, you know, Jeremy's post.
Yep.
Although he may not realize it, and I hate to use this term, but he's got to do what?
Influencer?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's got the following, and you have to be careful because people are looking for something to gravitate towards, and in this day and age, right now, in this current environment that we're at, you know, that what he says can actually adversely impact other people. For instance, in the event that, you know, regardless of who it is, I mean, it could be anybody. It could be the Greg Jeffries. You know, all of a sudden, you know, he does it as a joke, but doesn't realize he's not trying to influence anything, but he has a very large following of individuals, and some people are willing to, you know, bank everything they have on whatever they're saying, whether it be true, inaccurate, false, something made up out in the left field. It doesn't matter. So in those situations, you have to be careful.
Yeah.
You have to be careful.
The key to your point, though, is that we have already demonstrated in this market with a lot of folks that they don't have that ability to discern between reality, what some people are saying, and also make their own judgment call, and they can't help themselves. They're just looking to be told what to do.
That's true.
If you present this and it's like, oh, it's no big deal. I'll bid 6,000 when 4,000 would have gotten the job done, because it's like, no, I was willing. Well, then my counter, and I do it teasingly, but I'd be like, oh, Jeremy, why only 6,000, you peasant? Why don't you put 60, 100,000, 500,000, $5 million, Jeremy? You needed to pay $5 million for that card. In fact, demand that he take $5 million for me. Tell him he should take the 6,000. Why sell it for 4,200? Set a new record. Do it properly, like a man. Not by like $100, peasant. God damn it. No, but like it's one. Like, again, I'm going to take the nicest interpretation that he doesn't mean it in a bad way, but it's not a good look, because I keep trying to explain to him and other folks. It's like, there's a lot of folks in the hobby who will not end up on this podcast or anywhere around it or whatever, who are around for $100 is a legitimate consideration. They're like, well, can I spend $100 on this card or $100 on this box or whatever? Like, that's real money to them.
Yes.
And it's real money to me. I spend good money on my Medano collection, but I also understand that it's real money. I haven't lost touch with reality.
Right.
I'm spending more money on this than anyone needs to, unless they really want these things badly. I enjoy them for what they are, but if you say I can't have them anymore, I can walk away.
Right.
But I put the money in over the years. But for most people, a $50 card they have to hesitate. Hold on, wait. So when we go in and we spend $100, $200, $500 or whatever, they're like, oh my God, how can you spend so much money? And when I was a kid, $100 was like, oh my God, who could spend so much money in a lifetime?
Yep. It might as well have been $1 million.
Yeah, that's why I joke with my dad when I went in and I was buying watches, because I do like watches. I went in and I spent $4,500 in one transaction, and I laughed because I told him, I go, you know, when I was a kid and I wanted these watches, if you had told me the thing was $100, I would have thought that's inconceivable anyone could earn such a king's ransom.
Yep.
Now I have the means to be able to do this, and I'm proud of that, but I didn't forget that $100 was a lot of money to me.
Right.
So for a lot of these people that are looking at this, $100 is still a lot of money to them. And if you don't have any money, $50 is a lot of money, $20 is a lot of money. Why are you showing me you're willing to bid $6,000? Good for you.
Yep.
But what does that have to do with it?
Yep.
Most people are not bidding for those cards anyway, so like you're not really helping them. Like, if they wanted to bid 5,000 on it, they would have done it anyway.
Well, and on the flip side, I mean, Dave and I have alluded to this, since we've been around YouTube for a while from a card collecting perspective. Brad's been around quite a while too. The number of people who came in with the freaking like whirlwind, showing off these heavy duty major hitters, and we're talking at that time hundreds of dollars. Back in the early days of YouTube, there were very few $1,000 cards. It just wasn't a thing. Now, did they exist? Absolutely, but nothing to the extent of what we're seeing in today's market. But they would come in these mail days, and you're talking the big name rookie patch autos, $300-$400, like clockwork. And then all of a sudden it's like, I need to sell some cards, and then you're seeing the same cards, and you're talking about pennies on the dollar almost on some of them, because they just didn't pay attention. They weren't thinking, whether or not it was hoping to get in, buy cheap, sell high. This market it's cyclical. It's just like the stock market. We are in a substantial high upturn. It's no different in Magic the Gathering. It's no different than Pokemon. It's the same thing. History repeats itself. You have ups and downs. Guess what? You buy when the market is down. If you really want to make a lot of money, you buy when the market is down, and you try and figure out when the peak is, and that's when you try and get out. But it's one of those in which you don't know what that timing is going to be. It could be years. It could be months. It could be days. You just don't know.
But that's the reason why I've made the point is that, and I try to advocate for this on my show, is that I'm not buying my cards for investment purposes. I have a few cards that I think could potentially appreciate because I like the player. I think the player can grow and get in there to that spot. If that happens, then I win, and that's basically a happy accident.
Right.
But when I'm collecting this Medina collection, I'm not trying to set new records because I understand that if I set new records, I'm throwing money on fire.
Yep.
And I have to treat it that way, and then treat it that if you respect your money and you understand you're lighting it on fire, well, then you don't want to burn all your money. You'd like to control the amount to the best of your ability. Some of this stuff is only appearing because the money's available. Because people are seeing dollar signs. That's why these cards. The only reason I spent this much on these cards this year is because they weren't available last year or the year before. The year before that.
Correct.
They didn't exist. Otherwise, I would have bought other stuff, and my hobby spending would have actually been much lower.
Yep.
It's only because they showed up, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to get another crack at some of these.
Yep.
So I bought them at the peak of the market with the understanding that they very well may go down.
Yep.
I may have paid the highest price that someone will pay in the market, and I can live with that. But if you can't, then you shouldn't. And you shouldn't be encouraging someone by showing them that you're willing to bid 50% more than anybody else was even considering.
Yep, and that's the end result of all of that, because I know I've overpaid for stuff. I overpaid for this. I bought it 4 months too early, but at the same time, it's my money. I was willing to put forth that effort, and that's because, I've maintained my budget. And if I fall below my budget, it carries over. So it's one of those in which I always had that in the back of my mind. Go back years ago, I overspent, and I'm paying for it. But you also didn't see me rushing to sit there and go, okay, $5, $50. No. I know. But you get what I'm saying. It's one of those in which it's like, oh crap. Now, did it explode my personal collection for Terrell Davis? Absolutely. But at the same time, I wasn't in my right mind, I guess. But I don't regret any of it, though, either, because I still have it all.
But I think what you're going to find is that the responsible people are doing the math as they go along. And one of the things, like I said, when I did that pickup video and I showed all those cards, there's tons of quantity, quality, all of it. Well, what you're going to find in January is you're going to find there's a big old COMC order. There's a handful of ones that I already paid for that will come in January. And probably in February or March, you're going to see a drop-off. Does that mean nothing's coming in? No, I'll still pick up something here and there, but I'm going to chill for a bit. I have to regulate this.
Yes.
Because it's been such a good and aggressive time where I've been able to get a lot of stuff. Unless it's like the grail of grails, I have to chill.
Yep.
Like I have to sit back and go, hold on. We don't need to do it all now. 2021 is a thing. We'll start slower and then we'll pick it up as we go along. Once we've rebalanced the scales, once we've gotten ourselves back on even footing, compensated for some of that, the beginning of 2021 we'll have to do that.
Well, and Vinny and I were talking about this earlier via text message. At some point it will stabilize and there will be a market correct. The market will correct itself. Yeah. There are certain cards of certain players that, will still sell for a good chunk of money, but that will stabilize and the market will correct itself. This is a very unusual time. You can go back and look at the same trends in Magic, the Gathering. Substantial upticks in buy prices and what some cards were selling for and so on and so forth. Sealed products, same situation. But then it takes a turn. Then it's, a bear market almost. People are trying to dump stuff. So they're basically, selling stuff for pennies on the dollar of what they originally paid for it because they're like, oh, crap, the market's crashing. I'm running away.
Dave, our time has come. That's why you slow down, though, in the beginning of the year. If you believe this is a possibility, you kind of want to we'll use the term dry powder. You want to have some so that you are able to take advantage of some of those potential fire sales. So it means you need to stop buying after a little. Like 2020 was huge for the collection. It's time to sit back and enjoy. Hey, that was really successful from a hobby standpoint. That was about as good a year as you're going to do.
Yep.
Now you know what? Let's take a little vacation. Let's have a little chill time. We'll get a couple of cards here and there. We'll have some fun. I'll do more stories more videos with stories. We'll do some more stories. A couple of less card pickups and a couple more stories.
Well, and that's why I even said, it's already starting to slow for me. I mean, because I still do my multiple searches, and it's like I can start focusing on some of the other stuff because there's still that enjoyment. I mean, some of the stuff isn't going to be super cheap. I have almost a near set of 0304 Bazooka basketball. Do I have any of the LeBrons? No. They all sell for about $100 a piece. It's not like it's chump change. It's not $3,000 a piece, but it's still, it's still a chunk of change. So, I see myself slowing from the Terrell Davis side just because it's starting to slow as far as what becomes available to where I can start focusing on the other aspect of my collection, and that's, finishing sets that I've neglected over the years.
And I think for Dave, his top 250 players will have to slow down, but that'll leave him his 1,457 at the low end. So that's important. It'll let Dave have a break. That'll be important.
I think the advantage we all have is that we are in it long term.
Yes.
So we're like, okay, I'll still love that card in 2022 when I can go get it.
Yep.
It'll equalize. There's time.
Yeah, we're just in it long term, and we know we're in it long term. That's why I'm like, okay, it doesn't go for the range I have set. I'll wait a year. It'll probably be there.
Well, as long as you had those those numbers in your head and you don't overexert yourself, so to speak. I know there are certain times you may have a number in your head and
you get outbid for whatever reason. You're like, oh, you know what? I can do an extra X, and then you're like, oh shit. Oh no, you know what? Crap, I'm out. I can do it. And then of course you start digging yourself in a hole.
Yeah.
So I mean, the whole objective is to not overexert yourself and you know, stay true to what you think you're willing to pay for something. Now, if it's a one-on-one, then all bets are off. I mean, it's one of those in which if it's something that you really, really want, and that's still your price point, at the end of the day, if you're satisfied with what you went up to and you want it for whatever, then, you know, more power to you. But, you know, there are certain situations in which, yeah, you can have a number, but that may not always be the case.
Well, that's where I think if you do take that marathon perspective, if anybody's ever run a marathon, they don't sprint for 26 miles. You can't.
Sure you can.
Yeah,
sure you can.
You drop dead. But the thing is, most of them will go at a certain pace for a little while, and then we'll slow down for a bit, and then we'll pick up the pace again, and we'll slow down for a little bit, and you keep doing these ebbs and flows to get you to the finish line, because that's the objective, is to get to that line. But when you're doing it from a collecting perspective, even in the case you're talking about, if you've gauged that now is a time for a little slowdown, it means you got a chance to put some money aside. So if you do need to go a little bit harder on it, the money's there.
Yep.
You don't have to find it somewhere. It's like, actually, you got it because you chilled out on some of the other stuff. That's where this first part of 2021 I'm looking forward to. It's like, okay, I'm still going to pursue some projects. I'm not going to stop buying cards, but it'll be less. It'll be a little calmer waters for a bit. Because then if I do find the thing, I'll be ready to go. I'll actually have it in reserve to be able to just take care of it.
Yep. And that's always something, and Dave and I talk about this all the time. It's one of those in which you sit there and let's say you have 15 auctions ending or whatever, and there are cards that you really want. And it's like, do I bid strong on all these? Do I bid strong on some? Because what if that card shows up and you're like, oh shit, I just blew my wad. Mm-hmm. And then you're going, well, shit, what do I do now?
Yeah. There's going to be certain ones that you're going to want to have that little bit of reserve for. So it's not the worst idea in the world to plan for it a little bit. I'd love to I can go on there and buy and do hundreds of buy it nows right now. And it would add to the collection. It'd be tremendous. It would be really, the next couple of mail days would blow people's minds. But then I'd be out of gas. Yep. If that Z Gold shows up, I can't do it. I got nothing left. And that one I know isn't coming up all the time, so it's like I'd like to kind of be prepared.
Yep. And I know, I mean, to a certain degree, I know Dave always he's forward thinking, although sometimes you begin to wonder, you got how many cards, you spent how much on all this, and yet this is...
Dave is thinking ahead in like 4D. The problem is we haven't mastered 3D yet. He's going into 4D, and then he accidentally reversed. He didn't carry the 7, and then the calculation all got misconstrued. Seemed good on paper. Seemed good. Happens, It happens. Happens to the best.
So does any of us have a specific part of our collection that if we sold it today, we would make money on it?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was just wondering. Like, that's the thing. It's like
a lot of my vintage would actually do, because I got into some of that vintage early. And some of it is triple, quadruple, quintupled in price from when I bought it. Now, I would never get it at that price again.
Oh, right.
But if I sold it, I would do all right. I do just fine.
Yep. That's where all the sets and stuff come into play for mine. Mm-hmm. Because me being a set builder, and we're not talking like substantial chunks of money, but I mean, I would do fairly well. I could probably pay off the credit card debt I have and still have some left over. I couldn't pay off my house type situation, but it's...
Yeah, that's what I told a buddy of mine who wanted to get into this because he heard about the hype of sports cars and he knew I collected it. And he was like, oh man, how can you make money doing this? I said, you can't really make money right now. You know why? Because you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
So I was like, I will help you if you take 6 months and just watch what's going on. I was like, I gave him places to go. I said, if you do that, then I will help you along after that. And 3 months into it, he goes, I don't know what I was doing. Stuff I was like, I would have bought is now worthless. And some stuff I didn't think. I was like, this is why I told you. I was like, see, and you would have been completely out of it. Now he's like, I think I'm just going to buy guys I like and just keep it. I don't like. I was like, bingo. I was like, thank God. Because that was the whole point.
And that's the thing. Typically, that's where it starts. Those people who end up becoming dealers or card shop owners, they usually start out as collectors. And they have an understanding of what they're getting into. And, you know, just because the market is booming and just because, you know, you think Luka Doncic is the next big thing, you could be completely and totally wrong. You know, you could invest $10,000 in hopes that you can turn around and make 20 or 15 or even 11, let's say. We'll go to the – but at the same time, you could blink an eye and that $10,000 becomes absolutely fucking nothing in an instant.
Yep, but I was like, you collect what you want, and you will find that over time, most of the time, you're going to end up all right at the end of it. You know, I said, because I went through my Dan Marino collection, for instance, and I told him what I paid for X, Y, and Z. He goes, man, he's like, you could pretty much double up your money, which I could pretty much right now. Because I do tend to buy the high-end products that are hot right now. The flawless patch autos, that stuff is triple pretty much what I pay for. Yeah. You know, and he's like, and I was like, I didn't even do it to make money. I'm selling honestly. I was like, over time, you look at even all these old guys that had all their vintage stuff, they just collect because they liked. Yeah. On a gold mine, didn't mean to sit on a gold mine. I was like, if you just do what you enjoy, and even over time, you'll have some worthless stuff. But I said, you're going to end up all right in the end of it, even if you decide to sell it all after 15.
A lot of stuff. Yep, a lot of stuff does appreciate because let's be real. The older something gets, typically the more valuable it gets.
Exactly. Yep.
It does appreciate.
As long as there was a little bit of a cap on the printing at the time, because some of the junk wax stuff is like it could be 80 years old and it's still not going to move that much. But you take some of the stuff from the 50s, the 60s, 70s has had enough time for the supply to drain. Whereas like actually, if you want a nice one, it's actually kind of hard to get.
Yep.
It's like it doesn't matter. At the time, people didn't think about it because they weren't trying to preserve it, so it disappeared over time. And then today's stuff, some of the lower, if you go, like, you take Merino, even if you're collecting modern stuff, if it's rare stuff, game-used stuff that is desirable, in 10 years it'll still be desirable for someone who wants a Dan Marino card. There's still value to that. And that's where it works. Having the breadth of the collection can work in your favor then because you got a little bit of all that stuff. Yep. Some of that will appreciate it, but that wasn't the plan. I'd like to tell you in 1995 my plan was to buy a bunch of stuff that today would be worth quintuple what it was. If that's the case, then I would have bought more.
Right.
Because if that had been my plan, it would have been a bit. At that time, the stuff was available in abundance. You could have gotten almost as much as you could get your hands on.
Yep.
That's just the way it was.
Nope. Valid. Definitely a valid point. But like I said, we're also in it for the collectability. We have the collector gene. I mean, that's what we do this because it is a hobby. This is what we enjoy. In certain instances, like Dave has done, and I've said this before, you know, if you have stuff that you're willing to part with and taking advantage of the market where it is, and it allows you the opportunity to get things to better what you enjoy and what you like, why not take advantage of it? Yeah. Who am I to judge? Who are you to judge? Who is Brad to judge? It's their stuff. Anybody can do whatever the hell they want with it. But now it would be the time for anybody to take advantage of the market prices if they have stuff that they're not attached to or it's not important to them for whatever reason. Why wouldn't you take advantage of it? And there's nothing wrong with it because it funds what you enjoy. And to be able to have a self-funding hobby, so to speak, in certain situations, sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, right.
I mean, we collect for the right reasons, but at the same time, I mean, if you have stuff that you've amassed over the years that, like I said, you've just done it because you've done it for whatever reason, and you're not.
Well, yeah, like I did the group breaking hard and heavy a few years back, like hard and heavy, like where I sold enough to get a 1099 from PayPal just on group breaks. All right. And basically, to the point that I could not make money doing group break. It's impossible to do unless you hit like the rare LeBron James logo or something like that, right? I was like, I can do it without hitting anything that costs $5,000. And I did. I made money in 2017 off group breaking, spending over 20 grand. But then I was like, dude, that felt like a job. Like I enjoyed seeing if I could do it first. That was the fun part. Like I can do it. Then once I did it, I was like, dude, this feels like a job. You know, listing every day, going with eBay bullshit. And that's why you've seen the last 2 years. I still join it because I enjoy group breaks. But yeah, once it became a job, I was like, nope, I'm done.
Yep.
Like, the last thing I want is this hobby to be a job. I have a job and it sucks. So I don't want this to be, you know. Yeah, because I did. I got a little concerned with it, but it was more to prove that it could be done.
I get it.
And then one thing, I'm done. Yeah, I'm like, now, yeah. The chances of doing it again are slim. Like there's still a very big luck element. It's like a poker player. You know, yeah, he wins more times than he loses, but it's still luck. You know.
Well, you're also paying inflated prices though too for some of those teams and/or players.
Yeah, that's why I say now I don't even bother because you are literally pissing. I was like, what? You know, trying to help people along. They're spending $149 on a team, and I said, "Oh, what are you chasing?" Right? Well, I'm chasing. We'll just say it's an Eagles Miles Sanders. I said, "Well, the Miles Sanders sells for $90." I said, "So you're going to hit something that's difficult to hit. Hope it comes out. You're going to hit it, man, and still lose $50, $60." I said, "So what are you doing it for?" And if it's not PC, you know, where you're just having fun and just seeing, like, hey, say I pulled it. I said, you are wasting your money, pal. You are literally throwing it down the drain. And that's what most of this stuff is right now, is there's zero value in it. Even though prices are inflated, there's zero value even in a group break right now.
Well, what you're hitting on right there is one of the problems that I have with even the idea of me doing a hobby that self-sustains right now. Is that it's like one of the rules of real estate. How do you make money on real estate? At the buying time is when you make a good chunk of the money. Because if you're buying in the right place, the right time, at the right price, you've got some room. You could, if it's a house, you can fix up the house a little bit, get some value in there, and then boom, on the other side, you reap all the benefits. You buy low on the cards, you've got more room to make some money. You can totally do it. And that's the reason why I was picking on the thing with Jeremy's thing. I go, forget about everything else. If you're encouraging people to break records, you have to hope that if you comes down the road when you sell it to somebody, you have to hope someone else is willing to break records on top of you breaking records. What if you had bought the same card for a tenth of that price? It's a hell of a lot easier to make money at a tenth of the price than it is at a breaking record price. The lower you can get it in at the thing, the easier it is to make that money. But if you're always paying top of market on everything, it's borderline impossible. You will lose on a couple of these deals, and it'll negate all the gains on all the ones you were able to successfully pull it off. That's actually bad business. Forget about everything else. It's bad business.
Yep. Absolutely. Of course, we can continue to talk this quite a bit, but I just noticed the time. We're just over 5 hours. Just after midnight. Dave has to get up in 2 hours and 45 minutes, give or take.
That's about right. Yeah.
So we started earlier and we still went later than the last one.
This is what tends to happen, Steve. Yes.
I know it does.
It seemed like a good idea at the time.
Well,
Always
thanks for having
does.
me on, guys.
Absolutely, Brad.
Like I said, sometimes I work the second shift, so sometimes I just after work don't feel like it.
Understood.
We're done. So yeah, it was fun, guys. I'll see you. Hopefully, I'll probably be able to do it in a couple of weeks. I'm on vacation. Maybe I'll try it.
We're still planning on doing this, so.
Alrighty.
Have a good one, Brad.
Later, guys.
Take her easy.
Take her easy, YouTube, and if she's easy, take her twice. Oh,
Look at that. Tag along everything.
Gimmick infringement.
Do what?
Gimmick infringement. Copyright violation.
Yeah, come get it, Dave.
We have to establish this. You have to fight for it, Dave. That's kind of you're gonna have to distract yourself from some of those eBay auctions for a minute. Wait, something's about to go off for auction, Dave. One of the 1,600 player collections. Go get it.
So, Carlos, any closing thoughts for the evening before we wrap this up?
No, I think I think there were some good thoughts, some good cards shown. I think it has been. I will say, it's been a really bad year for a lot of folks in general. Hobby-wise, it's been a very good year. It's been a lucrative year, but I do suggest that folks consider what I mentioned earlier. Maybe take the end of the year and think about if it isn't the time to take the foot off the gas just a little bit. As much as I enjoy having the foot on the gas, it isn't a terrible idea to get a little breather because it's been a sprint for the last couple of months, especially for a lot of us. It's not the worst idea in the world to take yourself a little mini break. You can still collect, do your thing, but just chill for a minute. It's not the worst idea in the world. Just
I think it's good advice.
Just a thought.
Absolutely. Nothing for me, Dave.
Yeah, I'd say again, to echo and
build upon Carlos's statement, and he alluded to it, and Steve did too. If you start pumping the brakes a little bit, the monsters come up, the ones that are on the top of your list, you're gonna have the funds to make a run, or you're gonna have the funds to make the run. At it, you might have the runs after you lose, but again, you'll
have something anyway. You'll have something.
Something.
Yes.
Toilet paper, food, chicken sandwiches. You'll be able to make a legit run at it instead of sitting there and pulling your hair out. What can I sell? What can I move to make this happen? You'll sit there and say, well, I've got X amount. Maybe if I need to, I can move A, B, or C, but I'm not moving A through Z, then double A through double Z, and then triple A through triple Z, trying to piece together the the money to make something happen. So that's what I'll be one of the goals that I have is shocking, I know, trying to limit stuff. It won't necessarily be going after cornerstone type cards, but I want to focus more on those things, especially with the hockey aspect, and try to get the Vezina rookie and a PSA 10.
Going light, eh, Dave? I was like, come on, Dave. Jeremy would want you to get an 11.
We're
Stop being a peasant.
We're going at the bottom. I mean, I only got that Palfy. That Palfy's at the top.
Settle down, Dave. You're not in that ballpark yet. You're going to need a lot of kidneys for that. Calm down.
Allegedly. That's the top of the mountain. So, yeah, we'll discuss that along the lines too, because I mean, there's things I've got. I want to do closer to Royal Rumble, a wrestling show. I'd like that just because, again, talk about the guys we lost this past year. Brody Lee just passing away. That hits me hard because I am a huge fan of him before the Wyatts, before he was WWF. So, I mean, it's been absolutely gut-wrenching because he's just a good dude. And I want to talk more about not even necessarily him, but just guys we've lost. Because again, Kamala, Finkel, The Rock's old man Rocky Johnson, Animal, and then Brody Lee recently too. Amongst the usual cavalcade of wrestlers that seem to go every year. But we'll have a show about that closer to the Rumble. Just because, again, it's more pertinent that time of the year. I'd like it at WrestleMania, but that's too far out. That's just, and again, you don't know what's going to happen. If it's WrestleMania like it was last year, nobody cares. You're not going to have another cinematic dream match with Taker and AJ Styles. So we'll talk about it when the time comes. And goals and all that fun stuff, because the calendar will turn over and there'll be, again, that blood gets rushing again. And it's like, okay, put pen to paper, make a list, make videos. Patreon.
Yeah, got to set up that Patreon account, Dave. We got to start working on that.
So he's Carlos way over there in the corner. There's Steve. I'm Dave. Thank you guys for watching, gals watching. Again, any comments, leave them below. Always happy to respond and listen what we can do to make ourselves better. We can't make ourselves any worse. I know that.
You lack faith in us.
Well, come on now.
2020 was my warm-up. I can do so much worse. Y'all have no idea.
2020 is the worst year ever. 2021 says, hold my beer.
Never assume anything, Dave. That's another reason I suggest let's just start the new year. Let's start slow. Let's take her slow a little bit here. Let's work our way into it a little bit. Let's work our way into it a little bit.
It'd be the Kool-Aid man coming right to the wall.
Yeah, exactly.
So, again, it's great building collections. That's a fun part of the hobby, building the friendships. That's what this hobby should really be about, guys. Good night, everyone.
Good night.